West. Chapter 1. Maggie. Fiorentino Winery, New York. My life was destroyed on a cold Tuesday morning. The winery's senior team was discussing a new promotion idea in the tasting room. Our events coordinator, Celeste, wanted to combine a winter sleigh ride with a behind-the-scenes winery tour, which seemed harmless at first. But as our vigneron, the person responsible for the grapes, I didn't like the idea of horses and sleighs tramping around on the grounds during the winter. Bruce, our vintner, shared the same concerns. My older brother, the other half of the Fiorentino Winery ownership, needed to stop staring into space and weigh in. "Mikey," I said, kicking him gently under the table. "What do you think?"
"Huh?"
He glanced up. His eyes were rimmed red, like he wasn't getting any sleep.
"Oh, sure. I like that idea."
I frowned and considered kicking him again. "Which idea?"
"The one we're talking about."
"The sleigh ride, you mean?" He dug the heels of his palms into his eye sockets, rubbing.
"Right, the sleigh ride. Celeste, I don't think we'll get enough snow for a reliable sleigh ride. We're better off running some dining promotions during February."
"We could do a cart when there isn't enough snow," Celeste tried. "Which isn't nearly as sexy," I countered. "But I like that you're thinking out of the box, Celeste. That's usually my style." My brother didn't even crack a smile. "What if we partner with one of the nearby ski resorts?" Celeste asked. "We could offer up some kind of winter package to boost traffic." Mikey remained silent, staring through the winery windows, so I said, "I like it. Good idea. We can buy more fire pits if we need." We updated each other on a few other matters, then ended the meeting. Celeste left, but Bruce stayed back. He'd been here as long as I could remember, working with my dad to build up the Fiorentino brand of wines.
"I want to check the flavor profile of those new reds today or tomorrow, if you're available,"
he said. "Sure." I cast a worried glance at Mikey. "Let me tell the guys to put more mulch down today, and then I'll be over." Bruce nodded and walked out, leaving me alone with my brother. I sipped my coffee and waited for him to acknowledge me. Seconds dragged on, and I couldn't take it any longer. "Mikey, what the fuck? What's going on with you?" He blinked, still avoiding my eyes.
"Nothing. Why?"
"You've been acting weird all week. Tell me what's going on." Mikey was 3 years older than me, and we'd grown tight these last few years. Our parents were killed in a car accident when I was a senior in high school, and except for our Aunt Helen, we were the last of the Fiorentinos. When Aunt Helen retired to Florida 2 years ago, Mikey and I learned to rely on each other. Everything had been fine until he came back from his weekend trip to the Hudson Casino yesterday. Mikey and I tried to stagger our rare breaks from the winery, so I'd taken my trip to the casino resort the weekend before. The 2 days I spent there had been perfect. Good food, pampering, sleeping in, and the fucking of a lifetime. No lie, it took me a full 48 hours to recover from that sexy Italian man I picked up in the casino bar. I mean, I like sex a lot, but this guy? Whew, he wore me out, which I didn't mind in the least. Hooking up with strangers was much better than fucking guys here in Paisano. I was tired of bumping into men I'd been with everywhere I went in town. God knows I didn't need more mess in my life. I was already chaotic enough.
"It's nothing."
My brother scrolled absently on his phone.
"Just some personal stuff."
He sounded defensive, but Mikey was easygoing, charming, thoughtful, and organized, always knew the right thing to say. This was why he was good at the business side of the winery. I preferred plants rather than dealing with unruly customers. "Can you give me a hint?" I asked. "Is it girl trouble? IBS? Seasonal depression? What's going on?" I leaned in to stage whisper, "Chlamydia?"
Jesus Christ.
He gave a strangled laugh and stood up.
Don't be so dramatic, Mags. You don't need to worry. Everything is fine.
Okay. Pushing to my feet, I shoved his shoulder affectionately. You can talk to me, you know.
I know, and this isn't a big deal.
If you say so. I'm headed outside. Call me if you need me.
Sounds good.
Movement near the hallway caught my eye. A few men were striding into the tasting room, each dressed in an expensive overcoat, black leather gloves on his hands. They looked around suspiciously. Were these Secret Service agents? Just then they stepped aside, parting, and a tall, handsome man appeared. Wait a fucking minute. I knew this man, had kissed every inch of this man's body, had let him kiss every inch of me in return. My stomach dropped to my toes. What the hell? Vito was here. Why? This made no sense. Why would my random casino hookup come to my winery? I hadn't told him my last name or that I worked here. Was he stalking me? It wouldn't be the first time, unfortunately. A few former hookups had tracked me down, eager for another round and trying to break my firm no repeats rule. Not cool, Vito. I stepped forward, ready for battle. What are you doing here? Mikey and I both asked at the same time. Then we looked over at each other, surprised.
Wait, how do you know him?
Mikey whispered. How do you know him? I shot back. We both regarded our visitor once more. Sharp blue eyes bored into my soul from across the room. I thought for a second that Vito looked surprised, but I couldn't be sure. His face remained an inscrutable mask of indifference. How did you find me? I called out as I took a step forward. I received no answer. Instead, Vito slowly turned his attention to my brother.
Signore Fiorentino, you have been avoiding my calls.
Hold on now. Vito had been trying to call Mikey? What the fuck was happening? Brain spinning, I held up my palms. Wait a minute. How do you two know each other?
Go outside, Mags,
my brother said quietly.
Let me handle this.
No way. I didn't know if Vito had followed me here or why he was calling my brother, but I was going to find out. Vito's long legs started toward us. His brown hair was tamed with product at the moment, but I remembered how thick and lush it felt on my fingertips, how I'd grabbed a fistful of it as he ate me out with abandon. God, that man's mouth. And coupled with his enthusiasm, off the fucking charts. The night we met, he was wearing jeans and a sweater. Nothing fancy. Now he wore a very impressive dark blue suit under his long black overcoat, as well as leather gloves. The outfit, along with his cool exterior, gave off a don't fuck with me vibe, and I liked it. Really liked it. But I didn't want to have this conversation in front of the employees, or worse, in front of my brother. I darted forward and caught Vito halfway across the room. Hey! I stopped directly in his path. Halting, he stared down at me. Softly, I said, Look, I'm not sure what you're doing here, but maybe we could go speak privately in one of the other rooms.
Ciao, Maggie.
His voice was so very deep, laced with the lyrical quality of the Italian cadence. I remembered him whispering all sorts of Italian words in my ear the other night. I didn't understand most of it, but who cared? It was hot as hell. Ciao yourself. I took his arm. Come with me. He didn't budge, even when I tugged.
I am not here to see you.
I don't understand. I peeked behind him and caught the men in his group watching us carefully. They seemed wary, attentive, borderline scary. What do you want with my brother?
Maggie?
My brother was right behind me, his expression pleading.
Give us a minute, please.
No way was I leaving, not until I had answers. Let's go to the office. Right now. Both of you. Mikey looked a second away from passing out, so I took his arm and began towing him toward the office. I saw one of Vito's friends step forward, but Vito held up his hand and said a few words in Italian. Then he trailed after us. "We'll be right back," I said to the men standing around as we passed. "Have a glass of wine while you wait." We all went into the hallway. Mikey's office door was open, so I nudged my brother through. When Vito was inside, I closed the door behind me. Mikey crossed to the other side of the room and raked his hands through his hair, while Vito leaned against the wall, casual as could be. "Okay," I said, pressing my palms together. "Vito, what's going on? Are you here to see me again, or are you here to see my brother? Either way, why?"
Did you two hook up?
Mikey rounded on me, his eyebrows lifted high. "Yes, not that it's any of your business. Now tell me how you know Vito."
May I speak?
Vito's smooth voice cut through the room, commanding attention, and Mikey paled. I faced Vito. "Please, because I would really love some answers." Vito slipped his hands into his trouser pockets.
Your brother and I played poker on Sunday night.
Oh, my body relaxed. This wasn't about me, thank God.
And you guys became buddies or something? Not quite.
Vito paused, his cool gaze flicking between Mikey and me.
The game went on for hours. Your brother lost.
This was weird. My brother liked to bet on games through the sports betting apps, but he wasn't a serious gambler. Did the casino lure him into a game? It wouldn't matter because we didn't have any money. The winery was barely in the black, and my parents hadn't left us much when they died. What had my brother gambled with? His good looks? I was about to make the joke aloud, but the words died on my tongue. The somber mood in the room, combined with Mikey's silence, told me something was wrong. Terribly, terribly wrong. I swallowed. "How much did you lose, Mikey?"
Maggie, God.
He rubbed his face with both hands.
You don't understand. I had a straight flush. Do you know how hard it is to beat a straight flush? It's almost impossible. But not impossible,
Vito said. Wait. I clasped my fingers together and prayed for patience. So you lost, I glanced at Vito, to you. Vito inclined his head once.
I also had a straight flush, queen high.
The pieces began to fall into place. Mikey's weird mood, casino, poker, bodyguards. So what, you came here to collect?
In a way.
Vito paused.
Would you like to finish the rest, Michael?
The skin of my brother's neck turned a dull red, and I could see sweat forming at his hairline. I had a terrible premonition in the pit of my stomach. I edged closer to my brother and lowered my voice. Mikey, tell me, how much did you lose? His eyes were wild, panic etched in the lines of his 26-year-old face.
I didn't mean to, I swear. How much?
He opened his mouth once, then closed it. His whole body trembled, so I grabbed his shoulders. How much? I snapped.
All of it,
he blurted.
Everything. I bet everything we have and then some.
Suddenly, it felt as if a boulder pressed down on my chest.
What does that mean?
I wheezed.
All of what?
Mikey's eyes welled up, moisture pooling on his lashes, and he shook his head.
I can't say it. What he is trying to tell you,
Vito interjected evenly,
is that he has lost your winery. To me.
Chapter 2. 10 days ago. Vito. Hudson Casino and Resort. Hudson Valley, New York. I'm tired of waiting for you to notice me. At the strange voice, I glanced up from my phone. A young woman, early 20s, was now perched on the bar stool next to mine. I beg your pardon, signorina? She nudged a glass full of amber liquid forward with her fingers.
I bought you a drink because I'm tired of waiting for you to notice me.
I had to admit, as opening lines went, it was pretty good. Forgive me. I was working. I lifted my mobile as if to prove it. But that is a terrible excuse for ignoring a beautiful woman. And she was beautiful. Shorter hair than I usually liked, but it was cut in a style that fell to her shoulders and flattered her face. She had big brownish-green eyes and long eyelashes. Full lips. She wore a jumpsuit with a haltered top that crisscrossed her small tits and showed off her long limbs.
Done with your inspection?
She asked before sipping her cocktail. It's only fair, as you were inspecting me earlier.
True. So what do you think? Do you want the drink?
I finished the remnants of my whiskey and passed the empty glass back to the bar. The bartender, who knew me, gave me a surreptitious nod to let me know the drink was safe. I had a long list of enemies, even here outside my territory. I lifted a fresh glass, courtesy of my new friend. Grazie. I took a sip. The flavor was different from my drink. Better. Much better. What is this?
Do you like it?
I do.
That is a handcrafted bourbon whiskey from New Orleans, aged in charred white oak barrels. It has notes of jam and caramel, as well as pepper. My favorite part is that they finish aging it in a port cask.
She tilted her head toward my empty glass.
What you were drinking was mass-produced shit.
Resting an elbow on the bar, I angled toward her slightly. How does a girl like you know so much about bourbon?
Oh, you'd be surprised what I know. Capiche?
Clearly not my language, judging by your pronunciation. She laughed, not offended in the least. I enjoyed the way her eyes sparkled, the little lines that bracketed her mouth when she smiled.
I only know the important Italian words. Barolo, Chianti, Valpolicella, Barbaresco, Prosecco.
Okay. I felt a grin tug at the edges of my mouth. Unusual, but not unwelcome. You like our wines.
And I like your men.
Direct. I admired it. I hadn't been looking for a woman to take upstairs tonight. Usually I came to the casino to work, not play. I had an ownership stake here, along with Luca Benetti, and I came here often to check up on my investment. An hour ago, I sent my guards to bed and stopped in one of the bars for a quick drink. I'd intended to catch up on work, then go up to my room. But maybe my plans could change. I could already see how the rest of the evening would go, talking, flirting, another drink. She'd move closer, perhaps brush my arm or my leg. I would let my gaze linger on her mouth. Perhaps she'd take a shallow breath, her pulse racing at the base of her neck. Then she'd lick her lips. I'd suggest going somewhere private to talk. She'd follow me to my suite. I deepened my voice and let my accent thicken. This is a coincidence, because I like American women.
That is a coincidence.
She stuck out her hand.
I'm Maggie.
Vito. We shook, her grip firm and strong. I could tell she worked with her hands. No long painted fingernails, and her skin was slightly rough. I didn't mind it. I sometimes worked with my hands, too. I sipped the bourbon again. Nice. Maybe I could take a bottle back to Toronto. And what are you drinking? I asked, pointing to her cocktail glass.
It's a Greyhound. Grapefruit juice and vodka.
She put her mouth to her glass, drank, then licked her lips.
Now if the rim had salt, then it would be a salty dog.
Again, I was impressed.
Are you a bartender? Not unless you count bartending at my friend's wedding last year.
We stared at each other for a beat.
Are you in town for work or fun?
Both. I didn't offer more. The topic of my work was off limits. In fact, when it came to hookups, I found it better to say as little as possible. I couldn't very well say that I ran a criminal syndicate in Toronto. Even at 35, I had no intention of ever bringing a woman into my world. Too risky. A simple wedding ring when I wore it discouraged any of my partners from getting long-term ideas. Unfortunately, the ring wasn't doing me any good at the moment, sitting upstairs in my room. Lucky for me, this girl didn't seem interested in anything more than a casual fuck, which suited me perfectly.
"Well, I'm here for fun," she declared. "It's been a stressful year, and I decided to treat myself this weekend."
"And how have you been treating yourself?"
"First, the spa, which was heavenly. I spent a fortune there this morning, but it was totally worth it. Then a new haircut." She flipped the ends of her hair. "What do you think?"
"Looks nice."
"Thanks. I think so too." I hung around the indoor pool, did some shopping, stuffed myself at the buffet. Oh, and Giovanni's restaurant was... She kissed her fingertips. Perfection.
The talented Italian chef, along with his business partner, Valentina Benetti, had opened a restaurant inside the casino resort. It was similar to their trattoria in Paesano, but more accessible for large crowds.
"This sounds like a very nice day. And night, hopefully."
Her eyes didn't leave mine as she drank from her glass. "To tonight, Bella." I lifted my glass to touch hers. An hour later, I was fumbling with my room card as Maggie nipped the side of my throat. We started kissing in the elevator and hadn't stopped. I wasn't usually so greedy for a woman, but everything about Maggie was a fucking turn-on. I couldn't wait to get my dick inside her. Fuck. The light on the door remained red, despite my efforts to unlock it.
"Here, let me."
She plucked the card from my hand, waved it in front of the sensor, and the light turned green. Then she handed the card back to me and pushed on the handle.
"Magic touch."
I grabbed her ass and lifted her off the floor, carrying her with one arm into the room. She wrapped her legs around my waist, laughing as her mouth met mine again. She tasted like grapefruit and confidence, a sexy combination. I pushed her up against the wall of the entryway and deepened the kiss, using my tongue to lick inside her mouth the way I planned to lick her pussy in a few minutes. Her nails dug into my scalp and she kissed me back just as urgently. Her hips rocked against mine, her warm center sliding over my erection. Cazzo madre di Dio. This was happening too fast. "Wait," I said, resting my forehead on her temple. "There's no rush."
"Your dick says otherwise,"
she said with another slow roll of her pussy over my cock. I sucked in a breath and struggled to think. Carefully, I set her feet on the ground and began kissing her throat. I licked the length of her collarbone. "I'm going to fuck you all night, Bella. I will wear you out, te lo prometto."
"What does that mean?"
she asked through labored breaths. "I promise you."
"God, your accent. It's fucking sexy."
I hummed in my chest. "Are you wet for me?"
"So wet. Jesus, Vito, I'm dying already."
"I want to eat you out. Where do you want your first orgasm?"
Let's see."
Opening her eyes, she took in the suite.
"Holy shit. Is this the best room in the resort?"
It was, actually. The penthouse suite wrapped around almost the entire top floor, overlooking the surrounding area. There were 2 living areas, a pantry, 3 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, and a library. But I wasn't focused on any of that at the moment. This woman had every bit of my attention. "Right here, I think," I said, cupping her breasts through the thin material. She wore no bra, and her nipples had been driving me crazy ever since she sat down and bought me a drink. I pinched them and she moaned, her head dropping against the wall. "Take off your clothes."
"Okay."
Her hands went behind her neck and she pulled on the bow, keeping her top secure. I dragged my sweater over my head and toed off my dress shoes. When I was bare-chested, she gave my torso a thorough examination.
"Someone works out."
My line of work demanded strength, endurance, a limitless reserve of energy when violence was needed. But I didn't say any of that. I unbuckled my belt, then unzipped my trousers and took them off, along with my socks. I stood in just my black briefs.
"Wowza,"
she said, her gaze traveling the length of my body, pausing on my crotch.
"I'm not usually this lucky when I visit the casino."
"Andiamo. Let's go." I gestured to her hands. Your pussy needs to smother my face in the next 5 seconds.
Okay, bossy.
Maggie shoved her top to her hips, revealing a perfect pair of tits, then reached behind her to unzip the bottom half. I brushed her nipples with my knuckles as she worked the pants off past her ankles. Without her heels, she came up to my chin, which was still taller than most women. I drew back to see her. Cristo. She wasn't wearing panties. Fuck me. This woman was a constant surprise. Her pubic hair was neatly trimmed to reveal her pussy lips, and my mouth watered. I dropped to my knees right there on the marble entry floor and put my face right up against her skin. The smell of her filled my head. Perfecto. My cock twitched, dying to join in, but I needed to taste her first. Lifting her leg over my shoulder, I swiped my tongue through her slit, letting all that delicious slick coat my tongue.
Wow, you weren't kidding.
She put a hand on the top of my head.
You really want to do this first.
First and last and during, I murmured, then licked her again. Dio, that's good. I began working her clit with my tongue, learning what she liked, what made her gasp, what caused her fingers to tighten in my hair. The pressure, the speed, a little suction. Eating a woman's pussy was like solving a puzzle, finding the right balance to make her come. And I had infinite patience for the task.
Fingers,
she gasped, rocking her hips, begging me for more. I slipped 2 fingers inside her, the walls of her cunt so hot and so tense I nearly lost my rhythm. My cock was going to love being in there. Maggie's thighs began trembling.
Oh God, yes, right there, please, don't stop.
I kept at it until she tightened all around me. Then her body convulsed, her pussy clutching my fingers, as her moans echoed. Power surged through my veins, and my cock throbbed in time with my heartbeat. The skin stretched so tight it was painful. When she came down, I eased off slightly and nuzzled her swollen clit, savoring the experience.
That was amazing,
she said, almost slurring her words.
I usually can't come from this.
I glanced up, surprised. How do you normally come?
With a vibrator?
I couldn't tell if she was joking or not. With a partner?
Yes.
And yet you didn't need one with me. I put my hands on her hips and pushed to my feet. I made you come in about 3 minutes.
Calm down, no one likes a bragger.
A bragger? We would see about that. I stepped in until our bodies were almost touching. Where do you want to get fucked? She wrapped her arms around my shoulders and bit my earlobe.
Against the windows, Vito. Let everyone watch us.
Then she slid her hands down my chest into my briefs, which she pushed off my hips.
Think of how jealous they'll be.
Fuck. I felt feverish, ready to crawl out of my skin. How did she know exactly what to say to twist me up? Lifting her, I carried her to the huge windows. You want to put on a show, Bella?
God, yes. Hurry, Vito.
The glass might be cold.
I don't care.
I put her back against the windows and covered her mouth with mine. If she was cold, I couldn't tell. She kissed me back every bit as forcefully, her lips just as eager, her tongue just as rough. She rubbed her core along my length, seeking. I grabbed my shaft and lined up, ready to drive inside. When the heat penetrated my tip, I realized what was happening. I froze. What the fuck was wrong with me? Merda. I forgot a condom.
Oh, shit. I forgot too. Do you have any?
Hold on. How could I have been so careless, so reckless? It hadn't happened before. Dragging a hand through my hair, I strode into my bedroom, then in the adjoining bath. I only had 3 condoms with me, and I planned to use up all of them tonight with Maggie. I rolled the latex on as I walked back to the main room and found her resting against the glass, her fingers boldly strumming between her legs as she watched me. I nearly stumbled. Madre de Dio. That was sexy. Keep going, I said as I approached. Turn around and let them watch you. She hesitated, her lower lip disappearing between her teeth. Wouldn't you rather watch me? I plan to watch in the reflection as I fuck you from behind. I motioned with my hand. Turn, Bella. Stick out your ass. Slowly she turned to face the glass, bracing herself with one palm while the other hand continued to work her clit. I took in her long legs and tight ass, the curve of her lower back, and I was on her in a flash. Grabbing her hip, I put the head of my cock at her entrance and paused. Ready? God, yes. I slipped in, the snug tissues gripping my cock like a fist. So hot, so tight. I muttered some curse words and rocked my hips, dying to bury myself to the hilt. Maggie helped by tilting her pelvis and pushing back to help me get all the way inside, and soon our bodies were joined. I smoothed a palm down the ridges of her spine, feeling her soft skin, while I struggled to keep myself from coming right there. Cazzo, Bella, you feel so fucking good. So big, she murmured. God, you're thick. I can't. You have to start moving. I eased out a fraction, then slid back in. Maggie whimpered, and so I did it again. I wanted to give us both time to adjust, but she wasn't having it. Putting both hands on the glass, she looked over her shoulder at me. Come on, fuck me hard, Vito. I want to feel it tomorrow. I lost my ability to think at that point. Like my brain blacked out and I became a machine, my hips working as my cock pounded into her again and again. The glass reflected her gorgeous face, her expression slack with pleasure, her eyes fluttering, and I couldn't look away. She tossed her hair and let out these seductive moans that drove me crazy. Sensation washed over me, the pleasure tightening inside my groin, and her body jolted with each punch of my hips. Sweat rolled down my temples, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. My balls slapped against her, the air turning humid around us, and I could still smell her pussy on my face. I didn't know how much longer I could last. Your clit, I managed through clenched teeth. Make yourself come. Now. She rested her forearm on the glass and moved her free hand between her legs. The result was almost instant. Her walls clamped down on my dick and she threw her head back. Oh, God! Yes! Shit! It was too much for me. The rush started in my toes, raced along my thighs, my balls, then out the head of my dick. I shouted to the ceiling, my hips stuttering as the orgasm ripped through me, cum pulsing into the latex, on and on until I could barely stand. When it was finally done, I sagged against her back. I couldn't remember the last time I came this hard. Cristo Santo. I was still trembling, for fuck's sake. I groaned as I slowly pulled out, holding on to the condom. Her pussy was swollen and wet, and I wished I could have seen my cum dribbling out of it. Holy shit. Panting, she turned around and slumped against the window. That was unreal. There were tissues on a nearby table, so I forced my legs to carry me over to deal with the condom. Once I was cleaned up, I dropped into an armchair, closed my eyes, and tried to catch my breath. Mind if I grab water? She asked. I waved my hand absently. Help yourself. I heard her walk to the minibar and open it. The door closed. Ooh, candy, may I? How could she think of food right now? Of course. When I peeled my eyes open, she was approaching me with a bottle of water. Grazie, I said, taking it from her hand and unscrewing the cap. She slipped a few round-colored pieces of candy in her mouth. Well, thanks for this, I had fun. I'm just going to use the bathroom and then head out. My mouth full of water almost went down the wrong pipe. I swallowed and frowned at her. You're not leaving yet. Her brows pinched together in adorable confusion. Vito, I came twice. You came. It was amazing, and now it's done. Did you not hear me say that I plan to fuck you all night? Bella, We've only just begun. Really? She popped another piece of candy between her lips as her eyes did a very slow sweep of my body. My dick stirred to life under her thoughtful brown stare. Because you look pretty worn out. I pushed out of the chair and hoisted her up over my shoulder in one smooth move. She squeaked, and a brown bag dropped to the carpet. My candy! Don't worry, I said as I carried her to the bedroom. I'll find something else to put in your mouth. Chapter 3. Now. Vito. Fiorentino Winery, New York. I watched the brother's face flush with embarrassment, his mouth unable to form the words. Delivering bad news was a specialty of mine, so I decided to take matters into my own hands. What he is trying to tell you, I told her calmly, is that he has lost your winery. To me. I watched her struggle with that information, comprehension slow to dawn on her face. I could wait. Patience was also a specialty of mine. It also gave me time to wrap myself around her presence at the winery. Have a plan, then have a backup plan. It was how I functioned, how I survived, but this, her being here, hadn't been part of either plan. I like women a lot, but unwanted attachments and expectations were not ideal for men in my world. I learned that as a teen when I fell for the wrong woman. Now I did everything possible to avoid repeat performances. Except Maggie was here, in my new winery. If her shock wasn't completely genuine, I might have suspected she and her brother had dreamed up this scheme to trap me. But she hadn't known. I'm very good at reading people, and her surprise was 100% real. As if to prove my point, she balled up her fist and punched her brother in the stomach. Michael doubled over, holding himself as he groaned. Maggie whirled toward me. She was no longer stunned. She was furious and beautiful. I shouldn't have noticed, especially now, but it was unavoidable. She was a fantastic lay, one of the best I've ever had, and I liked the t-shirt and jeans she now wore, showing a woman comfortable in her own skin. It reminded me of her confidence that night, how she wasn't afraid to ask for exactly what she wanted. Fuck me hard, Vito. I want to feel it tomorrow. But there was no lust in her expression now. Instead, she was taut as a wire, her eyes snapping green fire. A tiny dragon ready to eat her enemy, me, alive. You can't have it. I remained cool, logical. There was no place for emotion when it came to business. I'm afraid it doesn't work like that, Signorina. I don't give a shit how it works, Signore. I'm telling you that you can't have our winery. Normally I wouldn't explain myself, but after our night together, I figured Maggie deserved an explanation. Fair is fair, no? I put my money into the pot, and your brother put his and my money in the pot. He lost. Therefore, everything in the pot is now mine. No, it's not, and nothing about this is fair. I sighed. I had hoped this would go smoother. I assure you, the game was fair. It is not my fault that your brother wagered an amount he couldn't afford to lose. I shrugged. But he did. We'll give you money, she said. We'll pay the debt. Maggie, Michael's voice sounded tired. You know we can't. How much? Her head swiveled between us. We might be able to raise it. Trust me, her brother said. We can't. The grand total he owed me was $450,000. But it didn't matter. I didn't want the cash. I wanted the winery. Back home in Toronto, I was branching out into real estate. It helped to hide and launder money, and was a good investment for the future. Also, I liked the idea of owning a winery. Fausto Ravanzani was one of the most powerful men in Europe, and he owned a vineyard in Siderno, with Ravanzani wines known the world over. That could be me one day. This makes no sense. Maggie put her palms out and took a few deep breaths. This winery is valued at millions of dollars.
Mikey, there's no way you lost that much in a poker game. You don't understand, he said. My hand was so good. How much did you put into the pot? I lost what I brought with me. Then I borrowed some money to keep playing. God, Mikey, that is the first rule of gambling. You leave when you can't afford to lose any more. He borrowed $200,000. I interjected. The volume of her voice rocketed skyward. 200,000, Mikey! But I was winning it back, he said. Then I went all in on that last hand. I thought I'd be able to help us make improvements around here. I was doing this for us, for the winery. Okay, she rubbed her forehead. Let me think. So we just need to pay Vito $200,000 and whatever you lost in that last hand. $250,000. Calmly, I folded my arms. Plus interest for every day you don't pay. Can you pay me $450,000 in cash today? No, of course not. Then I'll take the winery. You can't take the winery, she snapped. That isn't how this works. This was growing tedious. It was the time for the truth. When you approached me in the casino bar, I purposely did not tell you my last name. It tends to have an effect on people. She interrupted, not letting me finish. I didn't tell you my last name either. It doesn't matter. It does matter, Bella. Because it's clear you think I am someone to be manipulated. Someone to be cheated. I promise you that I am not. I paused. My name is Vito D'Agostino. Does that mean anything to you? No? What if I tell you that I am a partner with Luca Benetti in that casino? He and I are associates of a certain kind. Motherfucker, she muttered, her mouth twisting in disgust. You're a mobster. I didn't care for the term. It sounded cartoonish. I am the head of a family in Toronto, yes. My God, I'm an idiot. She stared down at her shoes for a beat, then lifted her head. Putting my bad taste in men aside, did this poker game have anything to do with our night together? You know, some sort of revenge because I left before you woke up? I hadn't minded that, actually. Not saying goodbye ensured my encounters remained less messy. I wasn't aware that the two of you were related until 5 minutes ago. I don't know whether that makes me feel better or worse. She bit her lip and studied me. Vito, look. I know you're a Mafia don and all, but we had fun, right? And you were sweet. I'm begging you, pleading with you from the bottom of my heart, please, let this go. This place is everything to us, please. Let us repay the debt over time, and you go back to Toronto. I admit I felt a twinge of something in my chest. Softness, fond memories of our night together. But I wasn't running a charity. I pushed aside any hint of feeling. Flatly, I told her, I'm taking a principal stake in the winery. You need to accept it. And I checked its value before coming here today. It's not valued at millions, not any longer. What I'm offering you is a fair deal. In fact, your only deal. Come on, she continued. I understand you're trying to make a point to my brother, but this winery has belonged to the Fiorentino family for 3 generations. It's ours. I was tired of arguing with her. I owned the majority of the winery, period. There was no doubt about it, and I wasn't giving it back. Michael, you'll have the paperwork prepared. 60%. 60? Maggie cried. No way, 10 max. Smothering a sigh, I walked over to where she stood. She didn't retreat a single step, which was both foolish and impressive. Instead, she sliced me to ribbons with her eyes. Again, foolish. I didn't mind bold women with a bit of attitude, but not when it interfered with my plans. I loomed over her and pushed a few loose strands of dark hair behind her ear. Maggie, this is not a negotiation. You do not want to test me. Capisce? This is my vineyard, her voice wavered, giving away her doubts, her fear. Our vineyard. You're not taking it, Vito. I already have.
so accept it. I can't. I rolled my lips together, prayed for calm. Enzo was the hot-tempered, violent one in the family. I was cool and thoughtful, able to see a problem from all sides. But this girl was testing my patience. Ask around, I told her. Look into me and my family. You will learn a D'Agostino is not to be fucked with. And when I don't get what I want, people get hurt. You're threatening me. Maybe I'm threatening your brother. She paled, the implication working, just as I knew it would. Maggie obviously cared about her family, their legacy, and I could use that against her. The Agostinos were conditioned to prey on weakness. It was one of the first lessons my father taught me. "Maggie, please," her brother said. "You're making it worse." She whirled on him, her shoulders stiff and angry. "Oh, I'm making it worse? You lost our winery, Mikey. Granddad started this place in 1963 and you lost it in a game of poker. Sorry if I'm not willing to accept it. We don't have a choice. Do you think I'm happy about this? I love this place as much as you do, but I fucked up." I stroked my jaw. This was tedious and I had better things to do. "I expect to sign the paperwork tomorrow." Maggie turned toward me, defiance etched in her expression. Then her gaze locked in on my hand, and her complexion went as white as flour. Her mouth fell open. "You're married?" Ah, the meaningless piece of silver that had become a habit. Before I could confirm or deny my marital status, her fist connected with my stomach, hard. Pain exploded in my middle and I doubled over. Madre de Dio, she punched me. "You cheating piece of shit!" she yelled. "Oh my God," I heard her brother say as I struggled to catch my breath. My body grew hot, like a match had been set to my blood, every part of me aflame. Very slowly I straightened to my full height, violence rising under the surface of my skin. I would never hit a woman. I wasn't my father, after all. But I couldn't remember the last time I was this angry. Before I could decide what to do or say, Michael began shoving Maggie toward the door. "I'll get that paperwork, Mr. D'Agostino," he blurted as they passed me. "No problem at all." 70%, I said crisply. "Fuck that!" Maggie struggled against her brother's hold. "I'm not giving that asshole a goddamn thing!" "Shut up!" Michael ordered, and kept going. Then the door slammed shut, and I could hear them arguing in the hall as they walked away. A deep breath later, and my mind cleared. Unlike my brothers, I wasn't one to easily lose my cool. And even when I did, it didn't last long. I preferred using my brain to my fists. Rubbing my stomach, I stared at the door. Maggie had a hell of a right hook. She was tough, this woman. Also soft and funny, and fantastic in bed. I hadn't realized there were so many facets to Maggie, but I liked them all. If I ever broke my no-repeat rule, it could easily be with her. But I wouldn't. Besides, she thought I was married. This was for the best.
Maggie. Grinding my teeth, I jabbed the shovel into the wheelbarrow of mulch. Then I lifted the shovel and spread mulch over the vine roots, trying to be careful despite my fury. My babies didn't deserve my anger. A day after receiving the worst news of my life, I was still trying to wrap my head around it. How could Mikey do this to me? To the winery? To our staff? God, this staff. How were we supposed to explain this to the 18 winery employees? "Oh, no big deal. One of the owners is an idiot and we've been taken over by a mob boss." And Vito was fucking married? That dick. He'd broken his marriage vows and turned me into a homewrecker. The other woman, a mistress, something I'd swore I'd never become. What a scumbag. I shook myself. You're focusing on the wrong thing. That scumbag now had a majority interest in our winery, which was all that mattered. Mikey had arranged everything yesterday. calling our lawyer and asking him to draw up paperwork that would hand 70% of the winery over to that Italian maniac. Vito was probably signing the papers at this very moment. I couldn't stand to watch. This was Mikey's mess, so let him deal with Vito. I'd rather be outside with the plants anyway. And when I was ready to have a civil conversation with my brother, it was forcing him to go to Gamblers Anonymous. Because this was bullshit. I'd lost everything because my brother had an addiction. Blowing out a white cloud of breath in the cold, I put down the shovel. Then I got down on my hands and knees to evenly spread the mulch. I had to find a way to get rid of Vito, to buy the winery back. He lived in Toronto, so why in the hell would he want a business here? And it wasn't like our winery was profitable. Vineyards were unpredictable, the grapes fickle little bitches. One year was up, the next down. As far as investments went, this was a bad one. Last night, I considered reaching out to Val and Luca. My best friend's husband was also a mob boss, and he loved Val. Better yet, he definitely had the money and influence to get rid of Vito. Except Val and Luca were in Italy on their long-postponed honeymoon. What kind of shitty, selfish friend messaged a honeymooning couple to complain about their problems? It's not just a problem. This is the winery. This place was my entire life. Still, I couldn't do it. If I convinced Luca to loan me the money to get rid of Vito, then I would owe Luca, and therefore Val, a huge chunk of cash. And that was weird. Borrowing money from a friend always ruined the relationship. Especially true in this case, because I didn't think we'd ever be able to pay back such a large amount. I'd still be owned by the mob, just a different mobster. God, I wanted to strangle my brother. Our parents were surely spinning in their graves right now.
Allora, here you are.
At the deep Italian baritone, I sat on my heels and dusted off my hands. Vito D'Agostino stood a few feet from me, once again in his fancy black overcoat. The devil wore Prada, indeed. My baseball hat blocked most of the winter glare, but I still had to squint up at him. What do you want, Vito? I'm a little busy.
Merely wondering why you weren't present to sign the paperwork.
To see him gloat? To let him witness my heartbreak? No thanks. You might want to learn a little bit about your new investment, boss. You see, this is a working winery. My job is to ensure that we actually grow grapes to produce into wine. Get it? He cocked his head thoughtfully and regarded me, his expression revealing nothing.
Is this going to be a problem?
I couldn't tolerate another second of kneeling at this man's feet, so I stood up. You having majority ownership of my winery? Yes, it's going to be a very big problem. A huge problem. So why don't you hurry back to Toronto and let me do my job?
I know this is a blow to your pride.
I made a choking noise in my throat, yet he ignored me.
But are you too stubborn to see how this might benefit you?
Benefit me? I've lost almost everything. I folded my arms. How does that benefit me, exactly? Vito reached into his overcoat pocket, and my blood went colder than the air around us. I took a step back and glanced around for help. Was this it? Was he going to kill me?
Calm down,
he said, then presented a pack of cigarettes in his gloved hand. You smoke? I hadn't smelled any smoke on him the night we were together. There hadn't been any cigarettes around, either.
Not in the casino, obviously.
He opened the pack and fished out a cigarette. The shock wore off, and I snapped, "Do not smoke around my vines." His eyebrows lowered.
Why not? We're outside.
It can taint the plants, Jesus! He sighed and put the cigarettes away.
Maggie, think. You yourself said the winery wasn't profitable. Consider me an investor. I want to upgrade things here and make us all a lot of money.
He made it sound so easy, so tempting. Are you telling me this money comes without strings?
What strings?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking. Gloved fingers rubbed across his jaw.
I haven't given it much thought.
I didn't care for the way he rubbed his face, like he was contemplating delivering bad news. Really? Because you seem the type who would definitely give it thought. He stared at the ground, but I could see his lips twitch. Was he fighting a smile?
Di, you are right, he said. I plan to rename the winery after my family.
Absolutely not. No fucking way. When he met my gaze, there was no yield, no warmth in his deep blue irises. The sexy, playful man from our night together was nowhere to be found. He regarded me like a nuisance, not a woman he'd made come 7 times.
You have no choice. It has already been put into the contract.
My stomach twisted painfully. This couldn't be true. Too furious and hurt, I hadn't stopped to read the contract, just scribbled my name and escaped outside. You can't change the name. We've spent more than 60 years building up the Fiorentino brand.
A brand that you said yourself is failing.
It doesn't matter. People know our name and recognize our wines.
They will come to recognize my name as well. It just takes time.
Why are you doing this? I lifted my arms and let them fall to my sides, helpless. I don't get it. Racketeering and blackmailing not paying well enough up north? Something twitched in his expression, a tiny crack in his exterior, but was gone as he stepped closer. I couldn't retreat without trampling the vines, so I remained perfectly still. The edges of his open overcoat brushed my thighs as he leaned in.
Those things pay very well, actually. But this is not all I do up north. Would you like a comprehensive list?
I didn't need it. I could guess, based on what I knew of Luca Benetti. Drugs, fraud, probably murder. I swallowed. You're going to use my winery to launder money, aren't you? A gloved finger slid across my jaw, and his voice turned seductive, more like the man from the casino.
I don't know, Bella. Am I?
A shiver went through me, one that I blamed on the cold temperatures. Go back to Toronto, Vito. Leave the winery alone. He hummed deep in his chest as his finger gently traced the side of my throat.
You know, I think I will stick around a while. Ensure my investment is used wisely.
I shoved his hand away. And what will your wife think of all this? Isn't she wondering where you are by now?
You think all wives are attached to their husbands?
His hand fell, and he put distance between us.
See you around, Maggie.
I watched him walk away, his broad shoulders filling out the sleek overcoat, designer shoes crunching on the cold ground. I felt so powerless, so furious. This man was ruining my life. Without thinking, I picked up a frozen clod of leaves and dirt. Then I drew back my arm and threw the clump as hard as I could. The dirt ball hit him right between the shoulder blades, and brown dust exploded on his precious coat. He paused, then peered over his shoulder.
Did you throw dirt at me?
Whoops. It slept. I expected fury, but he gave me a half grin as he continued down the row of vines.
You continue to surprise me, Maggie.
He was amused? None of this was funny. Go back to Toronto. No one wants you here. He didn't respond, just kept walking toward the middle of the vineyards, where the path led back to the main buildings. As he passed, he nodded at the other employees, members of my team who cared for the vines during the winter. No doubt everyone was wondering who this man was, why he was here. Had Mikey told the staff? That was his responsibility because I certainly wasn't making the announcement. Hey everyone, my brother lost a shit ton of money at poker to a Toronto mobster, and the mob is taking the winery in exchange. Isn't that great? Tears stung my eyes, so I grabbed my shovel and attacked the pile of mulch. God damn it! I loved this place, and I didn't want to lose it. I could still picture my father, guiding me around the property, explaining every tree, plant, and shrub. He taught me about the life cycle of the grape, how to care for the vines. I did the best I could after he died during my senior year of high school. I dedicated myself to the winery, working each day after school and on weekends. Holidays, summers, every spare moment I had. There hadn't been money or time for college. This winery was my life. And now Mikey and I owned only 30% of it. God, everything sucked. Wiping the moisture from my eyes, I dropped to my knees and spread mulch over the roots. Don't worry, guys, I told the plants. We'll figure something out.
Chapter 4. Vito. I hadn't expected to stay here. As far as I could tell, Paisano didn't have any nightlife, just one good restaurant and no hotel. The closest thing was a small bed and breakfast called Annie's, but was actually run by a man named Salvatore. Nothing here made fucking sense. I liked the clubs and restaurants in Toronto, the cafes and taverns. Having so many choices was the best part of living there. I also liked my own space, with my own bed. Not a lumpy piece of shit covered with an old quilt and surrounded by lace doilies. But it was clear I couldn't leave today. Not everyone here was on board with the new owner, so I needed to see things settled before I returned to Toronto, which meant I needed a new place to stay. As I walked into the winery's main tasting room, warmth enveloped me. I rolled my shoulders, glad to get out of the cold. How could anyone stand being outside in this weather? My Mediterranean blood wept when the temperature went below freezing. My 3 guards, Cesare, Gaetano, and Tommaso, were sitting at a table drinking wine. Che cazzo! I went over and frowned at them. Is this a party? All 3 rose, guilty expressions on their faces. They offered, Don D'Agostino, Gaetano said with a shrug. What were we supposed to do? You say no, Stronzo. I dropped a $50 bill on the table. Wait here, I need to find Michael. I went over to the bar where a young man was cleaning. I need to speak with Signore Fiorentino. Do you know where I might find him? Sure, hang on. The man picked up his phone and tapped. Mike, the guy you were meeting with earlier needs you. A pause. Okay, I'll tell him. He hung up and put his mobile on the bar. Mike will be right out. Would you like a glass of wine while you wait? I realized that I hadn't tasted my new investment yet. What would you recommend? What do you like? Wine produced in my own country, but I didn't say it. What is the best seller? Oh, that's probably our Cabernet Franc. I'll try that then. The bartender set a clean glass on the bar, then grabbed a bottle from behind him. Holding the base of the glass, he poured a tiny taste and slid the glass closer to me. Here, give it a taste. I lifted the glass by the stem and took a sip. Too dark, too strong, no subtlety. I was used to the finest wines in the world, and this was an assault on my taste buds. I placed the glass on the bar. No, not this. The bartender appeared confused. Would you like to try something else? A Chardonnay, Rosé, maybe white wine is more your speed? I've decided I'm not in the mood for wine, but I appreciate your help. I pulled another 50 from my money clip and placed it on the bar. Oh, that's not... I pushed the money closer. I insist. Well, thank you. That's very nice of you, sir. I nodded once. Then Michael was standing at the bar, his eyes rimmed red. Had he been crying? Leaning on the wood, I waited for him to join me. Was there something else you needed, Signore D'Agostino? He asked. I put my hand on his shoulder. I was about a decade older than him, so I felt qualified in offering advice. Michael, you cannot change the past. Pull yourself together and move forward. It's the best any of us can do when we find ourselves in new situations.
I know, it's just... Maggie is so fucking mad at me, and I have no idea how to tell the staff.
Maggie will come around. I spoke to her outside and told her what I told you. Think of me as an investor. We're going to make the winery better. Capisce? He nodded.
Okay.
I dropped my hand. I'll tell your staff. Organize a meeting tomorrow. We'll reassure them that their jobs are secure. He sagged, seemingly relieved. Had this been weighing on him? I had to spin this in a positive light. They were both practically kids, and this was a huge responsibility. They should both be thanking me for helping them. Michael, I will take some of the burden off your shoulders. You and Maggie are no longer doing this alone.
I know. It's all happening so fast.
Fast isn't necessarily bad. Now, I have a request. I gestured outside to the property. Are there guest houses or cottages on the estate? I would like to move out of the bed and breakfast.
I thought you'd be returning to Toronto.
He and his sister thought alike, apparently. I plan to, but not for a little bit. I'd like to stay here, smooth over the transition. A few weeks at most.
Okay. There are properties on the estate that we rent out to guests, like for weddings and events. Would you like me to show them to you?
If it's not too much trouble. And there must be more than one. My men need a place to stay as well.
Sure.
He rubbed the back of his neck.
I should warn you, though. Maggie really isn't going to like this.
I was counting on it. Something about fighting with her, about how she stood up to me, was both amusing and infuriating at once. I enjoyed needling her. This woman was much different than the confident seductress from the casino, and I was discovering that I could appreciate both very much. Minutes later, I was back out in the cold, walking with Michael on the grounds. He greeted the winery workers as we passed, saying their names and asking after their families. People liked Michael. It was clear in how they responded and interacted with him. I could see why he was the winery's front man and Maggie dealt with the plants. Do you mind if I smoke? I asked.
No, of course not.
I took out my cigarettes and lighter. Your sister had a different opinion.
Yeah, she would.
He pointed left when the path diverged.
She's very protective of the vines.
I could respect it. Lighting the cigarette, I took a long drag and let the smoke fill my lungs. I didn't often smoke, maybe 1 or 2 cigarettes a day at most. But for some reason I felt off-kilter, out of my element. I needed to relax.
Can I have one?
Michael said, gesturing to my pack as I started to put it away. Silently, I offered the cigarette and the lighter. The tip of the paper flared as Michael inhaled.
Man, that's good. I rarely get to smoke cigarettes.
He handed me the lighter. Why is that?
I work in a winery, dude. I can't have my taste buds dulled by tar and chemicals.
That made sense, I supposed. I started smoking when I was trapped on a yacht for a few years.
A few years? Holy shit!
I pulled in another lungful of smoke, held it, then exhaled.
It's a long story. Listen, Vito. About changing the name of the winery, I'm begging you not to do it. This place has history, my family, my grandfather. I mean, please. You can't do this.
As your investor and principal owner, I can, and will.
Fuck me,
he muttered, and took a long drag off his cigarette. His hands were shaking.
I've really ruined everything.
I thought he might start crying again. Michael, you're what? 25, 26. Your sister is 23. The odds that you two would be able to carry this place alone were astronomical. If I didn't take over, another investment group or winery would. It's the nature of the business world. Kill or be killed.
It wasn't that bad. We weren't making money, but we weren't much in the red either. Jesus fucking Christ.
He rubbed his eye with his fingers.
She's never going to speak to me again.
It will take time, but Maggie will accept this. Te lo prometto.
I don't know what that means.
It means I promise you. His shoulders drooped as he exhaled.
Let's keep going. I have to finish preparing for a dinner group coming in an hour. We came around the bend, and a 2-story cottage appeared. Vertical white siding ran along the outside, with giant windows overlooking the vineyards. A black slanted roof covered the top. There were 2 porches, one on the ground level and one off the 2nd floor. It wasn't a palace, but it was a hell of a lot nicer than the B&B. Michael walked up onto the lower porch and took out his keys. We built this place for the rental revenue, and it's done fairly well. It's not booked again until Valentine's Day, though. He unlocked the door and went in. I put out my cigarette and followed him inside. He pointed to the staircase. There are 2 bedrooms upstairs. Then we have 2 smaller cottages that are a 5-minute walk away. I checked out the interior. Small kitchen, living space. On the walls were snowshoes and fishing poles, plus a few wine-related paintings and a not-so-subtle attempt at decorating. At least the ceilings were high, and the light was nice. On the 2nd floor, I discovered 2 small bedrooms, each not much bigger than a stateroom on my brother's yacht. I knocked on the wall between the rooms. Hollow. I could knock this wall down and make 1 big bedroom. The main bathroom, which was nice, had a large walk-in shower and a skylight. At least this room didn't need changes. Michael was scrolling on his phone when I returned to the 1st floor. This is fine. I'll have my guards bring our things over today. Okay. You might want to stop by the market, too. I don't think there's any food in here. Thank you. We will. Incidentally, where do you and Signora Fiorentino live? I live upstairs in the main building, above the tasting room. Maggie wanted her own space, so she moved into my parents' old place. It's a small house on the other side of the main building, out toward the south end of the vineyard. Interesting. But, he bit off the rest of his sentence. Yes? Look, I know you 2 hooked up at the casino. I'm just hoping you aren't here for her. Like, I know you're married, but my sister is off limits. Not sure why, but I admitted the truth to her brother. I'm not married. His eyes opened wide. What? But you're wearing a ring. Are you a widower? Oh, God. I'm so sorry. I held up my hand to stop his ramblings. I've never been married. I wear this ring as a defense against women who might want marriage with me. Capisce? Ah, I get it. But you don't need to wear that for Maggie. She's as anti-relationship as they come. That made 2 of us. Good to know. But I don't plan to tell her the ring is fake, and I suggest you don't either. Why not? She won't care that you're single. The winery is all that matters to her, and I think it's safe to say you've blown any chance with her by signing that paperwork today. I'm not looking for a chance with her, but I also don't want to explain myself or my personal life. We should stick to strictly business. It will make it easier for all of us. Michael exhaled like he was relieved. Okay, sounds good. I clapped him on the back. Andiamo. I want to get my people settled, and you have a dinner party to manage. The next morning, desperate for a cappuccino, I took one of the guards and drove into town at daybreak. Even at home, I didn't sleep much. I had a difficult time shutting off my brain at night, and sleeping late proved impossible. This morning was worse. With unfamiliar surroundings and no curtains or blinds on the cottage windows, I woke up as soon as the purple wisps of dawn broke free. The house needed modifications, including an alarm system. I'd see to that today. Tommaso pulled the car into the lot of a cafe. The Leaning Tower of Pastries. Madre di Dio, these Americans. No respect for my country at all. Want me to go in for you? Tommaso asked. Not necessary. I'll bring you back something. Grazie, Don D'Agostino. He closed his eyes and rested his head against the seat. I didn't feel badly about him getting out of bed. My men worked for me, not the other way around. I exited the car and buttoned my overcoat as a feeble defense against the cold air. It helped only slightly. Thankfully, the cafe was empty, having opened only 5 minutes ago. A young woman behind the counter slid a tray of croissants into the display case. She had dark hair and a nose ring through one nostril. Good morning. How can I help you? Buongiorno, I said. May I have 4 cappuccinos, per favore? Sure. Small or large? Large. That'll just take a minute. Did you want anything to eat? Removing my gloves, I looked at the half-full display case. Do you have any rolls? Like cinnamon rolls? Christ, no. I'll take plain croissants and biscotti if you have it. We do. Over her shoulder, she called. Graham, shake a leg back there. Okay, keep your shirt on, a female voice said from somewhere. Wandering away from the counter, I took out my mobile and began checking messages. Several emails awaited from partners overseas, so I responded as necessary, quickly and efficiently. These were from my legitimate business interests. I didn't handle criminal activity electronically, except with a specially encrypted laptop back at the cottage. Enzo paid computer hackers a fortune to ensure all our equipment remained safe. Well, hello there. You're new to town, aren't you? I turned and saw a woman behind the counter, likely early 60s with short gray hair. She was carrying a tray of biscotti. Because I didn't like answering personal questions, I asked one of my own. I assume you are the owner. Oh, you're Italian. She moved behind the case and slid in the tray. That seems to be catching on around here. Meaning Benetti and his crew. I gave a bland smile. I've heard nice things about your town. You're staying at the B&B, right? It seemed word traveled quickly here. No doubt everyone would soon learn that I was now at the vineyard. Is there a place to purchase an espresso machine around here? Oh, honey, the older woman said. We bought ours in Albany a few years ago, but you're welcome to stop in here whenever you like. We have the best coffee in town. Another item on my list of things to buy. What about a decorator or a construction company? Do you have a local recommendation? She leaned against the counter. I don't think Salvatore will like you making changes to his B&B. Or are you buying a house out near the river, too? The young girl set 2 cups on the counter. Bending, she found a drink carrier below and secured my cappuccinos in it. Graham, you're asking too many questions. None of this is your business. I can't help the way I am, her grandmother was saying. But fine. Donna is the best and only decorator in Paisano. But her taste tends to run flashy, if you know what I'm saying. I'm thinking you're the opposite. I nodded once. This was definitely true. The young woman punched a few buttons on the register. Val hired a guy from the city, and they seemed happy with the results. You might ask her who she used. How many biscotti and croissants? 4 of each, per favore. And the contractor. Oh, everybody uses John, said the older woman. He's reasonable and fast. Will you write down his name for me? I'll do you one better. I'll give you his number. He's my nephew. She wrote a name and number on a card and handed it to me. I pocketed it, then gave her 2 $50 bills for my breakfast. Grazie, signora. That is very generous of you, Mr. D'Agostino. Nice to meet you, Mr. D'Agostino. I'm Bev. This is my granddaughter, Sam. I inclined my head as I lifted the bag and the drink carrier. Arrivederci. Come back any time. Once in the car, I sipped my cappuccino and dialed Benetti. He picked up on the 3rd ring. Pronto, and this had better be important. Benetti, come stai? I'm on my long-awaited honeymoon, D'Agostino, and I'm not supposed to be working. I got to the point. I'm taking over the Fiorentino winery. I thought you should know. Hold on. There was some noise, and I heard him say, Fiore mio, I'll return in a moment. More shuffling, then a door closed. His voice was deep and unhappy. Tell me why you are taking over a winery in my territory. I'm taking it as a debt repaid from Michael the boy. He lost a fuck ton of money to me in a poker game at the casino. He exhaled. Maggie is one of Valentina's closest friends. And you're swindling her brother, che cazzo? I didn't swindle him. The boy is shit at cards. It's not my fault he borrowed more than he could repay. We both knew how this worked. It shouldn't even be a discussion. Fuck me, he muttered. Any chance I can talk you out of it?
Or offer to cover what Michael lost. No. I want the winery. Why, their wine is shit. I think I can make it better. I had some ideas on this, none that Maggie would like. I was very much looking forward to those conversations.
Go back to Toronto. No one wants you here.
She had fire, this girl. For someone so young, she was bold and confident, unafraid, certainly. We'd fucked all over that hotel suite in every position, mostly at her request.
Against the windows, Vito. Let everyone watch us. Think of how jealous they'll be.
Benetti's voice dragged me out of my memories. I'm assuming you'll return to Toronto? He wouldn't want me or my men hanging around, which made sense. But while this was Benetti's territory, I didn't take orders from him. Yes, in a few weeks. I want to get the winery sorted first. Of course you pull this shit when I'm out of town. If you were here, I'd still proceed with my plans. I paused. I'm not encroaching. I have enough to handle in Toronto as it is. Yet you want to own a winery in Paisano. A good investment, no? Not this one. They are barely surviving. I wondered how he knew this. His wife, maybe? As I said, I believe I can turn it around. No offense, but what do you know about running a winery? Go, enjoy your honeymoon. D'Agostino. Silence stretched on the other end as if he were thinking. Finally, he said, This girl means something to my wife, capisce? So I expect you to treat the family fairly, respectfully. And I also expect you to be gone by the time I return next month. I didn't like threats. Or, I was grateful for your assistance when I first came to New York, but don't jeopardize our alliance by acting foolishly. About a year ago, I helped him with one of his cousins, who went rogue during a drug deal. In exchange, I took a slice of the casino. As I said, I'm staying only a few weeks. I have no designs on the area, except for the winery. See that it stays that way. A presto. He disconnected. Was he pissed? Tommaso glanced at me. About us sticking around? Wary, but it's to be expected. I'd feel the same if the situation were reversed. Well, those cabins are fucking cold. Please tell me we can buy some heaters today. I took another swig of my cappuccino. Along with an espresso machine, yes? And I'm getting a contractor out there to make whatever changes we want. I thought you told Benetti that we aren't staying. We're not. But the bedroom is the size of a closet, and there are no fucking blinds. You should see the tiny beds, Tommaso snickered. Gaetano rolled over in the middle of the night and fell onto the floor. I nearly pissed myself, I laughed so hard. I gestured to the drinks. Take these cappuccinos and pastries to them. Maybe that will help lessen the sting over the accommodations. My phone buzzed. Lifting the screen, I saw my younger brother's name. Pronto, I answered. Ciao, fratello. Massimo was outside, street noises in the background. Come stai? How's Toronto? I'm in New York, but it's the same. Fucking cold. How are you? How is Roma? The restaurant treating you all right? I just quit. I closed my eyes and prayed for patience. This was his third restaurant in 3 months. My brother was too impulsive. He never thought anything through. Why? What happened? They don't know what they're doing. And I'm tired of dicing onions and carrots and celery all day long. Mirepoix, mirepoix, mirepoix. I tapped my fingers on the doorframe. Mas, you can't expect to run your own restaurant immediately. You need training. This is not training, Vito. It's abuse. Enzo would not like this. When he agreed 2 years ago to let Massimo work as a chef, it was under the condition that Massimo make a serious career of it. Leaving the Endrina was a big fucking deal not to be taken lightly, and Enzo only relented because his wife had insisted on it. Maz didn't seem to understand any of this. And what of our training with Papa all those years? I asked. Was that not also abuse? Don't be such a pussy. You need to stick this out. Fuck off, Vito. I've been doing this forever. You try dicing vegetables every day for 2 years and see how you like it. If that was the job, I'd do it and not complain. Yes, always the good, dutiful brother, he sneered. I'm sorry I called you. He disconnected. I slammed the side of my fist against the door frame. Merda! Ma's quit another place? Tommaso asked as we turned into the winery's long drive. Yes, and I don't want Enzo to find out, so keep it to yourself. You can hardly blame him. It's a big step down for a D'Agostino prince. But it's a step he chose. You make the choice, you live with it. I should know. Moving to Toronto, away from my family and everything familiar, hadn't been easy. But I was eager to have something of my own, something I could control, rather than sitting in my brother's shadow. It was a chance I couldn't waste. I wasn't raised to be a Don. I was raised to advise a Don. For most of my life I had been on the outside looking in, until I left for Toronto. Now I had power of my own, the opportunity to build a lasting legacy, but the Indrina wasn't enough. The most successful Dons had other revenue streams, like Enzo and his fraud business. Fausto Ravanzani had hands in all kinds of global operations. Even Giacomo Busquetta and Palmero had car dealerships. Real estate seemed like a good investment for me, a way to keep my money clean. Building an empire requires patience, I reminded myself. I didn't mind the wait. Patience was my only virtue.
Chapter 5. Maggie. The all-caps text came in as I was washing my face. I heard about the winery. I'm coming back. I rinsed and patted my skin dry. Then I sent Val an all-caps message of my own. Don't you dare. You're on your honeymoon. FFS. My cell rang a second later. I don't care, my best friend said. You must be freaking out. I should be there. No, you should be with your husband in Catanzaro, enjoying your belated honeymoon. If you come back early, I'll never speak to you again. Mags, I can press pause on my 3-month honeymoon. This is your family's winery. I can't believe Mikey lost it in a poker game. My chest hollowed out, the empty and aching feeling returning once again. Yeah, well, neither can I. Like, this is 100 times worse than when he disappeared after your parents died. Remember when we didn't hear from him for 2 months? Remember? The terror of those 8 weeks was burned into my brain. Without telling me, Mikey went to New Mexico to find himself, which meant doing a lot of ayahuasca in the desert. My aunt was still living here, helping me with the winery, but I'd been worried sick. My brother could be an immature asshole sometimes. Still, I told her, you don't need to worry. I'm handling it. There was a long pause. What do you mean you're handling it? It means I'm figuring out how to get rid of Vito. She sucked in a breath, then lowered her voice to a whisper. Like, kill him? No! Then my horror receded, and I considered it. Unless, do you think I could find someone who might be willing— Maggie, Jesus! Don't even consider it. I've been inside a jail before, and I don't ever want to do it again. I went into my bedroom and pulled out my clothes to get dressed for the day. Fine, I won't murder him, but I will make his life a living hell. Listen, I know that's tempting, but he's a mob boss. You don't want to poke that bear. Trust me. These are not the kind of men we're used to dealing with. I'll be fine. I'm not scared of Vito D'Agostino. Maybe you should be. Did you know his brother is also a mob boss? In Italy, and his nickname is the Madman. I've met him and he's scary as fuck. Shit, I didn't know that. But it didn't matter. All I want is for Vito to return the winery to me and get his sexy ass back to Canada. I don't think that's too much to ask. I realized my mistake the instant my mouth stopped moving. Dummy. Why had I said anything about Vito being sexy? She nearly shouted. Okay, what aren't you telling me?
A lot, actually. I played dumb. Have you seen him?
No. I mean, sort of, at a distance, but I mostly saw the side of his head.
He's pretty hot, Val. Not that I care.
Sure. She paused. Have you slept with him? Val knew me too well, and I hated lying to her, but my one-night stand with Vito was coming with me to the grave. It was bad enough that my brother knew.
No! First of all, he's married. Second, he's too old for me. And in case anyone forgot, he stole the winery from us.
Okay, calm down. I just got a vibe, but it was clearly wrong. So tell me what you're planning. Maybe Luca could loan you—
No way. I stopped tying my work boots and straightened. I don't want to involve you or your man. It's kind of you to offer, but I'm not borrowing money from anyone. Especially my best friend.
Well, it wouldn't work anyway. Luca just told me he offered to give Vito the money, and Vito said no.
That asshole. Of course he had. I think I will stick around for a while. Ensure my investment is used wisely.
He's such a dick, I said, and went back to my laces. Maybe this will be a good thing in the long run. Like Luca and the trattoria.
I frowned at the floor. Val, he isn't the Mafia fairy, paying for shit from afar like Luca did. Vito now owns most of the winery. Mikey and I collectively only own 30%, and Vito wants to change the name.
Oof, Val said. That's harsh, but maybe you can convince him to leave it.
I had to, because the prospect of the Fiorentino winery disappearing for good was too much for me to handle. Listen, I gotta go. Daylight is burning.
Okay, go tend to your vines. Just try not to antagonize Vito. I don't want to worry about you.
You don't need to worry. I will treat him exactly as he deserves.
Fuck, that's what I'm afraid of.
Later, babe.
I disconnected and slipped my phone into my coat pocket. I loved Val, and there was no reason to ruin her vacation with my troubles. She and Luca were disgustingly happy together, and they deserved to worry about themselves, not me. Minutes later, with a travel mug of hot coffee clutched in my gloved hand, I slipped out of the house and shut the door. I never bothered locking it. No one would break into my parents' house here on the winery property. Even if someone were able to wander around the grounds unchecked, everyone in town knew there wasn't anything valuable inside. The cold air slapped my face, and I burrowed deeper into my coat. January in the Hudson Valley wasn't for the faint of heart, especially the early mornings. Sleeping in wasn't an option, though. I got up around 5:30 or 6 every day, even when I stayed out late the night before. I hadn't slept past 7 o'clock since my parents died. The vines don't care if you're tired. Each time I'd complained about the early mornings, my dad repeated these words. I missed him so much. None of this mess would have happened if my parents were still here. Fuck those motorcyclists that ran my dad's car off the road and caused him to hit a tree. The main building loomed ahead, dark and quiet. Mikey and Celeste worked an event last night, so I didn't expect to see them anytime soon. I hadn't stayed to help out. The thought of smiling and pouring drinks while forced to look at my brother's face all night made me want to commit violence. I would talk to Mikey, but not until after I'd calmed down. The winery was built like a horseshoe, with the dining area and tasting room at one end, while the production area and cellars were at the other. I headed for the kitchen, on the hunt for last night's catering leftovers. I wasn't much for breakfast foods. I'd much rather have a few pigs in a blanket and mushroom tarts any day of the week. Once I had a plate filled with goodies from the giant cooler, I sat at the bar and checked my phone, reviewing reports from Bruce. He'd been my mentor ever since my father passed away. After I graduated high school, Bruce had been the one to encourage me to take viticulture classes and to spend a summer interning at a Long Island vineyard. He helped me overcome my fear of trying to follow in my father's footsteps. I could never have done this job without him. As vintner, Bruce carefully tracked the progress of every oak barrel and stainless steel tank throughout the fermentation process. Most of October's harvest wouldn't be ready for bottling until late May or early June, with the darker reds taking until August or September. But some reserve wines were on a 12-month cycle. Bruce wanted to taste a few of those this morning, which was why I stopped for food and hadn't brushed my teeth this morning. Toothpaste would alter the flavor of the wine. When I finished eating, I threw away my plate and started through the empty space, my boots echoing on the old wood floors. As I passed the row of windows, I saw a man outside. I drew to a halt and reached for my cell in my jacket pocket. It was a large man, and he was holding a drink carrier and a white paper bag, tromping through the estate toward the cottages. He wore an overcoat, much like the one. Vito appeared a few steps behind. God damn it! What in the hell was he doing here so early? And why were they walking past this building and onto the property? Vito's head was high, his shoulders back. He acted like he owned the place. Which he technically did, but that didn't make me feel any better. I opened the terrace door and called, "Hey, what do you think you're doing? We don't allow guests on the grounds this early." They both stopped and glanced toward me. Vito murmured something to his man, who nodded and continued on, while his boss walked in my direction. Vito looked good. Too good. Rested and perfect, like he hadn't spent last night tossing and turning, too upset to sleep. Like he had no winery thefts on his conscience keeping him up. I avoided glancing at the thick, wool-covered thighs that I knew were sculpted and hard under all his clothing. He's married, and an asshole. Stop looking at him. I zipped up my coat and slipped on my gloves, feeling like I needed more layers to protect myself, as ridiculous as it seemed.
"I'm not a guest, signorina,"
were the first words out of his mouth.
"Or have you forgotten?"
I clenched my jaw, then slowly forced myself to relax. "Where is your guard going? Why are you both here so early?"
"Did your brother not tell you?"
The food I'd consumed roiled in my stomach. Mouth suddenly dry, I swallowed. "Tell me what?"
"I'm staying on the property, in the big cottage. My men are in the smaller cottages."
The arrogance of this man, the absolute nerve. Now he wanted to live here? Hatred clogged my throat as I snapped, "No, you're not." He tilted his head as he regarded me coolly.
"Is it me staying here that you object to, or my men, or all of us?"
I wasn't sure, and I didn't want to find out. For God's sake, why hadn't Mikey warned me? I was going to strangle my brother, for real, this time. "Vito, I don't know what you're trying to prove, but you can't stay here."
"Why not?"
"Because I don't like it. This is a working winery, not some mobster hangout. And aren't you worried about your security?"
"Because someone here might try to kill me?"
He sipped from his coffee cup, his gaze never leaving mine.
"I think we both know you would fail, Bella."
"Do not call me that. You're married." Flicking the fingers on his free hand, he said,
"Italian men call every woman Bella. It means nothing."
The tips of my ears burned in the morning frost. God, I want to punch you again. My words seemed to amuse him, his lips tilting on one side ever so slightly.
"Then perhaps I shouldn't tell you that I'm making improvements to the cottage today."
I gaped at him. When I collected my thoughts out of the flaming dumpster fire that was my hatred for this man, I said, "The cottage is practically brand new. It needs no improvements."
"I won't do anything major."
He lifted a heavy shoulder.
"Just an espresso machine and some blinds."
Except the windows were purposely bare so visitors could enjoy the full beauty of the vineyard during their stay. At least those could be removed after Vito went back to Canada. "Fine, but we're keeping that espresso machine when you leave." The alarm on my phone went off, reminding me of my meeting with Bruce. I shut it off, then put my cell into my jacket pocket. I have to go. Stay in your cottage, keep out of the way.
Off to mulch your plants again?
Not that it's any of your concern, but I'm meeting up with our vintner this morning to taste some reserve wines. He sipped his coffee again, calmly observing me with those sharp eyes.
This sounds like an activity for the winery owner as well, no?
I dug my toes into the ends of my boots and seriously debated kicking him. No, it doesn't, actually. The owner should return to his cottage and concentrate on his business, not everyone else's. That got a chin lift out of him, the infuriating man.
I will come along. Lead the way, Bella.
I didn't wait for him. I strode rapidly toward the processing facility, hoping to lose him along the way. Stainless steel vats and cases of empty bottles stood silent as I passed through. The vats held what would become our signature whites, while the bottling machinery remained dormant on the far wall. This was the less romantic part, the practical part of crafting wine. All the exciting stuff was below ground. The heavy metal doors swung open as I pulled. Going through, I didn't bother holding the door open for anyone else. Let him figure it out. Unfortunately, I heard Vito directly behind me as I went down the metal steps. Brick and stone filled my vision as I reached the ground, with row after row of oak barrels stretched out under the low arches. Cool and dark, the underground cellar was one of my favorite parts of the estate. In the 1960s, my grandfather built this place to keep the wine at an even temperature and out of the sunlight. And sometimes we rented the cellar out for private dinners and events. Bruce was standing by the tasting table, wine glasses waiting on the rough wood.
Hey,
he said, and I could hear his confusion in that single word. Morning. This is... In typical alpha male style, Vito didn't wait for me to introduce him. He walked over to Bruce, hand outstretched.
Buongiorno. I'm the new owner, Vito D'Agostino.
Bruce looked at me in alarm as he shook Vito's hand.
New owner?
It's a long story. I curled my fingernails into my palms. But for now, yes, it appears Mr. D'Agostino owns the winery.
I don't know what to say.
Vito clapped Bruce on the shoulder.
There's no reason for concern. I only want what is best for the winery and its employees.
No, you don't, because if you did, you'd give the winery back to the family and leave. I didn't say any of this aloud, of course. Vito continued, saying,
We are telling the rest of the staff at a meeting today.
I pressed my lips together, shocked. When had this been arranged? Were they going to include me? Hurt and frustration and anger were my constant companions these days, yet this still stung. Another thing to speak to my brother about. And another thing to resent Vito for. I took off my coat and flung it onto the back of a chair. Should we get started? Bruce nodded and adjusted his glasses.
Yes. Signore D'Agostino, we're happy for you to join us. Let me know if you have any questions. I'm not an expert.
Vito shrugged out of his overcoat, carefully hooking it over a chair back.
I'm happy to observe and learn.
Momentarily, I was distracted by his tight sweater and designer jeans. Both pieces were expensive, I guessed, and fit him perfectly, effortlessly, like he rolled out of bed and threw this on, yet still looked edible. It wasn't fair. Bruce filled the temporary silence by addressing our new owner.
May I ask, Signore, if you are a wine drinker, and what wines you prefer?
I didn't want to play the get-to-know Vito game. I already knew everything I needed to. We shouldn't waste time on
Brunello,
Vito said, talking over me.
And Amarone. Two very good choices,
Bruce said.
I went to Valle di Fumane 7 or 8 years ago. Such wonderful wines in Valpolicella. Yes, I agree. I have all my favorites shipped to Toronto twice a year. I can understand why.
Bruce gestured to the rows of barrels.
You might like our Barbera. It's not ready to taste yet, but it ages in a bourbon barrel for around 500 days.
Vito's eyebrows rose slightly.
I'm surprised you grow Barbera grapes here. I thought they were mostly in California and Washington State.
I tried not to be impressed. Someone had been studying. It's too cold to grow them here, I said. We acquire them through a trade with a Virginia winery for our Marquette grapes.
Marquette?
Resentment at the education lesson sharpened my voice. A hybrid species developed at the University of Minnesota. The plants thrive in colder climates.
Ah.
Bruce took over, his tone more reasonable than mine.
It's relatively new here, but Marquette is the cousin to Frontenac and produces a medium-body red wine. Black fruits, lighter in color. We also use it for rosés.
Vito wrapped his hands around the chair back and leaned on it.
Would you want to import Barbera grapes from Italia?
Bruce and I exchanged a glance. I mean, what dummy would say no? But I didn't want Vito's help, with anything. We're good with our current arrangement.
But maybe we could discuss it,
Bruce offered, his mind no doubt spinning with blend and aging possibilities.
It would certainly be unique.
Vito looked at me.
What other grapes do you grow?
Cabernet Franc, Riesling, Merlot, and Cayuga White.
So 5 varieties? Isn't that a lot of work?
Not for me, I snapped. What was he implying? He straightened off the chair.
Should we get started?
Bruce took a glass over to a barrel by the wall. He turned the spigot, and a small amount of wine splashed into the glass, which he brought back to the table. He repeated this 3 times, so we all had a glass.
This is the Special Reserve Cabernet Franc.
To Vito, he said,
It's been barreled for 15 months. We're tasting it to see if it's ready.
I picked up a piece of white paper off the table and held the wine in front of it to study the color. Looks clear. Bruce did the same.
I agree. Brighter than the last time we checked.
Holding the glass by the stem, I swirled the wine, round and round, watching the red liquid on the side of the bowl. When I was sure enough air had helped the wine breathe, I put my nose into the glass and inhaled. Oh, that's nice. I paused and did it again, letting my brain fill in the scents. Blackberry, clove, black raspberry. Bruce's forehead creased as he did the same.
I'm not getting any violet. Are you?
No. Bruce took a sip and swished the wine around in his mouth. I did the same. It was okay. Not as rich as I'd hoped.
I agree. It needs 2 to 3 more months.
He wrote some notes down in the book he always carried around.
But it'll be great for next winter.
Vito sipped from his glass. He swallowed and said nothing, expression unchanging, then returned the glass to the table. I waited for a reaction. When none came, I prompted, "Nothing to say?"
I don't like it.
Bruce didn't appear offended in the least.
It might take some time for your palate to adjust to American wine and the sulfates. Try this again in a few months. It'll be fantastic. I look forward to it,
Vito said. At the same time, I blurted, "Too bad he'll be in Toronto."
I have a wine that might impress you,
Bruce said to Vito before he took 3 fresh glasses to a different barrel.
Try this.
Upon first sniff, I knew this was our dry-aged reserve Cabernet Franc Cabernet Sauvignon blend. There were notes of tobacco and wood smoke, along with the dark fruits. It was fantastic, full-bodied and balanced, thanks to 2 years in an oak barrel. The price would be upwards of $50 a bottle. Vito swirled the wine a few times, then sipped.
Decent.
Did he realize what an arrogant asshole he sounded like? And how offensive to Bruce, whose literal job it was to produce this great wine? After I stared daggers at him, I turned to my vintner. Well, I love it. Bruce, this is a winner. When can we start bottling it?
Next week. We need to finish with the dry Riesling first.
That's good news. We should do a promo campaign for it. Maybe Valentine's Day, when people are ready to splurge on a more expensive bottle of wine. I'll talk to Celeste. We tried a few more of the wines Bruce was tracking. Vito grew bored, I assumed, because he started wandering around while Bruce and I discussed the status of each wine. Out of the corner of my eye, I watched him examine the barrels, then study some of the bottles resting in a rack on the far wall. The urge to tell him to mind his own business was strong, but then I reminded myself that this was his business. Literally.
Bruce?
Vito said from across the room when we grew quiet.
Yes, signore? These bottles here, what are they?
He gestured to the rack, which held close to 300 bottles of wine.
Archives, if you will. We keep some back for ourselves to taste in future years. And the labels, who designs them?
My granddad, I answered. We've used the same basic design since the winery opened. It's tradition. That's how people recognize it's a Fiorentino wine. Vito hummed in his throat, but said nothing, his hands clasped behind his back as he slowly walked the length of the rack. I looked over at Bruce and mouthed, "I'm sorry." He shrugged. Though he was a perfectionist when it came to wine, he was pretty easygoing. Leaning in, he whispered,
"Maybe we can get some of those upgrades we've been talking about." "Upgrades?"
Vito asked, glancing over his shoulder.
"Tell me."
Did he have super hearing? Bruce's neck flushed, and he looked over guiltily.
"Oh, we're always looking to improve around here. I'm sure Maggie and Mike will fill you in. Why don't you fill me in?"
It wasn't phrased as a question. Bruce cleared his throat.
"We've been talking about getting new stainless steel tanks that are more energy efficient, and they can insulate them now to improve temperature retention. And should I keep going?"
Vito hadn't turned around, so it was hard to say whether he was interested or not.
"Definitely,"
he said, attention still on the archive bottles.
"Well, Maggie and I have discussed better drainage systems, and there's a way to boost sustainability by planting—"
"I'm sure Vito doesn't want to hear about our silly ideas." I rushed out. "He's still learning what we do here. Let's save the improvement discussion for down the road."
"Bruce."
Vito faced us, his lips flat, hand stroking his jaw.
"Give us the room."
A clear order, so I didn't blame Bruce for immediately gathering his notes.
"Of course."
Bruce cast me an apologetic look before heading for the stairs. I kept my eyes on Vito, not intimidated in the least. The door at the top of the stairs banged closed, signaling Bruce's departure, and Vito began slowly closing the distance between us. The cellar was quiet, except for the whisper of his expensive shoes over the old floor and the sound of my breathing. My heart picked up speed as he drew closer, throwing itself against my ribs like it was trying to escape. But I didn't retreat. I hadn't done anything wrong. I hadn't swindled a young man out of his family legacy, moved into a place where I wasn't wanted and started inserting my opinions. No, Vito was 100% the bad guy here. I lifted my chin. He didn't stop. I thought Vito would be respectful, but he kept coming, directly into my personal space. I did start backing up then, not wanting to be touched by this man. "What are you doing? Stop right there!" The dark blue of his eyes flashed with something indecipherable, an energy I couldn't read. It brought me back to the night we spent together, when he'd tracked me hungrily every second that he wasn't inside me. It wasn't quite desire, but it was close. Possessiveness? Control?
"Get your sexy ass on the bed, Bella. Your pussy needs to smother my face again. Hands and knees, Bella. I want to slap your ass as I fuck you. Take me deep, Bella. I'll give you such a reward after you suck the cum out of me."
I stumbled slightly and my back hit a giant oak cask, the edges digging into my shoulder blades. I put my palms up. "Knock it off, Vito. Keep your distance." He didn't listen. A chilly, mirthless smile played about the edges of his mouth as he rested a hand on the oak above my right shoulder. It smelled good, like the fancy Italian body wash from his shower at the casino, with hints of citrus, almond, and sandalwood, and one massive note of unwanted memories. He cheated on his wife with you. That bolstered my courage a bit. He was the asshole, not me. His voice was hard, like the edge of a blade.
"Is it wise, do you think, to antagonize me?"
Tilting my face up, I let him see all the loathing I felt. I didn't hide one single drop of it. "I have no idea what you're talking about." His eyes dipped toward my mouth for a brief second before his wintry gaze returned to mine.
"Yes, you do. You're angry with your brother and taking it out on me."
"Wrong. I'm also angry at you."
"I can help you, help your brother, help all of your employees. Wouldn't you like to sell more wine? Maybe get an accolade or a mention in a wine magazine?"
I didn't answer. I wanted all those things, of course. But at what price? He edged a tiny bit closer. His eyes were deep blue, almost black, like icy ocean waters that were infinite and mysterious.
"I can do so many things for you, Bella. Yet you fight me at every turn."
Unfortunately, I felt an unwanted spark low in my belly, countering my loathing for him. My voice wasn't nearly as steady as it should have been when I said, "Because you're taking it all away from me."
"I would much rather do this together."
"And I would rather you went back to Toronto, to your
wife, yes, I know."
He pushed off the barrel and dropped back, putting distance between us. I drew in a deep breath and let it out slowly. My heart was still racing, but I didn't think it was from fear. Lifting his overcoat off the chair, he announced,
"I'm not leaving. My plans haven't changed, and whoever doesn't like it may find employment elsewhere."
The nape of my neck burned, my toes curling with a rush of hatred. There's not a person alive who knows the vines and dirt of this land better than me. He draped his coat over his forearm and began walking toward the stairs.
"No one is irreplaceable, Bella. Not even you."
Chapter 6. Vito. Maggie was going to be a problem. She was stubborn and reckless, chaos in a beautiful package. The sort of woman who approached strange men in casino bars and propositioned them. Who antagonized Mafia dons without regard for her own safety. D'Agostino men were ruthless when provoked. My brother once locked his wife in a cage, for fuck's sake. Yet Maggie didn't seem to care. The more I was around her, the more she fought me. It only made me want her again.
God, Vito, your dick is fucking amazing. I think I'll build a shrine to it.
I pushed on an exit door, not caring much for where I was going. I needed a cigarette. Maggie was under my skin, the needles of irritation and lust, and I had to calm down. The cold assaulted me so quickly I shrugged into my coat. Inside the pocket I found my pack and lighter. Inhaling my first lungful of smoke, I closed my eyes and leaned against the building. After listening to Bruce, my mind now churned with ideas. This winery, it seemed to me, produced too many wines, offering a little of everything instead of a few things perfectly. Some of the world's most successful wineries only produced one or two main blends to build their reputation on. I continued to smoke, contemplating how to approach this problem. There wasn't much time. I had to return to Toronto. Loud male voices sounded close by. Cristo, what now? It was too early in the day for this shit. I tried to ignore them, but it sounded like a heated argument behind the kitchen. Putting out my cigarette, I started toward the sound, and as I drew closer, I could hear their conversation clearly. "Have to get me more." "Not gonna happen, motherfucker, not until you pay for what you've used." "I will, Buzz, I swear it. But I've got to get through the weekend, please, just a few more pills." Madre de Dio. Did Maggie and Michael have no control over these people? Drugs were a fact of life in the Mafia, but addicts could be dangerous. Was this one of Binetti's men supplying the winery staff? I rounded the corner. A man in a white chef's jacket was standing with a tall biker, his leather cut atop a black long-sleeve compression shirt. A swastika neck tattoo peeked out from the collar. God, so I hated bikers. They were dangerous, and I didn't want them anywhere near Maggie or the winery. The two men looked over at me and both frowned. "You mind, asshole?" the biker said with what was surely supposed to be a menacing snarl. "This is a private conversation." "Yeah, I fucking mind." My voice was flat, in control, my hands loose at my sides. "Are you dealing here?" He angled toward me and braced his feet. "You a Fed?" The patches on his cut were familiar. He was one of the Red Raiders, a motorcycle gang I'd run out of Toronto last year. "No. I'm the man who will knock out your fucking teeth if you're dealing pills on the winery grounds." Suddenly the chef stepped in front of the biker to face me. I could see that his pupils were pinpoints even from 3 meters away. "Dude, everything's cool," he said. "Just go back inside or whatever." "Nothing's cool. You think it's okay to come to work high?" "I don't know what you're talking about, but we're in the middle of a conversation here." "Yeah," the biker said. "Get fucking lost." I didn't bother arguing. There was no reasoning or talking it out because Red Raiders only understood violence, which was perfect for me. I was in the mood. Stripping off my overcoat, I let it fall to the ground. "I'm not going anywhere, but I will give you one more chance to get off the property because if you don't, they won't be able to find all the pieces of you after I'm finished." The biker charged for me, big and clumsy like a bull. Chefcoat attempted to stop him, but I beckoned the asshole forward. I knew how to fight, thanks to years spent with Enzo and Maz, as well as boxing lessons in my 20s. "Andiamo, stronzo." I let him get close. At the last second, I dodged out of the way and twisted my body to land a punch on his kidney. He stumbled, but came at me again. This time he swung, and I saw it coming. I ducked, then let my fists fly. I hit him in the mouth first. 2 rapid strikes of my fist right in his teeth. He stumbled backward, but I didn't let up. The punches I threw landed anywhere I could reach, his nose, his cheeks, his stomach. Blood covered his skin as he slumped to the ground. The back door swung open. "What the fuck?" It was Michael, disheveled and barely awake. I pointed at Chefcoat and tried to catch my breath. "This man no longer works here." I shook out my aching hand. I'd need to put ice on it soon. "I didn't do anything, Mikey," Chefcoat said. "I was telling this guy to go away." He pointed at the biker. "When this Italian asshole walked up and started beating the shit out of him." "That Italian asshole is our new owner, Chuck." Chuck turned whiter than his chef's coat. "Wait, what? New owner?" He looked over at me. "Look, I'm sorry, I didn't—" "You're fired," I said. "Get the fuck off the property." "Wait," Michael said. "He's our chef, not anymore." Michael scrubbed his face with both hands. "Chuck, what did you do?" Chuck held up his hands. "Nothing, I swear." "He's a junkie," I explained. "And this Red Raider is his supplier. I want them both gone." "God damn it, Chuck," Michael said angrily. "I told you to be careful with that shit." "It's not a problem, Mikey. I have it under control." "He's done," I instructed Michael. "He goes, immediatamente." Bending, I wiped my bloody hands on the biker's leather cut and snarled softly. If I find you, or any other Red Raiders anywhere near here again, I won't stop with a broken nose. Capisce? The biker groaned. I grabbed a fistful of greasy hair and lifted his mangled face toward mine. I asked you a question, motherfucker. Do you understand? He nodded weakly, then pushed to his feet. As he stumbled away, I ordered Michael and Chuck to stay put. Then I followed the biker at a distance, watching as he walked toward the parking lot. There he found his bike, started it, and drove off. When I returned, Michael and Chuck were arguing. I had better things to do, so I said over both of them, Chuck, give Michael your key card, or keys, or whatever the fuck. Then get in your car, and never come back. But, my expression went arctic. Chuck flinched. Shoulders drooping, he handed his keys to Michael. Look, I'm sorry, Mikey. Get help, man, Michael said. Please. That shit can kill you. It's not a problem, I swear. I only use it occasionally. You're high now. And you invited your supplier to the winery, I pointed out. Leave. Right fucking now. Chuck exhaled heavily. Then he started for the parking lot. Michael jerked his thumb toward the winery. I'm going to ask someone to drive him home. I picked my overcoat up off the ground and dusted it off. I'll wait at the bar. Find me when you're done. We need to talk. I followed him inside. The kitchen was quiet. 3 people busy at workstations, each eyeing me warily as I passed. I kept going toward the door at the other end, which I assumed led to the bar. I was right. When the door swung shut behind me, I was pleasantly surprised to find an espresso machine. Finally, some good luck. The machine was on, recently used from the looks of it, so I began looking for grounds and milk. Everything was close at hand, and Michael came in as I was steaming the milk. Cappuccino? I asked over the noise. No, thank you. He took a seat at the bar. I poured the milk into the espresso, then added some foam. When I finished, Michael whistled. I'm surprised you know how to do that. I wasn't always a boss. I was an advisor to my brother for years. I've made a lot of drinks. I took a grateful sip, not even caring that it burned my tongue. Chuck gone? Yes. Michael grabbed a cocktail straw and started chewing on it absently. And we're fucked. Explain. We have a huge event on Saturday night. Who's going to run the kitchen? That was 2 nights from now. Plenty of time to find someone. I shrugged. One of the line cooks, a dishwasher, you. Hire someone, I don't give a fuck. Michael ran a hand through his hair. Dude, professional chefs don't grow on trees around here. I stroked my jaw and considered these. I wasn't hiring Chuck back, not after endangering everyone at the winery. I'd rather cancel the event and send the group somewhere else for dinner. Can we reschedule the event? No, it's an engagement party and people are flying in from all over the country. And canceling wouldn't help us with word of mouth for future bookings. So we needed to find another chef. How hard could it be? I put my cup down. What about the guy from Val's Trattoria? Giovanni. I can call and ask. But what about the other events and dinners? We're booked solid for 3 weeks. One thing at a time. Call the Trattoria. Michael picked his mobile up off the bar and dialed. During the very brief conversation, I sipped my drink and listened to what seemed like bad news. Michael confirmed this after he disconnected. Giovanni's in Italy for the week. His sister's getting married. Anyone else there who can help? No, they're short-staffed and need everyone there. Michael dropped his head into his hands. Fuck my life. I stared out the large glass windows at the vineyards beyond, knowing what I had to do. I didn't like it. Enzo would hate it. But what choice did I have? Madre di Dio. Lifting my mobile, I found the correct encrypted message thread and typed, Get your ass on a plane. I need you. A second later, my brother replied, Que cazzo? I need a chef. Today. Dots appeared as he typed his reply, then they disappeared. My mobile buzzed a second later. Pronto. I could hear waves in the background, wind in the phone speaker. Was he at the beach? Massimo's voice filled my ear. I don't need some bullshit pity job, Vito. If I wanted that, I'd go work for Enzo again. It's not bullshit, and it's not pity. I own a winery, they need a chef. You own a winery? Why did no one tell me? Maybe if you didn't hang up on me, I would have told you earlier. The silence stretched. Where is this winery? New York. When he didn't immediately reply, I said, Mas you wanted a restaurant. I'm giving you a restaurant. In a winery, I know it isn't ideal, but it would be yours for however long you like. What happened to the old chef? I fired him 10 minutes ago, found him trying to score pills off a biker behind the kitchen. Fuck me. I hope you beat the shit out of that biker. I stared down at my torn and bruised knuckles. Of course I did. He chuckled softly. I fucking miss you, fratello. Then come here. I need you, and it would be nice to spend time together again. When he hesitated, I added, Mas please, do me this favor. Okay. Will you send your jet? That will take too long. Fly commercial, Stronzo. Only if you buy my ticket. First class. I'd expected as much. I checked my watch. How quickly can you leave Roma? I'm at the beach, so I'm not far from the airport. Good. I'll have one of the boys call you with flight details. See you in a bit. I disconnected, texted Gaetano to handle the flight, and put my mobile down. My brother will be here tonight. Michael's eyebrows dipped low. Okay. Is he a chef? Yes. Mostly. He dropped his head onto the bar. Oh my God. Madonna, such dramatics. Michael, I've eaten my brother's food for years. He knows how to cook, and he knows how to lead. What he doesn't like is dicing and chopping as an entry chef. It will all work out. Te lo prometto. I don't have a choice, do I? No, you don't. So if it goes badly, you can blame me. Sure. And you'll be cool with that, I bet. Fair. I gave him a grim smile. If the guests complain, we'll buy their silence. You might not have the money, but I sure as fuck do. I won't let anyone leave disappointed. Okay? Have a plan, then have a backup plan. It was how I lived my life. I finished my cappuccino and set the cup on the bar. This is a team, Michael, and I am the head of the team. I deal with the problems, capisce? For you and for Maggie, even when you don't like it. He held up his palms in surrender, like he'd decided not to fight me anymore. At least one Fiorentino sibling was reasonable. Michael said, Speaking of my sister, let me break the news to her about the guest cottage. I'll go out later and tell her. No need. The news has been broken. Oh, shit. When was this? About 2 hours ago. Bro, she hates me, he grumbled, staring down at the bar. Wouldn't even look at me last night and left early. I thought of my own sister and our fights over the years. She could hold a grudge, but she always forgave. Sometimes it took a little longer, but Paloma loved us as much as we loved her. Family is a bond that cannot be broken, I said. And she will forgive you when we turn this into the most prestigious winery on the East Coast. Michael peered up at me. Doubtful. She's pretty stubborn. We will see. What time is the employee meeting today? I'm anxious to introduce myself. 2 o'clock. I sent an email late last night, though I'm not sure Maggie saw it. She didn't, I confirmed. God damn it. He gave a dry, mirthless laugh. I just can't stop fucking up, can I? Reaching over, I clasped his shoulder and shook him gently. Don't worry, Michael. This fuck-up will be the best thing that has ever happened to your family.
Maggie. I hid in the back. Look, I wasn't proud of it, but I didn't want anyone to see me. I couldn't stand up in front with Vito and Michael and announce the change in ownership like it was a wonderful opportunity. It wasn't, and everyone would be able to read the truth on my face. Some of us weren't cruel robots without any feelings, like Vito. So I let them handle the meeting, and judging by the general reaction, our employees believed the lies coming out of Vito's mouth. How he respected what we did here, but improvements could be made. How he would invest a large sum in the operations to produce the best wines on the East Coast. Blah, blah, blah. I pretty much tuned out after that. When it was done, Adam, a friend and one of our bartenders, wandered over to me.
You okay? You look like you're about to do bodily harm to someone.
Yes, my brother. I'm fine, just a lot on my mind.
I bet. This is a big deal for you and Mikey.
When I didn't speak, he said,
Sounds like a really great opportunity. You have an investor who will take some of the pressure off you and your brother. Maybe you won't have to work so hard and you'll have more time for fun and hanging out.
Maybe, I said vaguely. But I'm not going anywhere. I'll still be overseeing the vineyards. They would pry those plants out of my cold, dead hands.
I figured.
He smiled down at me.
You could always let me, Maggie, a word.
Vito now stood next to Adam, inserting himself into the private conversation in the most annoying manner possible. Looking at Vito, I gestured to Adam. Not right now, Mr. D'Agostino. I'm busy with one of my employees. Vito angled toward Adam and put out his hand.
Salve. I am Signore D'Agostino.
Adam shook Vito's hand enthusiastically.
Hi, I'm Adam, a bartender here. Adam, I wish for a moment with Signora Fiorentino. Sure, of course. See you later, Max.
Adam disappeared in the direction of the bar, and I glared up at Vito, waiting for him to speak so then he would leave me alone. He didn't make me wait long, the lines around his mouth deepening in a frown.
I know you are pissed, but it looks bad that you are hiding back here. You are one of the owners, so in the future you will stand with your brother and me in front of the staff.
Aye, aye, Captain. I gave him a sarcastic salute. I expected him to grow angry, but his expression didn't change.
Your mouth, Bella. It will get you into all kinds of trouble with me.
His tone wasn't threatening. It was seductive. A sexy promise reminiscent of our night together. Which was worse. Much worse. I'd rather he intimidated me. I couldn't handle anything else, especially with a married man. Are we done? I asked. I need to get back outside.
You need to speak with your brother. He has some news, and you should forgive him. It's not healthy to have bad feelings between siblings.
That's none of your—
Family is a bond that cannot be broken. So go and fix yours.
Don't you fight with your brother?
Brothers,
he corrected.
I have two, and yes, we fight all the time. But one of us usually shoots the other, and then it's over. We move on.
I paused in horror before catching the humor lurking behind his blue depths. Oh. Vito made a joke. I hadn't expected that. Shaking my head, I said, This is not a little disagreement, Vito. This is my entire life being stripped away from me. By you. And it's my brother's fault. The amusement died from his expression, and the angles of his jawline sharpened.
Stop feeling sorry for yourself. Start making plans for the winery's future. Give me a list of everything you want, no matter how expensive. Take your anger out on my bank account.
You're trying to buy my compliance.
Si, certo. If only so that we can have a civil conversation once in a while.
Why? I will never, ever like you. He edged closer and dropped his voice.
Never is a long time, Bella.
A warmth betrayed my vow to hate him into perpetuity. How dare he flirt with me? It was wrong for so many reasons, and I couldn't let him affect me like this. And this was the second time today, for God's sake. I was really tired of letting this man have the upper hand. I needed to put him in his place. Making sure no one was watching, I leaned in and slowly traced the collar of his sweater with one finger, letting my touch linger on the expensive fabric. I could feel the heat from his skin, see the rise and fall of his chest. I softened my voice to resemble the tone I'd used when he was deep inside me. "Do you want to know what I really want, Vito?" He swallowed hard, the strong muscles of his throat working. Seconds ticked by before a single word fell out in a raspy hush.
"What?"
Pressing up on my toes, I put my lips near his ear and whispered, "The only thing I want is for you to buy a plane ticket back to Toronto." Without awaiting a response, I brushed by him and went to find Mikey. And not because Vito told me to, but because it was time that my brother and I talked. Mikey was in the kitchen, chatting with our sous chef. We had a big event Saturday night, an engagement dinner, so they were probably discussing details. I didn't see Chuck anywhere, which was weird. Our head chef was usually scowling and ordering everyone around. I grabbed an apple from the cooler and waited for Mikey to finish up. When he was free, I said, "Got a sec?" He winced and motioned me forward.
"Yeah, let's go outside."
"Good idea." Probably better not to yell at him in front of the staff. I took a bite out of the apple as I trailed him out the back door. The air was only slightly warmer than it had been an hour ago. I could see my breath every time I exhaled. "I hear you have news."
"Why didn't you stand up there with me?"
He shoved his bare hands into his pockets.
"I know you're mad, but it doesn't look good to the rest of the staff."
Had he and Vito been comparing notes? "Mikey, I'm reeling from all of this. I can't put a big smile on my face and pretend this is what I want when it isn't."
"So you're just going to let me stand up there and do that?"
"This is your fault, so yeah, I am. And you can consider this payback for those 2 months when I had to stand in front of the staff and pretend I knew where you were after you disappeared." He rocked on his heels, his eyes on his shoes.
"I fuck up a lot, I get it, but I'm trying to make the best of this, Mags, because there's no stopping it. And he's the Mafia, for fuck's sake. Do you really want one of us to get killed?"
"Killed? No, Vito wouldn't do that. At least, I didn't think he would. That isn't how it works, and Luca would never allow it. With my best friend's husband also being mobbed up, I was pretty sure I was whack-proof."
"In case you haven't noticed, Luca isn't here,"
Mikey pointed out.
"Even if he were, it doesn't help me. And I'd rather not end up in a ditch somewhere because you're making Vito's life difficult."
"You're not going to end up in a ditch, and I don't give a single fuck if that man's life is difficult or not. I want him to go away, and you should too." He pressed his palms together, prayer style.
"Mags, I don't know how many more times I can say it, but I'm sorry. I feel terrible. I can't sleep. I can't eat. I'm a fucking mess. So believe me, this isn't easy for me. But I need you. You're the only family I have."
My eyes prickled, but I fought it. I couldn't cry in the freezing cold. "You need to get your shit together. I want you in Gamblers Anonymous, and you need to delete every single betting app from your phone."
"I've already deleted them, and I swear I'll join and go to meetings if it means you'll forgive me. So, can we please be a team again? Because I really miss it."
"I'll try." His face fell, so I rushed to say, "Really, I will. It's not easy, and it's worse when I feel like you're buddies with him."
"We aren't buddies, but he's our new boss, who is literally a boss. I have to work with him, even if I don't like it."
I stared off into the distance, unseeing, my mind racing with everything that had happened these past few days. I had so much anger and confusion built up inside me that I almost didn't know where to start. "Why, Mikey? You know how important this winery is to me, to our family. I thought it was important to you, too. So why on earth would you ever risk it on a stupid game of cards? He exhaled and shifted on his feet.
I'm really good at cards, and every time I go to the casino, I win. This time I thought I could win enough money to finally help us get ahead.
God, Mikey, I said, closing my eyes briefly. That is both really sweet and incredibly stupid.
I know, but I'm 26, Mags, and I feel like a big fucking failure all the time. This shit is hard, and sometimes...
Sometimes what? I prompted when he fell silent.
Nothing.
Mikey rubbed a hand through his short hair.
It just sucks. All of this sucks.
Agreed. I paused and studied him. There was something underneath all of this, an emotion my brother hadn't expressed before. Mikey, you can talk to me, you know. If you're unhappy, I mean.
I know.
But he didn't say anything more, just stared off into space. I decided to change topics. You agreed to let Vito stay in the guest cottage.
There wasn't really a choice to refuse. Besides, if he's here, he'll see we're doing fine and go back to Toronto sooner.
That made sense, I supposed. He said he's making updates out there. Should we be worried?
You going to tell him no?
Yes, I would. I wasn't afraid of Vito. What else don't I know? He stomped his feet and blew on his hands.
Chuck is gone. Vito found him trying to buy drugs off a biker behind the kitchen this morning.
What the fuck? Did you know Chuck was using?
I caught him taking pills a few times. He said they were for his knee, some injury back in high school. I told him to be careful, but I didn't know it was this bad.
Jesus. I took another bite of apple and considered the implications of not having a chef. So we're canceling the event Saturday night?
No.
Mikey grimaced.
Vito's brother is coming from Rome.
A low buzzing started in my head, then spread to my ears. More D'Agostino's on the grounds wasn't a good thing. Vito's brother happens to be a chef?
A chef in training.
Oh my God. I pinched the bridge of my nose between my gloved fingers. We're screwed.
Vito said his brother is a very good cook, but he has a problem with being told what to do.
Must run in the family. Great. Just great. And what if his brother can't pull off the dinner?
Vito said he'd give them their money back and then some.
So we'd start buying people off. Sure, why not? That made sense. Any other good news for me?
No, that's it,
Mikey said.
I've got the kitchen doing what they can until Vito's brother arrives.
And when will that be?
Tonight. And don't get mad, but I have a favor to ask.
Instantly, I knew what he was about to ask, and my knees locked up tight, like I was preparing for impact. No, come on, Mikey.
Please, Max, you have all that room.
Let Vito's brother stay with Vito in the guest cottage.
We can't. Vito is tearing down the adjoining wall to make one big bedroom.
What? I shoved Mikey's shoulder. Why did you say okay to that? Another lie from Vito. He said he was only putting up blinds and installing an espresso machine.
Again,
my brother said calmly.
Are you really going to tell him no?
Yes, I will.
Maggie, don't cause trouble. We can put up another wall after he leaves. It's not a big deal.
It felt like a big deal, but I didn't want to make any promises regarding Vito, so I changed the topic. Let the brother take your room, then you come and stay at the house.
You know I hate sleeping out there.
Mikey hadn't slept in the house much in the last 4 years. I knew the memories of our parents were painful for him, just like they were for me, but would a few nights kill him? Mikey smirked at me.
We could give the brother the cottage and Vito could come stay with you.
Fuck no. God, could this day get any worse? I tugged my knit hat lower on my head and considered going home and crawling under the covers. Fine, the brother can stay at the house, but just while Vito is here. Once Vito goes back to Toronto, the brother can take the cottage on the weeks when it isn't rented.
We need to build another rental property,
my brother said. Put it on the list for the new owner. Apparently, money is no object.
You have to admit, that's a nice thought, for once.
Shoulders tight, I turned and walked away. Yeah, but Vito's money comes with strings, and now we're in bed with the mob.
Some of us literally,
he called to my back. I lifted my middle finger up high over my head.
Chapter 7. Vito. I heard him before I saw him. Cazzo madre de Dio! A deep voice snapped before something heavy slammed against metal. I grinned and picked up the pace, eager to see my brother. Earlier, Cesare drove to JFK Airport to pick Massimo up and bring him here. I expected my brother to come see me first, but he'd insisted on going straight to the kitchens, even though it was after midnight. When I entered the winery's kitchen, my brother was there searching through drawers, a deep scowl on his face. We hadn't seen each other in 8 months, so I wasn't used to the short beard he wore, but he looked good. I let the door swing shut behind me. Diavoletto, little devil. He glanced up, his brow wrinkled in annoyance. This place is a fucking mess. I can't find a goddamn thing. Walking over, I grabbed his shoulders and kissed his cheeks. Thank you for coming. It's good to see you. He grabbed my face and turned my head side to side. You look tired, fratello. Not getting enough pussy. Fuck off. I shoved him away. Nice beard. Maz rubbed his jaw. This is as long as I can grow it without having to wear a net on my face in the kitchen. Women like it, though. What do you think? I gestured to the kitchen. Will you be able to pull this off on Saturday? Yes, don't worry. But I need to reorganize this place first. It's a disaster. Should you do that now? Better to get a good night's sleep, no? I took a pill and slept on the plane. I'm rested, V. I held up my palms. My brother was 31 years old. I didn't need to mother him. What do you need from me? Pull everything out of the drawers and then put those bins up on the counter. I'll deal with the pans. We began working, with the sound of metal clanging drowning out any hopes for conversation. When I started stacking plastic bins, my brother said, So tell me about the girl. Shit. Cesare had been gossiping on the drive. It's nothing. You're here, so it can't be nothing. I'm not here for her. I'm here because it's a good investment. Nothing more. He made a face like he didn't believe me, so I said, I didn't know she was affiliated with the winery. But you did fuck her. Before. Maz began sorting the pans by size. It's fate, V. Stai zitto. There's no such thing, coglione. Yes, there is. It's like Enzo seeing Gia in that fashion show. Fate, fratello. My older brother saw his now wife at a random private fashion show in Milan. He ended up kidnapping her and bringing her on the yacht with us, which I'd hardly call fate. Well, this is not the same. So put it out of your head. Is she hot? I thought of Maggie, spread out on my hotel bed, her eyes hooded and heavy with lust. I couldn't remember the last time I went 3 rounds with a woman in one night, but I hadn't been able to get enough of her. She had long legs and a tight ass, her body lithe and muscular like a dancer, probably from working outside every day. And the way she'd sucked my dick, a revelation. Not many women handled my size easily, but Maggie hadn't blinked. So yes, every single thing about that woman was hot. But admitting it to my brother was a mistake. She's cute. Please, I know that look. It's the same look Enzo had when he watched Gia on the yacht security camera. Setting a bin on the counter, I leaned a hip against the stainless steel. I'm not obsessed with her, and she thinks I'm married. I held up my left hand to show him the ring. My brother shook his head. Wearing that fake band is a big fucking mistake. Enzo and I both tried to tell you, but you wouldn't listen. It keeps women away until I need one. Big fucking mistake, Maz repeated.
Well, I wasn't wearing it during our night together. You'll be happy to know that when she saw me wearing it here, she punched me in the stomach. Maz threw his head back and laughed, putting a hand on the counter to steady himself. Oh, how I wish I'd seen it. I like this woman already. That's good because you'll be staying with her. That got a frown out of him. Wait, I'm not staying with you? There's no room. My cottage only has 1 bedroom. She has 3. And you don't mind? My head snapped up and I leveled a glare at him. Do not hit on her, Massimo. Why not? He held up his left hand, free of wedding rings. She's single, you said she's cute, and I'm hot. There's nothing to stop us from fucking. This was true. Yet I couldn't explain the ball of fire gathering behind my sternum right now. It lodged there like heartburn. Except I'm telling you not to, Stronzo. Because you want to fuck her. Because I don't want you making things messier than they already are. Ah, yes. Vito and his need to keep things tidy and sensible. Stick to the plan. Mock me if you want, but at least I've kept... Instantly I clamped my mouth shut. He was here doing me a favor, and I couldn't argue with him. He slammed the sauté pan down and lifted a brow at me. At least you've kept a job, is that it? Perdoname, I said earnestly. I shouldn't have said it. No, you shouldn't have. I flew in from Roma to save your ass, V. The least you could do is show some fucking gratitude. You're right. Forgive me. Get the fuck out. I have work to do and you're pissing me off. I exhaled, braced my palms on the counter, and leaned over. I'm sorry, Maz. Truly. But I don't want you hitting on her. I won't hit on her. I never would, knowing how you feel about her. I don't feel anything for her. I'm her employer. That wouldn't stop you if you decided to pursue her. My guess is that you want her, but she hates you. My brothers were perceptive assholes sometimes. I put some emphasis behind my words. Stay away from her. And don't tell her I'm single. It's a mistake, V. I live in Toronto, Maz. And things are still too unstable for me to consider taking a wife or mistress. It's for the best. He stacked 2 pots and moved them aside. Unstable how? I'm branching out into real estate. They don't enforce their disclosure laws, and it's easy to hide behind anonymous ownership. And owning more rental properties and office buildings will help me clean the Enrina's money. Smart. Really smart, like Enzo's fraud empire. But why unstable? A few others are pissed off that I've come to town. I waved my hand dismissively. No one I can't handle, though. So, back to this woman. Maggie, I corrected. I'm supposed to stay away from her, but I'm living with her. How does that make sense? I'd already come up with a solution. She's out during the day, overseeing the vineyards. You'll be sleeping then, working nights. Your schedules will never line up. He chuckled softly and dumped a drawer out onto the prep station counter. When the noise died down, he smirked at me. You've already thought it through. That means you're worried. As you should be, I suppose, considering I am the most handsome and charismatic of the D'Agostino brothers. Fuck off. I'm not worried about you. This transition has been hard on her. I don't want her overwhelmed. He dumped another drawer, utensils crashing atop the other pile. How considerate of you. I rolled my shoulders to ease the sudden tightening between my shoulder blades. What are you implying? Nothing. How many times did you fuck her? It was one night, Maz. Don't make it into something more than it is. Madonna, this girl has really gotten under your skin, no? I sighed and pushed off from the counter, straightening. I'm going to bed. My brother laughed deep and loud. I'm busting your balls, V. You don't need to worry about me. I'm seeing someone. That got my attention. I hadn't known this, and I wondered if Enzo knew. Who? Another chef. And she doesn't know of my background or what my brothers do for a living. I folded my arms across my chest and stared at my feet. I didn't like this. Maybe it was to be expected now that Maz was on his own, but I still didn't like it. Has Enzo? He doesn't know, and I don't want you to tell him. He'll want to investigate her and tap her fucking phone. She's not of our world, and I like her. That should be enough for both of you. Maz, this is different. You're not just anyone. To her, I am just anyone. I'm not in the life anymore, V. She could be using you. Her family... He dropped the ladle in his hand and whirled toward me, his lips flat and angry. Her family are regular people. I've met them. They're not involved with the Mafia. No one is using me. This isn't your ex-girlfriend, V. I put out my palms. Okay, if you say so. Promise me you won't tell Enzo. He will find out. He always does. And it's better to get ahead of his anger, trust me. I should know. I served as his consigliere for years. There's no reason for him to be angry. Just like there's no reason for either of you to be involved or think twice about her. Don't make me sorry I trusted you, fratello. Massimo was neither the responsible brother, me, nor the smart brother, Enzo. Instead, he was reckless and impulsive, charming and creative. He liked to party and smoke weed, and he also had a big heart. The two of us had always been closest, the second and third sons who would never take over the kingdom. I couldn't disregard his wishes. I won't tell him. If he finds out, it won't be from me. Massimo relaxed and went back to his utensils. Go, get some sleep, you look tired. The next few days will be long ones. For you, maybe. And you? He slid me a disapproving glance. I will find something for you to do. I'm the owner, not a sous chef. And you are working for me, Stronzo. He snorted. Would you like to test me? Because I can hop on the next flight home. I didn't bother responding. My brothers each knew the best way to get under my skin, and I learned a long time ago that an argument wasn't worth it, especially because Maz was doing me a favor. See you in the morning, I said, on my way out the door. Tell your girl I can't wait to meet her, he called after me, still sorting the mound of utensils, which meant he never saw the middle finger I held up.
Maggie.
Don't go in there.
My brother's voice caught me off guard. It was 6:30 in the morning, and I was on my way to the kitchen for a pre-work snack. Mikey sat at the bar, a cup of coffee in front of him. I looked him over carefully. What are you doing out of bed this early?
I didn't have a choice. They started making a racket about an hour ago.
Who's they?
Our new chef and the kitchen staff.
I leaned against the bar. Vito's brother is here. Mikey nodded.
And he's nothing like Vito, so be prepared.
What does that mean?
Vito's cool and in control at all times. This guy is... not.
I heard a loud voice through the walls. Is that him?
Yes, he's done nothing but yell at the kitchen staff since they arrived 20 minutes ago. He's also rearranged everything in there.
That's not good. We can't afford to lose any more staff. Why haven't you put a stop to it? My brother grimaced.
I'm terrified of him. And what if he tells Vito?
He drew a line across his throat.
I don't want to get whacked.
Vito isn't going to whack you. Jesus, Mikey. I straightened off the bar and started for the kitchen. And I'm not afraid of either D'Agostino brother.
You'll be sorry,
Mikey said behind me. I pushed through the swinging door and into the kitchen. I drew to a halt, my eyes taking it all in. The place was spotless. The surfaces gleamed, the walls free of grease and smudges. Everything was stacked neatly, not the haphazard chaos of before. This looked like a real restaurant kitchen, like Giovanni's kitchen at Val's Trattoria. I was impressed. It hadn't been this nice since my dad renovated it.
That is not how you chiffonade.
A bearded man was pointing at a cutting board. The sleeves of his white chef coat were rolled up, revealing tattooed olive skin.
Gentle, gentle, you are mangling those herbs.
I'm sorry, chef, said Hannah, one of our prep cooks. She was 3 years older than me, but I remembered the parties she used to throw in high school. Right now, she looked terrified. Hi. I hurried over to stand next to them. To the man, I stuck out my hand. You must be Vito's brother, Massimo. I'm Maggie. With a frown, he shook my hand.
Nice to meet you, Maggie.
Can I have a word? His frown deepened.
I'm busy right now, Signorina. Maybe later.
No, Chef, I think we should talk right now. In fact, I insist. He stared at me, silent. I could see the resemblance to his brother in his nose and jawline, though his eyes were brown, not dark blue, and his lips were a little fuller than Vito's. Massimo was handsome in a different way, like if you took Vito and blended him with a rock star. Still, that didn't give him the right to act like a dick to the staff.
Va bene,
He said with a nod.
I can spare a few minutes.
On our way out of the kitchen, Massimo gave orders to the kitchen staff on what to do in his absence. I couldn't believe this guy. Was he trying to get everyone to hate him on his first day? I pushed outside and he followed. When we were alone, I decided to start with something nice. That was an old management trick when you had to deliver bad news. Thank you for coming at the last minute to help us. We're very appreciative. He folded his arms.
You are welcome. A great band.
He dipped his head toward my chest. I glanced down. It was unusually warm this morning, so I hadn't bothered to zip up my coat, which meant my Ravenettes t-shirt was visible. Thanks. I'm surprised you know who they are.
I saw them in Copenhagen last year,
Massimo said. Wow, that's cool. I've never seen them live. I hadn't seen any bands live, actually. I didn't get away from the winery much, and it was hard to buy tickets to a show when I wasn't sure I could attend.
It was. But you didn't bring me out here to talk about bands.
No, I hadn't. Listen, you have to go easy on the staff. I don't think they'll be receptive to someone yelling in their face all the time right off the bat. He pressed his lips together like he was struggling for patience.
Signorina, a chef is like a general. I must lead them through the preparations and through the dinner service. I'm the one responsible for the food put on the plate, and the pieces must be prepared correctly.
I understand, but they'll quit if you're too strict with them.
I promise you they won't. They will learn, they will get better, and we will become a team.
He threaded his fingers together to clasp his hands.
And you can't interfere or second-guess me.
But
there is no but. I know what I'm talking about. I've worked in enough kitchens to understand this. If I'm their friend, they will slack on their responsibilities. I need to earn their respect first.
I don't really have a choice, do I?
No, you don't. My brother has given me the kitchen, and I will lead it as I choose.
The back of my neck started to itch at the words, has given me the kitchen, because Vito now had the right.
Maggie.
Massimo put his hands on my shoulders to regain my attention.
I can call you Maggie, no?
When I nodded, he said,
I'm not my brother, and I don't wish to fight with you.
He dropped his hands.
The staff will like me when this is over. Te lo prometo. I'm the fun brother.
Somehow, I believed him. Okay, Chef. I'll stay out of it.
Good. Now I need to get back inside. Was there a reason you came to visit the kitchen this morning?
He held the door open for me, and I went through. I was going to grab a quick snack before heading out to the vineyards.
I made a frittata this morning for the staff. Would you like some?
I glanced over my shoulder as we walked into the kitchen. You made a frittata? How long have you been awake?
I slept on the plane. Ivan.
He lifted his chin toward the young man stirring something in a stock pot on the stove.
Got Signorina Fiorentino a piece of frittata. Yes, chef,
Ivan said dutifully and set down his spoon. Massimo regarded me.
Would you also do me a favor?
Of course.
Would you take a piece to Vito?
Instantly, my body recoiled, a curtain of resentment and dislike falling around me, smothering me. I really need to get to work.
2 pieces,
he called to Ivan without looking away from me.
Per favore, Maggie. As a favor to me, it's one of his favorites.
I didn't want to see Vito. I was still reeling from our interaction at the employee meeting yesterday. Your mouth, Bella. It will get you into all kinds of trouble with me. Massimo stared at me like he was carefully evaluating my reaction. Was he matchmaking? If so, it was a wasted effort. I wiped my expression clear. I wasn't giving either D'Agostino brother any intel on my feelings. Sure, I'll have Mikey take it over.
Do you not like my brother?
Your married brother who stole my winery from me. Is this the brother we are discussing?
Well, I'm not talking about Enzo. You would definitely hate him. Here, chef.
Ivan held a pair of carry-out boxes out to Massimo. Not bothering to thank Ivan, Massimo took the boxes and handed them to me.
He's a good man, my brother. But he's not perfect, Maggie.
Oh, I'm totally aware. Thanks for the breakfast. See you later. I started for the dining room. Have a great day, everyone. A chorus of voices told me to have a nice day as I pushed through the swinging door. The dining room was empty. Mikey had deserted me, and no one else was around to handle this errand for Massimo. Fuck my life. The carry-out boxes felt heavy in my hands. Was I really doing this? Taking Vito his breakfast like a little wife? Ugh. Hi, honey, here's your breakfast. I hope you choke on it. To be fair, I hit on him that night in the casino. But he should have said no, or at least admitted he was married and asked if I was okay with it. Part of me wanted to find his wife and apologize. The sisterhood mattered, after all. She deserved to know what a douche canoe she'd married. And they probably had kids together. Kids. Oh my God. Was Vito a father? I shook myself. What did it matter? I needed to focus on getting him to leave rather than wondering over his life back in Toronto. Whatever his sins, they were on his head, not mine. But I did want to discuss these changes he was planning to make to the cottage. Espresso machine and blinds, my ass. He wanted to tear down walls. Going from a 2-bedroom to a 1-bedroom decreased the cottage's appeal to renters. Shouldn't Mr. Investment already know this? My brother might not want to tell Vito no, but I sure as shit didn't mind. Now on a mission, I walked faster in the direction of the guest cottage, the frozen ground crunching beneath my soles. Stomping up the steps, I crossed the deck and raised my hand to knock on the back door. Just as my knuckles were about to make contact, the wood opened. Vito stared down at me, his hair disheveled. He wore a plain t-shirt and striped pajama bottoms, and on his face was a pair of stylish eyeglasses. He looked smart and sexy and undone, and I absolutely hated myself for noticing. His brows lowered in confusion.
Maggie, what are you doing here?
I held up the to-go containers. Your brother sent breakfast. He eyed the containers carefully.
Did you poison it?
No, though I definitely considered it. Can I come in? More confusion flashed across his expression, but he stepped aside.
Of course.
I walked inside the cottage and stopped in my tracks. The bottom floor had been redecorated. Gone were the outdoorsy, winery touches. In their place was a sleek, modern look more suited to a Wall Street penthouse, with manly furniture and bold art on the walls. What the fuck? I blurted as my head swiveled. When was all this done?
Yesterday. I called in a few favors.
One of those favors had better not be about knocking out the wall between the bedrooms. He strode toward the open kitchen.
It was, actually. They're coming today to finish the work.
I followed him and slammed the containers on the marble island, the urge to yell at him burning my tongue. I desperately longed to shout that he didn't have the right to make changes like this. But he did have the right, and that was infuriating. I wanted to throw this frittata at his head. But Mikey begged me not to cause trouble, and I told him I'd try to be a team again. I didn't know what that meant, but stabbing Vito with a fork probably wasn't it. For my brother, I would try to act civilly. Professional. A mature 23-year-old woman. I could reason with a mobster and keep my cool. Pressing my lips together, I exhaled through my nose. By the time Vito turned around with forks and napkins, I was slightly calmer. I get it. You want to be comfortable here. No doubt your digs in Toronto are lush. One dark eyebrow shot up over the top of his glasses as he set the forks and napkins on the island.
I sense there is a but coming.
But, I emphasized, you told me you were only putting in blinds and an espresso machine, not knocking down walls. You lied. Again.
I changed my mind, and even though I didn't need to, I informed your brother about what I was planning. This hardly feels like a conspiracy, Maggie. Would you like a cappuccino or juice?
The abrupt switch in topic made my head spin. He thought I was staying for breakfast? I have to go. I'm going to eat this as I work.
Don't be ridiculous. Sit and have breakfast with me.
His eyes bored into mine from behind those stupidly sexy glasses, and I felt my resistance crumble like dry dirt. Okay, I guess water and a cappuccino, then. Please. Slipping out of my coat, I tried not to watch his wide shoulders as he worked at the espresso machine. It wasn't easy. As good as he looked in his clothes, I had first-hand knowledge of how good he looked without his clothes, too. But I didn't allow my eyes to move any lower. The memory of his ass, a muscular masterpiece, was already burned into my brain, and I couldn't lust after another woman's man. That meant no checking him out. After he finished the cappuccinos, he poured me a glass of water and came around to the seat beside mine. He flicked open the container.
Maz's frittata. I have died and gone to heaven.
I picked up my fork. Maz? That's cute. What nickname does he use for you?
Nothing fit for a lady's ears,
he said dryly. He started eating, so I did the same. We ate in silence for a few minutes, and I had to admit the frittata was delicious. Leeks, prosciutto, spinach, and cheese wrapped in fluffy eggs. Nice to see that Massimo really did know how to cook.
Fuck, that's good.
He reached for his cappuccino, cradling it in his hands.
Should we talk more about the cottage, or was there something else you wished to discuss?
Do you have kids? I blurted. Vito's entire body jolted, and the cappuccino splattered all over the front of his shirt.
Chapter 8. Vito. Immediately I went upstairs to change into a fresh t-shirt. My brothers ridiculed me for it, but I hated to be dirty. I hated for my clothing to be stained, which could be challenging in my line of work. Blood stains were a bitch to get out of suits. But I preferred to be clean at all times. I considered putting in my contacts too, but dismissed the idea. Maggie wouldn't care about my glasses, and I'd rather return downstairs as quickly as possible. Where did the question about kids come from? Did Massimo say something to her this morning? The fake wedding band on the dresser caught my eye. Had she noticed that I wasn't wearing it? For some reason, I didn't like lying to her, but the lie was too well established to stop now. Best to keep wearing the ring until I left for Toronto. It would ensure I didn't do anything stupid. After slipping the ring onto my finger, I also pulled on a pair of jeans. Then I thumped down the wooden stairs to find her looking at her phone, cheeks flushed, a lock of her hair falling from her face. "Sorry about that," she said, not looking up and not sounding particularly sorry either. I gathered the empty breakfast containers and threw them out. "Would you like another cappuccino?" "No, I should really get going." She started to get up, so I held up my hand. "Stop. Tell me why you asked me about kids." "Because I've been so focused on what's going on with the winery that I forgot you might also have kids." "I don't. We don't," I amended. Maggie visibly relaxed. "That's a relief. A cheating husband is bad enough. A cheating father is a total dirtbag." I agreed, actually. My own father had flaunted his mistresses in front of our mother. He even brought one to a family dinner once, which was the most uncomfortable meal of my life. Our mother cried the whole time, and Enzo nearly punched the old man in the mouth halfway through. "You can rest assured. I have no children, legitimate or otherwise," I said. She winced. I hadn't considered illegitimate kids, so thanks for clearing that up too, I guess.
I also always wear condoms.
I would hope so, for fuck's sake. You risk giving your poor wife an STD with every affair.
I don't have any diseases. The look she gave me would have caused the balls of a lesser man to crawl back up inside his body.
That you know of?
I get tested regularly, I told her, which was not a lie. And I'm clean.
Well, I am too. Glad we cleared that up.
She pushed her empty cup toward me and stood up.
Thanks for the coffee. I should get to work.
Before you go, where is your list?
What list?
Of the things you need for the winery. She drummed her fingers on the marble, irritation in every line of her tall frame.
Vito, you mentioned it only yesterday afternoon. I haven't had time to write it yet.
Now I was curious. What did Maggie do after she finished in the vineyards? Did she go out at night, meet up with friends, go on dates? Why not? Were you doing something else last night? She let out a brittle laugh.
As if that's any of your business, Don D'Agostino.
I froze. She hadn't called me by my honorific before, and those words on her lips. Desire slashed through me like a blade, swift and sharp, and I struggled to stay focused. Stop, she's off limits. This was no time to get caught up in what I would never have again. Like her smart mouth wrapped around my dick. Answer the question, I ordered, my accent thicker. When I was turned on, my tongue struggled to form the English syllables and words. I wondered if she noticed.
I was sleeping, actually. I know it's hard for you to remember, but I work outside all day and it's physically exhausting. So usually I go home and relax, eat, maybe drink a glass of wine and fall asleep.
Oh, that prickly, fiery attitude. Why did I find it so arousing? Needing something to do, I carried the empty cups to the sink. I'll put hire more help on the list for you.
I don't need more help at the moment. The extra hands come in handy over the summer and into the fall. Didn't your research into wineries cover that?
Turning, I leaned against the sink and crossed my arms. I know you like to be at odds with me, but I can be very helpful.
I'm sure you like to think so.
I decided to drop the issue of the winery. She wasn't ready to partner with me on ways to make it stronger, which was fine. Michael had already come around and provided me with a list of things to either repair or replace. Thank you for letting my brother stay with you. Standing, she adjusted her winter hat and tucked her hair more firmly underneath.
You're welcome. Though I really don't know why he can't crash on your couch for a few nights.
We are a bit beyond the crash on a couch stage in our lives, and I don't think you'll see much of him, considering you have opposite schedules.
He said he's the fun brother.
I nearly rolled my eyes. Maz had a high opinion of himself. Always had. That may be true, if you like to party and screw all night long.
Maz is a partier?
Coke, booze, and French models had been our usual routine during those lonely nights on the yacht. I didn't think Maggie wanted to hear about those days, so I shrugged and adjusted my glasses higher on my nose. Don't worry. He has a girlfriend back in Roma, so he won't get too out of hand here.
How long is he staying?
Not long, a few weeks, a month maybe. Enough to stabilize your kitchen and get you through the winter events. You will need to hire someone to replace him.
I'll put it on the list for my new boss.
She gave me a smile that was all teeth, like a shark. Madonna, this woman. I itched to put her over my knee and spank her. Clearing my throat, I decided to circle back to the winery. And she truly would not like this news. I have a meeting with Bruce this afternoon. I thought you should know. She paused in the middle of slipping on her coat. Now she was on alert, regarding me with suspicion.
About what?
I'm bringing in a renowned enologist. His name is Carlo Leone. He has a meeting with Bruce tomorrow to start learning what you're doing here. I wanted to give Bruce a heads up today. She didn't move, didn't react, merely stared at me with those big, soulful eyes. I waited for the explosion, the anger and vitriol, yet none came. The seconds stretched, and I wasn't even sure she was breathing. This worried me. He's not a viticulturist, I quickly added. Carlo isn't going to step on your toes. Turning toward the windows, she swallowed hard. A lot of big words you've learned there. Good for you, Vito. You are welcome to join us, of course. Wow, thanks. Her voice sounded small. The back of my neck tightened, and I didn't care for the sudden pressure in my chest. I fought the urge to wrap my arms around her and hold her close, tell her everything was going to be okay, reassure her I wasn't the villain she painted me to be, at least not when it came to the winery. I was successful for a reason, and I could make her life so much easier if she would only trust me. No matter the cost, I would ensure the best for this place, for her. Most of all, I didn't want her defeated. I wanted her to fight me, to drive me crazy with the things that came out of her mouth. I wanted her fire and her spirit, the confident vixen who bought me a drink and let me take her to my room. The woman who nearly broke my dick with her stellar pussy and greedy mouth. Maggie, I started toward her. I need to go. She spoke quickly, like she was eager to get away from me. What time is the meeting with Carlo tomorrow? 1 o'clock. Great, see you then. She practically lunged for the door handle. Maggie, wait. Things to do, boss man. And she was out the door. I let her leave. She'd come around once she met Carlo. A certified genius, he was credited with saving many of the wineries in my country, and his services were highly sought after. I paid a goddamn fortune to get him here on such short notice, and he was coming to offer advice on how to improve things here, not take anyone's job away. He'd visit now and again for a few months, studying and learning before he offered recommendations. This was a good thing. I returned to the cappuccino machine and busied myself by making another drink. I needed to get to work. I had a long list of things to do today, and I couldn't worry about Maggie's feelings regarding my decisions. He's so cold, like a robot. My one and only girlfriend, Simona, said this about me when I was 17. She was talking to her friends about me, assuming no one was listening, but my father had her mobile tapped. He hadn't liked Simona, or her family, and knew she was just using me for my last name. I argued that we were in love, but he'd gleefully proven me wrong. But I couldn't change the way I was, even if I wanted to. I've been like this, remote and cautious, almost since birth. Growing up, Enzo had taken much of our father's abuse to spare me, leaving me to watch and live in fear, terrified that one day it might be me instead. Enzo was prone to outbursts and fighting back, so I quickly learned to act in the opposite manner, to keep my emotions locked up and hidden. This meant my father ignored me, which was what I preferred. Until Simona. Never show a woman you care, my father had said. They will only use it against you. They're like poison, Vito. Deep down, I knew this wasn't true. My mother wasn't a poison. She'd been sweet and kind, too kind for a world with my father in it. He'd forced her to suffer for that sweetness until she couldn't withstand the pain any longer. Leaning against the counter, I shoved all this away and began to read my email. Being away from Toronto was slowing down my construction projects. There was a bid for a government building that needed to be massaged, and 2 contracts for new properties to review. I paid a team of lawyers back home, and they were sharp as fuck, but I always had the final say. A knock on the back door caused me to glance up. A group of men were on the back porch, carrying toolboxes and drop cloths. This was John, the contractor, who I met briefly yesterday. I texted Tommaso to bring the boys over to supervise. I had a few guns stashed in the cottage for safety, but I wouldn't take any chances. Then I went over and opened the door, letting them in. 3 men, all wearing construction boots and tool belts, walked inside, and I assessed them carefully as John shook my hand. Each man was big and muscular, covered with tattoos, but nothing that seemed suspicious or threatening. "We built this place, Mr. D'Agostino," John said. "So removing that wall won't take long. Then we'll patch everything up and be out of your hair before you know it." "Thank you, I'd appreciate that." Silently, the 3 went up the steps and got to work. My men arrived a few seconds later, and I decided to get to work as well.
Maggie. The church basement smelled like mildew and burnt coffee. I wasn't one for religion, so I didn't spend a lot of time in places like this. But my brother found a Gamblers Anonymous meeting this afternoon in a town an hour away and asked me to drive over with him. I wanted to encourage him, so I agreed. As a bonus, this trip got me away from the winery. I crossed my legs and killed time on my phone. The meeting was closed today, which meant only those with addiction issues could attend and participate. So I was sitting in the hallway, waiting for it to finish. With time on my hands, I did something I'd resisted doing before now. I looked Vito D'Agostino up online. Except there was nothing. Not a word, not a whisper, no photographs or links that mentioned his name. I added Toronto to the search, but that didn't help. Then I added Mafia. Nothing. It was like the man was a ghost. Then I searched for Massimo D'Agostino. There were mentions at a few various restaurants, all in Italian, but no pictures. What was the older brother's name? Something with an E. Enrico? No, Enzo. I typed out his name. A photo of a very handsome older man popped up. Expression flat and almost angry, he was standing next to his wife, Gianna Mancini, who was a men's fashion designer. Damn, those two looked good together. I couldn't see much of a resemblance between Enzo and Vito, though. The doors to the meeting room abruptly opened, and I hit my screen quickly, even though I had nothing to be ashamed about. People, almost all young men, filtered through the doors and into the hall. Mikey finally emerged, chatting and laughing with a guy his age. The two of them slapped hands and made a promise to keep in touch. When we were alone, I asked, "How did it go? It looks like you made a friend."
"Yeah, he's cool. And the meeting wasn't as bad as I expected."
Thank God. This gave me hope that he'd stick with it for the long haul. "Should we get pancakes? I saw a diner around the corner." Our parents used to make pancakes for dinner whenever Mikey or I had a bad day. My mom claimed they were the ultimate comfort food, and she hadn't been proven wrong yet.
"Good idea."
Cool. We started walking toward the stairs. "Then you can tell me about the meeting."
"It's anonymous, dummy. That means I can't tell you anything."
"Even if I don't know who you're talking about?"
"Yes, people need to know what they say in the room will stay in the room."
I guess I knew this. I did watch TV, after all, but I hadn't expected Mikey to be such a stickler for the rules. "You know I won't tell anyone." We climbed the steps, me going up first.
"That's not the point,"
my brother said.
"And don't make this harder on me than it already is."
Okay, I'm sorry." Once we sat and ordered pancakes, I studied him. He looked better today, less tired. "Do you think these meetings will help?" I asked. He sipped his water.
"I do, yeah. It was weird, talking about Mom and Dad and the winery. But hearing the other stories made it easier. And it's helped me to see that I'm not alone, if that makes sense."
Good. I'm really glad, Mikey.
"Listen, I have to tell you something else."
I paused in the process of folding the paper straw wrapper. Oh, God. What now? Please don't, because I honestly can't handle any more bad news.
"This is something you should know. I've been keeping it from you because he asked me to, but it's not right. You should know."
"He who?"
"Vito."
I dropped the paper wrapper and folded my hands tightly. That motherfucker. He was taking Mikey into his confidence, trying to keep me on the outside. Well, I wasn't about to let that happen. Let's hear it.
"He's not married."
My brain stumbled and tripped over itself to make sense of the words I was hearing. Wait, you're saying that Vito isn't married?
"Correct."
I dragged in a deep breath and tried not to toss a table or two. I couldn't lose my shit in here. Is he divorced? A widower? Why else would he wear the ring? Mikey winced and rubbed the back of his neck, a quirk when he had something he didn't want to tell me. Spit it out, I said. It's obvious you know. Slowly, my brother reached across the table and started to slide my butter knife out of reach. I frowned and grabbed the piece of cutlery. You're not funny. Just tell me already.
He wears the ring as a defense against women who might want relationships with him.
I huffed indignantly. And he thinks I want a relationship with him? God, that man's ego. What an asshole. Mikey lifted his palms out toward me.
No, he doesn't. I told him you were as anti-relationship as they come. But he didn't want you to know about the ring because he said it made it easier if things were strictly business between you.
Strictly business. Did that include subtly flirting with me? Making me eat breakfast with him? Jesus Christ, how I hated that man. Now that I thought about it, Vito hadn't been wearing the ring when he first opened the door this morning. But he must have put it on when he went upstairs to change his shirt because I definitely remembered seeing the ring as he dried his hands on a towel. Interesting. Had he put the fake wedding band on to ward me off? Or to remind himself to keep it in his pants? Because his reaction after the staff meeting, when I'd touched his collar and whispered in his ear, it was not the response of a man who was interested in strictly business. Vito isn't married. Wow. I stared through the front glass of the diner and let this sink in. At least the guilt of being the other woman was gone.
Are you mad?
Mikey asked as our pancakes arrived. No, I already knew he was full of shit. This just confirmed it. Here you go, honey, our waitress said as she sat a plate of chocolate chip pancakes in front of me. And all men are full of shit.
Hey,
my brother said as she walked away.
I'm sitting right here.
Yeah, but you're full of shit too, I told him. Any other secrets you're holding on to?
Nope, that's the last one.
Mikey began cutting his pancakes vigorously.
You won't tell him I told you, will you?
Nope.
Really? You won't throw it in his face the next time you see him?
I ate a piece of buttery, fluffy pancake. No, we're strictly business, remember? And I don't want Vito thinking I'm pining away for him. He wants to pretend he's married? Fine. More power to him.
You really don't care?
I really don't care. I have better reasons to hate Vito than this. Mikey chuckled.
No doubt. But I say we bleed him for every penny he's willing to spend on the winery. We should ask for everything, you know? The irrigation you wanted to do, the solar panels, another guest cottage. Let's see how far he's willing to invest.
More money meant more strings. I didn't want to burst Mikey's bubble, though, so I changed topics. Did you know he's bringing in an enologist to consult with us? Mikey drizzled more syrup onto his half-eaten stack.
No, but is that a bad thing?
No idea what an expert from Italy can tell us about our regional wines, but sure, why not?
Don't get all worked up. I think Vito means well, and he does want to improve things.
Well, maybe the winery doesn't need his kinds of improvements, I grumbled.
Or maybe you can't be unbiased to anything he suggests.
I ripped a piece of bacon in half and threw it across the booth at him.
Vito. I wasn't used to the quiet. I stood on the deck, sipping my cappuccino and looking out over the vineyard. There were a few birds up in the early dawn, but there were no other sounds. No traffic, no horns, just peace and quiet. It was like the yacht in that way, except I wasn't constantly rocking back and forth. Maz and I stayed up late last night, drinking and catching up. I was surprised at how much I'd missed my brother. Strange to spend 4 years trapped together on a boat, then not see him except once or twice a year. Enzo traveled quite a bit with Gia, so I met with him more often. And we frequently touched base on business matters. Maz was more distant, in another world from mine. My sister was the same. She was living her own life in London, though we texted back and forth a lot. But there was no use in growing sentimental over things I couldn't change, so I shoved it all aside. I had a lot to get through today before meeting with Carlo and Bruce this afternoon. I didn't have time to. Tommaso suddenly appeared around a group of bushes, his expression grim. He was disheveled, hair wild like he just rolled out of bed. As he hurried toward the cottage, I was instantly on alert. "What is it?" "Gaetano went out last night." He climbed the deck steps and paused in front of me, breathing heavily. "He didn't come back." I waved him inside, then closed the door behind us. "What the fuck do you mean he didn't come back?" "He left around 10. Said he was going to a bar just outside of town. We didn't think anything of it and went to bed. But the car is still gone and he isn't answering his mobile." I picked up my phone off the marble island and unlocked it. I tried to reach Gaetano twice, but each time it went to voicemail. "Maybe he went home with a woman," I suggested, my mind racing. "No," Tommaso shook his head. "Even if he did, he wouldn't stay out all night. We never do, Don D'Agostino." This was true. Men in my world knew better than to fall asleep in a strange woman's bed. It left you vulnerable. "Why the fuck did you let him go out alone?" "We didn't think anyone knew us here. Why would anything bad happen in this tiny town?" I rubbed my eyes under my glasses. "We need to find this bar. Do you know where it is?" "I didn't ask the name or where it was located." Fuck me. Immediately I dialed Michael and he picked up on the fourth ring. "Hey, Vito, everything okay? Come to the cottage, I need your help." Chapter 9. Vito. While we waited on Michael, I went up to shower and dress. I skipped shaving, threw on jeans and a sweater, and was back downstairs just as the older Fiorentino sibling arrived. Tommaso and Cesare were at the kitchen island, their brows creased with concern, and Michael closed the door behind him. "Hey, what's going on?" I tucked a pistol in the back of my jeans and gestured to my men. "Let's go. I'll explain on the way." "Is something wrong?" Michael hesitated when the rest of us went to the door. "Why are you carrying a gun?" I held open the door and said nothing. After Michael stepped onto the deck, I locked the cottage door behind us and pocketed the key. "We need to hurry, capisce?" "Vito," Michael said, ignoring my orders. I grabbed his shoulder, squeezed hard to make a point. "Don't ask questions until we're in the car," I repeated. His skin paled, but he nodded. I could see why he might be worried, so I added, "This isn't about you. Let's go." The four of us went to the SUV parked in the winery's lot. Tommaso got behind the wheel, Cesare up front, while Michael and I settled into the back seats. When the doors closed, I said, "One of my guards is missing. He went out last night to a bar outside of town. I need you to direct us to where he might have gone." "Oh," Michael visibly relaxed. "Okay. There are a few dive bars that people go to, farther out of town, or 2 strip clubs. Any idea what direction he went? That might help." "The strip clubs," Cesare said. "We should start there." "Let's go," I ordered. "Michael, direct him." No one else spoke as Michael gave Tommaso directions out of town. I hoped we were overreacting. Like Tommaso said, we weren't familiar faces here. There was no reason to think there was any danger. Benetti had assured me things were running smoothly, so we should be safe here. The first club was deserted, the parking lot empty. To be sure, we drove around the neighborhood checking for Gaetano's car, but didn't see it. Along the way, we passed 2 of the dive bars Michael mentioned, but there was no sign of the car. It only took a few minutes to reach the second strip club, but my brain kept spinning possibilities the entire time. One of my bad habits, Enzo liked to say, was overthinking things. Good for a consigliere, but a boss needed to make swift and certain decisions. Time was a luxury I could no longer afford, as my brother warned before I left for Toronto. The lot at the second strip club was not empty. A large black SUV rested in the back, near a patch of woods. "There's the car. Pull in here." "Cazzo," Tommaso said under his breath and swung into the lot. I scanned the surrounding area through the windows. No one seemed to be around. Was this a trap? Where the fuck was Gaetano? My muscles tightened, my body alert as Tommaso parked the car. I pulled the gun from my waistband. "Stay here," I told Michael and got out. Tommaso and Cesare were beside me as we all eased toward the parked SUV. "Maybe you should also wait in the car," Tommaso said quietly to me, "until we know this is safe." I didn't bother responding. Gaetano was my responsibility, and I would help find him. I tried the passenger side door and found it locked. "Is that side open?" "No." We peered through the tinted windows and the windshield. The car appeared empty. This was confirmed 3 minutes later when Cesare broke in. There was no evidence of Gaetano in the car, nor any indication of a struggle. "Start calling his mobile." Tommaso pulled out his phone while I walked around, searching the area. No scuff marks, no blood, no bullet casings. It was strange. Maybe Gaetano did go home with. A buzz sounded in the distance. We all froze, listening. "The woods," I said, bolting toward the trees. "Again, Tommaso." I followed the noise, moving carefully so I could still hear. The other two were behind me, doing exactly the same. I moved to my right as Tommaso called a third time. I hoped to fuck that someone had thrown Gaetano's phone out here, that it wasn't what I feared. A large shape on the ground, unmoving, caught my eye. A mobile buzzed somewhere underneath it. Gaetano. And he was not alive. "Motherfucker!" I snarled and lowered my gun. "Madre de Dio!" Cesare cursed as the three of us surrounded the body. Gaetano had been shot once in the forehead. Executed here in the woods. Alone. Leaves crunched nearby. All three of us aimed our guns at the sudden noise. Michael put his hands up, his eyes round with horror. "Don't shoot me, Oh my God! Is he dead?" "You were told to wait in the car," I snapped. "Go, Michael." "Wait, I'm sorry, I wanted to help you look. Has he been out here all night?" Tommaso found Gaetano's mobile and handed it to me. "The code is his birthday," my guard told me. "February 17th. I unlocked the phone and began searching for any clue as to who did this. There were a flurry of missed calls from us, plus unread text messages from Tommaso. Nothing else of note. "Think this was Benetti?" Cesare asked. "In retaliation for being here?" Instantly I knew this wasn't Luca. No, he wouldn't risk a war with us. I checked the photos on Gaetano's phone. Sure enough, there was a video from the night before. I hit play, and it was obvious Gaetano was in a VIP room at the club. A pair of tits filled the camera as a girl gave him a lap dance, grinding her hips in his lap. The angle swung to her face where she smiled at him, then back to her tits. There was music pumping in the background, so I couldn't hear what was being said, but it sounded like he called her Terry. "Hey, that's Tammy," Michael said over my shoulder. The three of us looked over at him. "You know her?" I asked in English. "Sure. I'm not like a regular, but I go with the boys every now and again. Plus, I went to school with Tammy's younger sister." "Last name?" "Bruno. Do you know where she lives?" When Michael shook his head, I ordered Cesare to start searching for the girl. "But we have to deal with his body first." "Fuck." Tommaso rubbed his head. "Exactly. But we couldn't leave him here, and we couldn't involve the police." "Digging in the cold ground is a bitch," Cesare said absently as he typed on his phone. Tommaso slapped the back of Cesare's head. "Have some respect, Stronzo." I put my hands on my hips and stared down at my former guard. I fucking hated when my men died. This was the life we'd signed up for, and we knew the risks, but that didn't mean I was cavalier about death. Gaetano was in his late 40s, a cugino, a cousin to me, exactly like Cesare and Tommaso. This wasn't unusual. The 'Ndrangheta remained a secret because we were all family, literally. We only trusted those related to us, and no one ever ratted out their family. And one of our family members had been murdered. "What are we going to do with him?" Cesare asked in our own language. Tommaso raised his eyebrows meaningfully. There's digging equipment at the winery, no? I instantly dismissed this. I couldn't bury a man on Maggie's property. That isn't an option, not at the winery. I looked at Michael. How far away is the ocean? About 2 hours to the coast, he answered. Why? I ignored the question and checked my watch. Fuck, it was going to be tight. And I'd need to rent a boat. Let's load his body in the SUV, I said to my men. We'll drop Michael off and then take care of these. In English, I asked Michael, what time does this place open? 4, I think. Cesare scrolled on his phone. He's right, and they close at 2. I checked the video stamp on Gaetano's video. 1:36 a.m. We'll come back after they open to find this woman and see if they have security footage. Let's deal with our cugino first. Tommaso searched Gaetano's pockets and found the fob for the SUV. I'll drive him back to the winery. I put a hand on his shoulder. The 2 men had been close. Grazie, Tommaso. To Michael, I said, open the hatch on the parked SUV, the one Gaetano was driving. It's unlocked. Why? The confusion on Michael's face morphed to horror, and he took a step back, his palms shooting up. Wait, you aren't putting him inside the car, are you? You have to call the police, right? He'll be taken to a funeral home and buried in a cemetery, right? We aren't, Michael. He quieted at my sharp tone. We will handle this our way, capisce? No police, no cemetery. Where are you going to bury him? I smothered an irritated sigh. It's better if you don't know. Now, go. Do as I say and don't ask questions. And don't tell a single fucking soul what you saw here today. Oh, God. Oh, God, okay. Michael turned and stumbled, then hurried back the way we came. Tommaso moved toward Gaetano's feet. He's a good kid. We could use him in Toronto. His sister would slice my balls off if I tried, I said dryly. Let's do this. I need to be at a meeting by 1 o'clock. Tommaso and Cesare each lifted a stiff leg and began dragging Gaetano's body out of the woods. As we trudged back to the car, I dialed Toronto and told them to send more men today. We needed to kill whoever was responsible for Gaetano's death, swiftly and painfully. Then I arranged for a jet to pick up my men back home. At the SUV, the 3 of us lifted the heavy corpse into the back while Michael looked on, his skin pale. Once Gaetano was in, Tommaso started off for the winery. Cesare got behind the wheel of the SUV, so I gestured for Michael to get in. Andiamo, let's go. I could see his throat work as he swallowed, but he obeyed and slid into the back seat. I followed, then unlocked my phone and punched a few buttons. The other end rang once before a deep voice answered. What the fuck do you want now? This is a courtesy call. Binetti grew serious. Oh? Found one of my men in the woods behind a strip club, executed. I'm dealing with whoever is responsible. He was silent for a beat. Which club? Sparkles. I know it. Harmless owner treats the girls well. Customers like him. I can't imagine he'd take out one of your men. If he had, I was going to burn the place to the ground, with him in it. And Binetti couldn't stop me. That may be so, but I mean to find out. Any enemies follow you when you came from Toronto? I stared through the window at the passing streets. I didn't like to speculate. I preferred facts. Seems unlikely. Anyone here pissed at you? No? You sure? Yes, but I'll ring the boys and tell them to do some digging around. Thank you. D'Agostino, he paused. I've tried to keep a low profile there. Do not lay waste to that town. I can't make any promises. I disconnected and tapped my mobile on my knee. More men meant more housing. Looking over at Maggie's brother, I said, Michael, I need... He was bent over at the waist, breathing hard, nearly hyperventilating. I frowned. This was no time for dramatics. He needed to pull himself together. Michael, I snapped, putting some force behind the single word. Focus. Nodding, he straightened and clasped his knees with both hands, still breathing erratically.
I'm sorry. I've never seen a dead body like that before.
I told you to stay in the fucking car.
I know, and I really, really wish that I'd listen to you.
Count your breath. Inhale through your nose, 4, exhale through your mouth, 4. It was a technique that my sister-in-law taught Enzo to help keep him calm. Michael closed his eyes and concentrated, breathing as I said. Cesare met my gaze in the rearview mirror. We were too jaded and too old to remember seeing our first dead body. I did vividly remember my first kill, however. I was 12 with my father handing me the pistol. When Michael regained some of his color, I said, I need a place for a large group of men to stay. I'm assuming the winery is out of cottages. The young man nodded, so I unlocked my phone. Then I'm going to need the name of a realtor.
Maggie. I debated not going. Vito was using a sledgehammer to destroy over 60 years of Fiorentino legacy in a matter of days, and I couldn't catch my breath. It was like I was being buried alive, and Vito was shoveling more and more dirt on top of me. But after pancakes and a good night's sleep, I felt refortified. I was stronger than Vito could even imagine. He would not break me, and no one would take this land and this responsibility away from me without a fight. This Carlo Leone person? He didn't know New York's climate or the irrigation issues we faced. He wasn't familiar with the mineral composition of the soil or the variation in the local insect population. But I knew all those things. So I wouldn't hide and sulk today. Instead, I would support my vintner, my staff, and my family by showing up. Vito wouldn't win this round. Even if the image of him in glasses, a t-shirt, and pajama bottoms was now burned into my brain. Your mouth, Bella. It will get you into all kinds of trouble with me. I should hate him. Correction, I did hate him. So why was I still attracted to him? It made no sense. Hormones were the absolute worst. Around noon, I went home to shower and change. I didn't know how long this meeting with Carlo would take, and I promised Mikey that I'd help with the party prep starting at 4 o'clock. So I threw on the black dress I wore for events, a short jacket, and heels. I slicked back my hair and put on concealer, mascara, and lip stain. Looking in the mirror, I conceded that I looked pretty damn professional. At 1, I headed for the cellar. Bruce texted a few minutes ago that they were waiting for me, so I gathered my courage and descended the steps. If this Carlo guy thought he would roll over me like Vito had, he was sorely mistaken. I charged in, ready for battle. 2 men were already there, and neither of them were Vito. Mr. Mafia boss must be running late. Or maybe I got lucky and he'd decided to skip this meeting. I approached Bruce and the bald-headed man chatting at the tasting table. Hi, I'm Maggie Fiorentino. Both men stood, and I got my first look at Carlo Leone. Oh, wow, he was very handsome, and younger than I'd expected. He was maybe a little older than Vito, but not by much, and had smooth olive skin and the most startling blue eyes I've ever seen on a man. A neat, short beard and a kind smile. He was dressed expensively, but not formally, which I appreciated. Despite my annoyance at his presence here, I found myself smiling in return.
Signorina Fiorentino.
Carlo put his hands on my arms and kissed each of my cheeks. He smelled good, not from an overpowering cologne or soap, but a hint of sandalwood.
It is nice to finally meet you,
he said with a light accent.
Signore D'Agostino has told me many wonderful things about you.
I sincerely doubted that was true. Welcome to Fiorentino Winery, Signore Leone.
Call me Carlo, please. Let's sit. I was chatting with Bruce and learning about your winery.
Bruce gestured to me.
Maggie is probably the best person to give you the full history.
How much do you want to hear? I lowered myself into the chair next to Carlo, because I could talk about this place for hours. The upstairs door clanged shut, and I expected to see Vito's long legs carry him down the steps. Instead, 3 members of the kitchen staff brought a few bottles of wine, glasses, and a charcuterie board. I must have appeared confused because Bruce said,
"Thought we might be here a while and everyone should be comfortable."
Oof, I should have thought of refreshments. If I weren't so distracted and angry at Vito, I'm sure I would have. Good idea, Bruce. There were 4 different wines to choose from, and Carlo examined each bottle before settling on the Cayuga White.
"I'm curious about this one,"
he said, pouring the wine into a glass. He gave it a generous swirl and held the glass to the light. Then he tasted it.
"I like that. Nice tang of citrus on the tongue. Smooth finish."
"Thank you," Bruce said, pouring the same for both me and him.
"It's our most popular wine in the summer months, though the rosé is inching closer." "I can see why. Signorina, you were interrupted. Tell me everything."
My animosity toward Carlo receded the more we talked. He was attentive, asked good questions, and didn't turn his nose up at our wines. The charcuterie board was delicious. Best of all, Vito wasn't around.
"When was your last soil survey?"
Carlo asked me. My father had the last official soil test done 6 years ago. I was embarrassed to admit it. Soil tests should be completed regularly, but they were expensive. Carlo reached for a piece of bread and dipped it in the burrata and pesto mixture.
"I would like to have one done as quickly as possible, if you have no objections, Signorina."
"Please, call me Maggie." I popped a green olive into my mouth. "And I have no objections. As you may have heard, we've been tight on budget these last few years, which is why we always postpone doing one."
"Of course, I understand."
We moved on from the white wine to the red Marquette blend, and Carlo tasted it carefully.
"Is that pink grapefruit at the end? This is quite lovely."
He took another sip.
"Black cherry, raspberry, herbal tea?" "Yes,"
Bruce said with a small smile.
"It's a hardy grape, suitable for cold climates. Gives us medium-body wines with a little punch at the finish. You've done a nice job with it. How long is it aged?" "Around 8 months."
As we settled in with a glass of the Cabernet Franc, Carlo regaled us with stories from some of the wineries he'd worked in. He was personable and expressive, humorous, talked with his hands, and could hold command of a room. I could see why he was so successful. I liked him quite a bit, even though I'd been prepared to hate him. "Have you visited a lot of American wineries?" I asked. Carlo leaned back in his chair and wiped his mouth with a napkin.
"I spent 3 years in California and Washington, so I've seen quite a large number. This is my first trip to the East Coast, though." "Where are you staying?"
Bruce asked.
"At the B&B."
I reached for a bite of spicy soppressata, parm, and fig jam. I had to hand it to Massimo. He could really rock a charcuterie board. "Fair warning, Salvatore will talk your ear off if you let him." Carlo chuckled.
"I don't mind. I have a big family and we like to talk."
Did he mean his own family? He wasn't wearing a wedding ring, but as I'd learned the hard way, not all married men wore theirs. "Do you have a lot of kids?"
"No kids, but I have a lot of siblings and cousins." "You never married?"
Bruce asked.
"My job keeps me on the road. Perhaps in the future."
He slid me a curious look, his blue eyes searching my face.
"And you, Maggie? Are you married?"
"Me? Oh, no. I hardly have time for dating, let alone anything serious." Carlo lifted his nearly empty glass.
"This is why we have wine, to keep us warm at night, no?"
I heard myself giggle, which was strange, but I was feeling pretty good. I hadn't eaten anything since the pancakes, and this wine was delicious. The upstairs door banged. Maybe Massimo was sending more snacks. Did he take requests? Because a meatball sub sounded really fucking good right now. I popped a stuffed pepper in my mouth and chewed. Then heat exploded in my mouth, the burn working its way over my tongue and stealing my breath. Coughing, I lunged for my wine and took a sip, hoping to dull the sensation, but I ended up wheezing harder. Over the sounds coming from my lungs, I heard Carlo's instructions for me to breathe in and out, his palm rubbed between my shoulder blades soothingly. After a few seconds, the fit eased and I was able to take a proper breath.
Allora,
I heard him say.
Drink this.
A glass of water was pressed into my hand. As I took a grateful sip, my gaze locked on Vito, who was now paused at the bottom of the stairs, his expression granite. He stared directly at me, and he didn't look happy. I don't know how I knew that. I just did. With his wet hair and dark suit, he was intimidating. I preferred him in glasses and pajama bottoms. He approached the table.
Are you all right?
Fine, thank you, I rasped. My heart thundered in my chest, which was obviously due to the coughing fit and not Vito's sudden arrival. Vito's eyes slid to where Carlo was touching me, then continued on to the enologist. His mouth was tight as he said,
My apologies for running late.
Carlo's palm slipped off my back as he rose.
Signore D'Agostino, an honor to meet you in person.
Vito offered his hand, and the two men shook.
And you, Signore Leone. Thank you for coming at such short notice.
Then Vito said something in Italian, the words clipped and forceful, and Carlo nodded a few times. Vito unbuttoned his suit jacket and lowered himself into the chair at the head of the table, directly between me and Bruce.
Shall we sit? You may catch me up.
He reached for a plate and began taking food from the charcuterie board. Heads up, I said. Those peppers are super spicy.
Are they?
Vito took mostly meat and cheese on his plate.
I appreciate the warning. Which of the wines are we tasting? We've tasted 3 of the 4 so far,
Carlo said.
We haven't tried the rosé yet. Excellent. We should continue, no?
Bruce poured 4 glasses of the rosé. When I reached for mine, Vito slid the wine out of my reach.
Water only.
Then he placed his full plate of meat and cheese in front of me.
Mangia.
Was he actually treating me like a child right now? I'm good. You can give me my rosé back. He ignored me. To Carlo, he asked,
So tell me, what are your impressions so far?
I clutched my nearly empty glass of Cabernet Franc as Carlo began talking, then ate a bite of food. Spitefully, I didn't touch my water glass. Carlo told Vito of his process, how he would examine the equipment and run a soil test, watch our bottling process and how we aged the wine. He came across as knowledgeable and thoughtful, more of a partner in the winery than someone who wanted to change everything. I appreciated the approach. Was this how everyone but me saw Vito? Before I could dwell on that particular idea, Bruce offered to show Carlo some of our unused barrels and describe how we treated the oak. The 2 men stood and looked at Vito and me.
Would either of you like to come?
Bruce asked.
I must speak with Maggie privately for a moment, if you don't mind,
Vito said in a tone that no one would dare argue with. No one except me, of course. I need to go with them, Vito. As I started to push my chair back, Vito put a hand on my arm.
Stay.
To them, he said,
She'll be along.
The 2 men left for the rear of the cellar, and Vito and I were alone. I was feeling too good to let this man ruin my mood. Do you think your brother would make me a meatball sub?
What?
You know, meatballs, cheese, and sauce on a toasted sub roll. That's so good, and I could really go for one right now.
No, I don't think he has ever made one of those.
He leaned in, close enough that I could smell his fancy shower gel.
Are you flirting with Carlo?
My jaw unhinged, low enough that it should have smacked the table. Are you kidding me right now?
Answer the question. Are you flirting with him?
No. But even if I were, how is that any of your business? Instantly, I knew this was the wrong answer. The lines in Vito's face sharpened and his stare turned forbidding, like the night sky when there were no stars, fathomless and unforgiving.
It is very much my business, Bella.
I shook my head slightly. This made no sense. Why would Vito... Then it hit me. Oh my God. Are you jealous? He edged away, his expression wiping clean.
Of course not.
Yeah, I would hope not, considering you're married. I emphasized the last word, hoping to see a crack in his exterior, but Vito didn't flinch, firmly committed to maintaining his ridiculous ruse to keep us strictly business, obviously. I pointed in his face. You, sir, don't get to judge me.
You're drunk.
Definitely, and it feels amazing, so don't ruin it by saying something dickish and reminding me of what a dick you are. He exhaled heavily and tapped his fingers on the wooden table.
I've had a shit day, Maggie. Do not push me.
Yeah, he could join the club because I'd had plenty of them recently, all due to him. And knowing he was lying to me about being married really irritated me. Could I get him to admit the truth? I was just buzzed enough to try. "Aw," I said with fake sympathy. "Did you have an argument with the little woman back in Toronto? Let me guess, she's worried you're sleeping around on her." Licking my lips, I leaned in. I tried to find her online. I searched social media for every female D'Agostino in Toronto, but came up empty-handed. Did you keep her under lock and key? A muscle popped in his clean-shaven jaw.
Stay out of my personal life.
I couldn't resist pushing him. That wasn't what you wanted at the casino. As I recall, you were telling me how I was the best—
That's enough.
He snapped.
No more wine for you.
While I was day drunk, I wasn't dead. I still had a backbone. You don't get to order me around, Vito. His smile turned slick, an evil tilt of his lips that caused butterflies in my stomach.
That wasn't what you wanted the night at the casino,
he repeated, using my words against me.
As I recall, you were begging me to tell you—
Knock it off.
Exactly what to do. You liked it when I ordered you around.
A thrill raced down my spine, and my nipples shamefully hardened into tight little points. God, Vito had been extremely bossy in bed, and I'd loved every minute of it. From the way he dressed to the way he walked and talked, this man was like competence porn on steroids. But I didn't need any memories to resurface right now. That was before I knew what a dick you are, I said. I thought he might get angry again, but his smile didn't diminish in the least. In fact, it grew. He appeared relieved, amused, almost happy, like he'd been waiting all along for this exchange. Shifting in my chair, I tugged the edges of my jacket closer to cover my nipples. Are we done? Because I'd like to go and join them.
Eat.
He pointed to the plate in front of me.
And then you may go. You need more food in your stomach.
What I need is for you to leave me alone, I said under my breath, popping a piece of prosciutto and parm in my mouth.
What was that?
Nothing. I swallowed. Why were you late today? Mafia business?
Worried about me?
No. I ate some more. I couldn't care less about you or your whereabouts, Vito.
You are a terrible liar, Bella.
Really? Because I convinced you that you're good in bed. So who's a bad liar now, He sipped his wine, eyes dancing with smugness.
Unfortunately for you, I can count, and 7 orgasms do not lie.
Whether it was the wine or Vito's words, or just sitting close to him, I could feel myself growing wet between my legs, my body getting turned on. and that was un-fucking acceptable. I didn't need any reminders of that night or how amazing his dick was. I was done with this walk down memory lane. Grabbing the plate, I stood up. Drop dead, Vito. I heard him chuckle as I walked away.
Chapter 10. Vito. Squinting in the low light, I let my eyes adjust to the main room. The smell of disinfectant assaulted me, the bass rattling in my chest. The sun was shining outside, but you'd never know it inside this dark, windowless room. Lights flashed and the party atmosphere was desperate to catch on. A guy yelled on the microphone, promoting drink specials to the half-dozen men scattered around the room. "Welcome to Sparkles," a girl said, approaching me, Cesare, and Tommaso. She held a tray up near her ample teats and eyed me up and down. "Haven't seen you here before. Want a table, honey?" I nodded, and the three of us were given a horseshoe-shaped booth facing the stage. One dancer gyrated and twirled around a pole while two other girls worked the floor. I needed to talk to some of the girls first before I approached the owner. We ordered drinks, and the girl left to get them. "I'll talk to a few of the dancers," I told Cesare and Tommaso. "Keep ordering drinks, but don't drink them." When the drinks arrived, we didn't have to wait long before the girls on the floor approached our booth. One crawled over Tommaso to sit between us, though her attention was entirely on me. Her lip gloss glistened in the low light. "Hi, wanna dance?" "Yes," I said instantly. "Lead the way." We slid out of the booth. Tommaso and Cesare stayed behind with two girls while I trailed mine to a back room. There everything was colored red, from the light overhead to the padded benches lining the walls, and every surface sparkled. The music wasn't as loud here, which was good. It would allow me to ask questions. Grabbing my hand, she led me to a seat. This was far from my first lap dance, so I rested my arms on the back of the bench, leaving my hands in plain sight. Though there was no one else in the room, I knew there were cameras. Guards weren't far away. Once I was settled, she began moving sensuously, showing off her body, palms sliding over her smooth skin. Her teats were full and lush, barely contained by her skimpy top, and her hips ground into my dick over and over. I waited for the automatic response from my body, my dick predictably going rock hard at the friction. Except nothing happened. I was limp beneath her. I frowned. I jerked off this morning in bed, so I knew my dick wasn't broken. Yes, I'd been thinking about Maggie and everything I would do to her if I ever got the chance. Like make her crawl on her hands and knees and beg me to fuck her. My dick began to thicken. Fuck. "That's enough," I told the woman grinding on me. "I need to ask you questions, and will pay well for the information." She crawled off me and adjusted her thong. "I only dance. I'm not going to fuck you back here." "No, not that. A friend of mine came in last night, Italian like me. Did you see him?" "I didn't work last night, but I heard some of the girls talking about him today. He threw a lot of cash around." "Was there any girl he paid particular attention to?" "I don't know, but I could ask." "I'd appreciate it. I'd also like to know if there was anyone who approached him, someone he argued with, someone who might have wanted to hurt him." Her eyes darted toward the door nervously. She knew something. "Tell me," I urged. "Like I said, I wasn't here last night." Crawling back onto my lap, she peeled down the cups of her top, letting her breasts spill out. Was she hoping to distract me? I held up my palms, trying to stop her. "I'll pay you. I need to find out what happened to my friend." "Why?" "If you know something, I will make sure you're compensated." "It's not that." She turned around and began grinding, her ass bouncing as she moved over my crotch. "I don't want any trouble." I leaned in ever so slightly. "I can protect you. I swear, signorina, I won't let anyone hurt you if you tell me what I want to know." She shook her head. Frustration tightened in my chest like a fist, but I forced myself to remain calm. "I am more powerful, more dangerous than anyone in this town. If you help me, I will protect you. She crawled off my lap and fixed the cups of her top.
That's $200.
I took out my money clip and peeled off 5 $100 bills. If you tell me, I'll give you these. Leaning in, she opened her bikini top. As I slipped the money inside, she whispered,
There were some guys here last night, Red Raiders, a motorcycle club. They treat the girls like shit. If your friend tried to step in, they might have hurt him.
The same Red Raiders who'd been selling drugs behind Maggie's kitchen. I peeled off more bills and tucked them into her top. Grazie, signorina. If you have any trouble, any at all, or you need me, come to the Fiorentino winery and ask for Vito.
Fiorentino winery. Vito,
she repeated. That's right.
I'm Brittany.
She took my hand and started walking me toward the exit.
Now I know why you didn't enjoy the lap dance. I worried for a minute that your equipment might be broken.
My lack of enthusiasm had nothing to do with you. You're beautiful.
Is it your wife?
She nodded down at the ring I wore. Yes, I lied.
She's very lucky. What's her name?
Maggie, I said before I thought better of it. But as soon as it left my mouth, I realized it was true. Maggie might not be my wife, but she was the woman I was constantly thinking about.
Aw, that's cute.
We entered the main stage area, and I said goodbye to Brittany, then strode toward the booth. Cesare was preoccupied, talking to one of the dancers, but Tommaso was scanning the room, staying alert. I met his gaze and gave him a lift of my chin. He stood and met me in the middle of the floor. Red Raiders were here last night, I told him. You think they recognized Gaetano? Can't be, Vito. It seems unlikely, but I don't like coincidences. Let's find the owner. These places have cameras, and I want to see the footage. We approached one of the bouncers. Where can we find the owner? I held up $200 in my fingers just to prove I was serious. He eyed the money but didn't take it. Who's asking? I wasn't giving out that information, not here. Someone who will be very grateful for your assistance. I'll get him. He's in the back. I shifted the bills and only gave him one. Half now, half when you return with him. Putting the money in his pocket, he disappeared toward the side of the stage and through a door there. It only took a few minutes before the bouncer returned, trailed by a short man with a white beard and messy white hair. He had a pair of wire-rimmed glasses on his face and wore a wrinkled suit. When the pair joined up with me, I handed the bouncer the rest of the money, then put out my hand to the owner. You are the owner? Clyde Michaels, nice to meet you, Mr. Let's talk in private, if you don't mind. What is this about? A friend of mine was here last night. He didn't come home. Clyde's white brows climbed his forehead. Follow me. Tommaso and I trailed Clyde behind the stage to a set of offices. He opened the door to one, and we all went in. I lowered myself into a chair, and Clyde took the seat behind the desk. He straightened his tie. Now tell me who you are. My name is Vito D'Agostino, and I am an associate of Luca Benetti. I'm in town with some of my men. One of them was here last night. Clyde rubbed his beard. And you said he didn't come home? That's correct. The Red Raiders. Do they stop by often? He put up his palms. Listen, we're a respectable place. I don't want any trouble. I understand. But I also need to find out what happened to my friend. I want to see your camera footage. His eyes flicked to Tommaso, who had casually moved next to the desk. I'm not sure that's a good idea. I promise you, Signore Michaels, it's a very good idea. Because I intend to review that footage by whatever means necessary. His throat worked as he swallowed. I don't have cameras in the lot, only inside, so if something happened as he left, it won't be there. That was disappointing. May I ask why not? We've never had an incident here. The bouncers escort the girls to their cars. I'd like to see the indoor footage then. What time did he come in? I looked at Tommaso. Around 10:30, my guard said. The last video he recorded was a little after 1:30. Clyde studied me, and it was like I could see him weighing his options. You're associated with Benetti? I am. 20,000. That price was exorbitant, and this wasn't a negotiation. Did Clyde think he had leverage over me? I'll give you 10, and this remains friendly. I gestured to Tommaso, who took out the agreed-upon amount of money and dropped it on Clyde's desk. I said to the owner, "Now show me the footage." After stashing the money, Clyde began typing on his computer. He worked for a few minutes, clicking his mouse and pressing the occasional key. Here. He spun the monitor to face me. I edged closer. There were 8 video streams showing various parts of the club. You take the left 4, I told Tommaso. I'll take the rest. I watched my 4 tiny screens looking for any sign of Gaetano. The timestamp started at 10 o'clock, so I knew it wouldn't take long. There, Tommaso said, not long after, pointing at one square. There he is. Stop. Enlarge that camera, I ordered Clyde. Let's follow him and see what happens. Clyde did as I asked, and we began tracking Gaetano at double speed. He paid for a few dances, watched the stage, and drank his beers. People walked through the camera, but no one stopped to talk to him except the girls. We continued to watch the footage until Gaetano left. Wait to see if anyone follows, I said. 3 men in motorcycle cuts followed a few seconds later. Merda, Tommaso muttered. Didn't he notice them earlier? Not if the place had been crowded. I looked at Clyde. I want to see the camera with those 3 men. Clyde worked quickly, checking the mouse and pulling up the camera on the bar. The 3 bikers were huddled there, their backs to Gaetano. I knew their cuts, though. These 3 were Red Raiders. One of the bikers turned to face the camera, and I peered closer. Recognition hit me. That one right there. He's part of the construction crew who worked on the cottage, I told Tommaso in our language. That motherfucker was in my house. Cazzo madre di Dio, Tommaso snapped. That is how he knew who Gaetano was. What's this man's name? I asked Clyde in English, pointing at the screen. That's Jimmy Tate, local kid, they call him Tater. I ground my back teeth together. What the fuck had Benetti been thinking, letting these MCs hang around his town? They treated the girls here like shit, and now one of my men was dead. Where can I find them? Mr. D'Agostino, I don't want any trouble. So you said before. Let's agree on these. I'll ensure that a few of my men are here from now on to keep an eye on the place. In exchange, you will tell me where to find these 3 Red Raiders. I lifted my chin at Tommaso. In response, he dropped more cash onto the desk. And, I told Clyde, you will install cameras in the parking lot. Clyde eyed the money and nodded. I'll tell you what I know.
Maggie. The kitchen hummed with activity. I had to hand it to Massimo. He had everything under control, giving orders to keep the flow moving in anticipation of dinner service. I was no longer worried about whether tonight's event would be a success, which was a huge relief. At the bar, I helped Adam get ready for the cocktail hour that preceded dinner. Celeste was here too, putting signs about the specialty cocktails on all the high tops. Mikey arrived with a stack of extra napkins and handed them to Adam.
We're going to pull it off, right? Who the fuck would have believed it?
Good job, everyone, I said, high-fiving my brother. Especially you and Celeste. You've both produced a miracle. And don't forget that sexy Italian chef in there, Celeste added. He's the reason we didn't have to cancel. Sexy? I wrinkled my nose in distaste. Not you too, Celeste. He has a girlfriend. Celeste cradled the pack of napkins. Why are all the good ones taken?
Hey,
my brother said, pointing to himself.
I'm standing right here.
Reaching over, I patted his shoulder. The truth hurts, I know. Celeste laughed. Maybe it's because you're my boss, she said with a pointed lift of her sculpted brows. then walked away. Mikey and I watched her go. Then I murmured, "Does Celeste have a crush on you?"
What? No, she's never said a word or even hinted.
But now you're thinking about it, aren't you? Mikey avoided my gaze by checking the time on his phone.
Knock it off. Don't try and distract everyone from your mess by stirring up trouble with me.
I don't have mess.
Sure, that's why you were drunk this afternoon after your meeting with Carlo. Bruce said Vito was pissed.
I wasn't drunk. I adjusted the edges of my jacket. I hated wearing a dress and heels. And you and Bruce need to stop gossiping.
Listen, I like Vito, and I'd like to stay on his good side instead of getting a pair of cement shoes and being dropped into the ocean. Got it? Stop antagonizing him.
He stole our winery. I'm not feeling very warm and fuzzy toward him at the moment.
Neither am I, but we have to make the best of it. Vito is not a guy to be fucked with. Trust me.
The way Mikey said it. Is there something you weren't telling me? Again? Because we agreed on no more secrets. He winced and stared down at his feet.
Mags,
he sighed. Oh my God, there is something else, isn't there? I couldn't even imagine what it was now. Something to do with Vito, something Mikey knew about the Mafia business. What is it? What are you hiding from me?
Can we talk about this later, please? I have too much to do at the moment to have this conversation.
But you will tell me, right?
Yes, later.
I was going to hold him to that. Fine. I moved toward our bartender, who was cutting limes. Adam, give me something else to do before I lose my shit on my brother.
Start opening the wine,
Adam said.
They should start arriving any minute.
I gave him a salute, then got to work. Soft music filled the room, and Mikey dimmed the overhead lighting. Candles were quickly lit for ambiance. After the cocktail hour, guests would move into the dining room for dinner. The bride-to-be was from Albany, but her fiancé, Josh, was a guy I knew from high school. His family was middle class, like mine, but his girlfriend was supposedly loaded. They'd spared no expense tonight, and this revenue was crucial to our quarterly P&L. The first to arrive were the fiancé and her parents. The mother and daughter were both blonde and wearing matching dresses. Okay, weird. Mikey welcomed them, and the group stood chatting for a minute. Adam poured 3 glasses of our sparkling wine.
Here,
he said, and handed me a tray. Good idea. I loaded the glasses on the tray and walked them over. Hi, welcome to the Fiorentino winery. Would you like a drink? Thank you, the mother said, practically ripping a glass off the tray. The father and bride-to-be took theirs more delicately, and Mikey said,
This is Maggie, the other half of the Fiorentino winery.
The young woman gave me a careful once-over. Oh, you're the one who hooked up with Josh in 10th grade. So Josh had spread that news around. Great. I hope you enjoy your evening. We're very glad to be hosting you tonight. Then I turned on my heel and headed back to the bar. This was why I liked vines better than people. I went to stand beside Adam and set the tray down. I'm hiding out with you for the rest of the night. Josh told her we hooked up in high school. Adam chuckled.
Don't let it get to you. Josh is a douche.
One time, I whispered. It was at a party. I barely even remember it.
Well, I think it's safe to say Josh does. Ugh. Here come more people. Don't worry about it.
The room began to fill after that, and I didn't have time to think about past hookups and their big mouths. I served drinks and poured wine, even walked around and passed out flutes of sparkling wine once or twice. It was easy and kept my mind off my other problems. For the most part, Josh kept his distance, not even acknowledging me when I poured drinks for him and his college friends. That was fine by me. They tipped well, which was nice. Adam would receive the entire tip cup tonight, so anything I could do to help him out, I would. Then I saw a familiar figure standing at a high top. Vito. What the fuck? Yet my eyes were not deceiving me. Vito was here with Carlo, the two of them casually drinking like they had the right to be here. This went against policy. As staff, we never attended the events as a guest. It was bizarre and rude. I grabbed a tray of full flutes. "I'll be back," I told Adam, then merged into the crowd. I passed out drinks and collected empty flutes, traveling in the direction of Vito's table. When I reached the two Italians, I set my tray on their table. Carlo smiled at me, while Vito's face revealed nothing. His gaze watched me intently, and goosebumps raced along my skin under his regard, my body reacting even though I wished it wouldn't. I pasted on a fake grin. "Hi, what are you two doing here? This is a private event." Vito put his empty flute on my tray.
"We were invited."
Bullshit. By who?
"Does it matter? I'm the owner. I can be wherever I choose."
This fucking dick. My smile fell. "It doesn't work that way. These people don't want—"
"Signorina."
Carlo gently touched my arm.
"The fiancé and her mother. We met them outside and they invited us."
Oh, relief cascaded through me. Thank God. I thought I was going to have to bounce you. When I looked over, Vito's chilly gaze was locked on my arm. Slowly, Carlo moved his hand to the table, and when I looked at Vito, he was rubbing his jaw.
"Carlo, you've seen enough tonight, no? We can catch up tomorrow."
It wasn't a question. Carlo nodded and downed the rest of the liquid in his flute.
"I really like this sparkling Riesling, Maggie. The hint of apricot and wild rose is a nice touch."
"Thank you. I'm pretty fond of it myself."
"I'll bid you both good night. See you in the morning."
Carlo bent and kissed both of my cheeks.
"Ciao."
"Ciao," I said, while Vito said nothing. When we were alone, I glared up at him. "What is your problem with Carlo? Because you don't have any right to be mad at him for flirting with me."
"He works for me, and that is the second time I've caught him touching you. I don't want him trying to get into your pants."
"Well, he doesn't work for me, and I'll sleep with whoever I want." I leaned in and lowered my voice. "And you have no—" A strong smell hit me, one I recognized. Perfume, sweat, musty carpets, a hint of disinfectant and tobacco. It was how the high school guys smelled when they returned from the strip clubs. Tommy Favato had been a regular at Club X, and I'd almost gagged the one time he and I hooked up during junior year. Leaning in, I inhaled Vito's suit. Yep, definitely a strip club. "Which one did you visit? Sparkles or Club X? Sparkles has the prettiest girls, of course, but I hear Club X is a little looser with the rules, if you know what I mean." Vito drummed the fingers of his right hand on the table lightly. I didn't want to stare at his hand, so I focused on his handsome, lying face. He said,
"I didn't go there for that."
"Really? Are you telling me you didn't get a lap dance? Because I can smell perfume and baby oil on you." The truth was plain in the stormy blue of his eyes. I gave a brittle laugh. "Are you really that hard up, Vito?"
"You're wrong. About all of it."
"Sure. I'm glad we talked, though. This was a good reminder for me." I lifted my tray and walked away, feeling the weight of his stare on my back. Fuck him. My God, what an asshole. Off getting lap dances. Thank goodness I knew the truth about him. This was not a man who deserved my time or energy. Now, if I could only stop fantasizing about him, remembering every detail of our night together, that would be a big help. I threw myself into the work behind the bar. I was a dynamo, doing anything Adam needed and pouring drinks with singular focus. Thinking about Vito was unacceptable. Then the group began to thin, everyone working their way into the dining room, and relief filled me. Soon I'd be able to go home and crawl into bed. When the room was nearly empty, I finally looked around, and my stomach dropped to my toes. Vito was still at his table, but he wasn't alone. A young woman was there, one of the bridesmaids, if I wasn't mistaken, and she was standing close to him. A little too close. He was smiling down at her. Then he said something that made her throw her head back and laugh, and my chest tightened painfully. He hadn't smiled at me like that, not since the casino. No, he'd been cold and emotionless while tearing my life apart. Well, he wasn't cold and emotionless now. Was he flirting with her? Because the bridesmaid was clearly flirting with him. She tossed her hair and blinked her long lashes at him, her expression fascinated. I couldn't blame her. Vito was good-looking, and his accent was panty-melting. But he was also pretending to be married. Then he lifted his left hand, and I didn't see a ring. There was nothing there, no band of silver wrapped around his fourth finger. He took the ring off. That motherfucker. My throat closed as a lump settled behind my ribs. There was only one reason he'd take off that ring, and it was to sleep with this woman. I couldn't breathe. The room tunneled to that table, a tiny sliver of horror in my brain, and I couldn't decide whether to laugh, cry, or hurt someone. I latched onto my anger, fanned it, poured metaphorical gasoline on it until I was fuming. Oh, hell no. I didn't care if he was single or not. He wasn't picking up women in my winery. No, sir, I wouldn't let it happen. Fuck that. Hands shaking, I walked toward them, my fingers wrapped around a pair of scissors that I barely remembered picking up. I was too angry to think clearly, so there was no plan. I had absolutely no idea what I was going to do when I reached the table. It was like I was having an out-of-body experience, watching myself from above. Vito noticed me first. He didn't react, just cocked his head as I approached. The young girl rolled her lips and sipped from her wine glass, peeking up at Vito the entire time. I ignored her, though. She hadn't done anything wrong. Walking up to him, I grabbed his tie with one hand. I think I surprised him because he didn't move or say anything. In a flash, I lifted the scissors and cut through the expensive silk. It took 3 good slices, then I held half his tie in my free hand. I dropped the scrap into his wine glass. Then I looked at the bridesmaid. Hey, babe, you should know that even though he isn't wearing a ring right now, he's married. Head high, I walked away. I didn't know where I was going, but I couldn't stay here for one more goddamn second. Chapter 11. Maggie. I kept walking. I hurried through the busy kitchen, past the office. My only thought was to get away. I needed the cool air to clear my head, to help my brain come back online. That motherfucking asshole, picking up women in my bar. The logical half of my brain was telling me I had no right to feel jealous or hurt. Vito was a one-night stand, not my boyfriend. But I wasn't feeling particularly logical right now. I was angry and hurt and, yes, fucking jealous. How could he flirt with some random woman under my nose like that? And only minutes after he'd been pissed that Carlo might be flirting with me. The absolute nerve. Men were the worst. This was why I avoided relationships. When you cared, you gave people the ability to hurt you. I preferred to use men for sex, then move on. The cool air met my face as I pushed through the back door, but I welcomed it. I couldn't fucking do this anymore. Maybe I should leave, go to Catanzaro and stay with Val and Luca. A body grabbed me from behind, jolting me to an immediate halt. I knew exactly who it was. Let me go, you asshole! The door thumped behind us as Vito pinned me up against the brick wall, his fingers wrapped around my wrists.
You go too far, Bella.
I struggled in his grip, trying to get loose, but he held me firm. Let me go.
I'm not married.
He growled the words in my ear, so it took me a second to process them. Of course, I already knew this, but I couldn't believe he was admitting it.
Did you hear me? I am not married. I've never been married.
We stood there, both panting, his chest pressed to my back, the heat from his body sinking inside my bones. I tried to twist away, but he held me there, helpless. I cursed into the stone, a useless sound of frustration. Then I spat, "I know." He wasn't expecting it. His muscles locked as his grip tightened for a fraction of a second. Then he relaxed.
Michael told you.
Yes, he told me. Like you should have, you dick. He grunted deep in his chest, and his hips ground into my ass. I could feel his cock, not totally hard, but not totally soft, either. My heart thumped hard and fast, his proximity making me dizzy, and all the need and want I'd been suppressing these last few days came rushing up like a giant wave. Desire, warm and thick, rolled through my veins, settling in my breasts and clit, and the fight drained out of me. I softened under him, defeated. He must have noticed because his grip on my wrists eased, and he dragged his nose down my temple, right along my hairline.
You are driving me crazy,
he whispered.
I want to fuck you all the time, every second, and it's turning me inside out.
He did? Why? I choked out. Why wear a wedding ring when it means nothing?
It's easier. I don't need to worry about a long-term commitment when women think I'm already taken.
My hips eased back a fraction, sinking into his crotch, eager for more of him. He pushed forward, letting me feel the full, hard length of him. His thick shaft lodged into the crevice of my ass like it had a right to be there. I gasped, then said, "That's reprehensible."
Because I am reprehensible. I'm a killer, a monster. It's the life I've chosen, and any woman in her right mind should run the other way.
One of his hands released mine and traveled a slow, torturous journey to my hip.
You're so fucking sexy. Your ass and legs. Cazzo madre di Dio.
God, his accent. Hearing him speak Italian was like someone injected a drug into my veins. Wetness pooled between my thighs, my knees shaking with the fever building under my skin. Just because I want you doesn't mean I don't still hate you for taking over the winery.
I know, baby. But you can hate me and still let my dick give you the best orgasm of your life.
My body was on board with that plan. We were in our own little world outside in the dark, the kitchen a distant hum in the background. Still, I wasn't sure I should. If I do, it doesn't mean anything. I want you to go back to Toronto and leave the winery alone. He began curling his fingers, gathering the fabric of my skirt in his fist, and air hit my thighs. His erection sawed between my cheeks.
Let me have you once more. I'm salivating for you, Bella.
Damn, he made it impossible to resist him. I supposed once more wouldn't hurt. Maybe I could purge him from my system after that. I slid my free arm around his neck, arching my back. From the front, please, Vito. He released my other trapped hand and turned me to face him. His hooded eyes settled on my face, his skin taut with arousal. I snatched his leftover half-tie and shoved him against the far wall. His back hit the brick with a thud, and I lunged at his mouth, sealing our lips together and thrusting my tongue inside. He pulled me closer, his lips sliding over mine again and again, his hand grabbing my hair as if to keep me in place. He didn't need to worry. I wasn't going anywhere. This kiss laid waste to any of my remaining resistance. Vito was relentless, and I responded just as eagerly, our mouths frantic. The air around us turned humid, and the sound of our breath drowned out everything else. I'd missed the way he kissed me, with complete focus and singular intensity, like I was the only thing in this world he needed. When he lifted one of my legs and wrapped it around his hips, my skirt bunched around my hips and my pussy pressed against his cock.
Are there cameras out here?
He asked against my mouth. No, but...
Thank fuck.
He spun us both to put me against the wall, and my other leg came around his hip to straddle him. Now he was holding me up, the brick rough on my back through my jacket. My crotch was resting on his stomach, his hands under my ass. It all went quickly from there. He widened his stance, rested me on his thighs, and moved his hands to his belt buckle. Oh, shit. Were we really doing this here? My hands dove to his waist, eager to help, even as my mind tried to impart reality. Someone might walk out here, I whispered as I yanked his dress shirt out of his trousers.
Do you care?
He reached inside his briefs and pulled out his dick. Not in the least. I was delirious, burning up. I needed him inside me. Oh, God, hurry.
Pull your panties aside. Let me give you what we both want.
My fingers slid under the lace, and I bared myself, my pussy spread and more than ready. He adjusted, lined up, and drove in, filling me in one rough thrust. The stretch burned in the very best way as his cock took up all the space inside me, and I clung to him, moaning as my body adjusted. Vito buried his face in my neck, his mouth murmuring Italian curses into my skin, and his hands slid under me to hold me up. He moved once, a gentle rock of his hips like he was teasing me. I dug my nails into his scalp. Fuck me now. I need it. With a growl, he began pumping, using the wall and his strength to hold me up, his wide cock splitting me in two. He was breathing hard into the hollow of my throat, and I clutched at him, using my legs to help create a rhythm. The angle was perfection. My clit rubbed against his pelvic bone, and it was almost like we were dry humping, except he was inside me. My muscles tightened, my insides coiling, the sensation building.
You're mine,
he rasped.
All fucking mine.
The words tipped me over the edge. God, yes! I clenched around him, my walls contracting and releasing as the orgasm shattered through me. Bright light exploded behind my eyelids, the euphoria better than anything I'd ever experienced. I soared so high, the release so powerful, that I never wanted it to end. Vito's cock swelled inside me, and he groaned, his hips pressing me into the wall as he came. Muscles twitched and jerked beneath my fingers, and for a second I worried he might drop me, but he held firm.
Sono fottuto,
he kept repeating as he panted into my throat, the words like a prayer. I'd have to look up that phrase later. Then it was over. Slowly, he lowered me to the ground, his forehead resting against mine. Before I could fix my dress, he bent down and got on his knees. I steadied myself with a hand on his head. What are you doing? He held up his phone and turned on the light. A sudden flash of white light filled the alley, and I blinked. Vito lifted one of my legs.
Hold this up.
I did, and he swept my soaked panties aside, his attention solely on my pussy as he shone the light there.
Hai la più bella figa. Ti voglio sempre.
Vito, I said, my fingers playing with his soft hair. You know I can't understand you. He spread my lips apart and held the phone closer.
I said you have a beautiful pussy. Right now, my cum is dripping out of you.
I heard him take a picture. Then his tongue swiped through my slit, causing us both to moan.
Cazzo, you are so sexy.
Dirty man. Then I realized what this meant. You didn't wear a condom. He put his phone away, then lowered my leg to the ground and stood up. In a shockingly tender gesture, he caressed the side of my face and tucked my hair behind my ear.
I'm clean. I have never fucked a woman without a condom before.
Never?
I would not lie about that. Why do you think I wanted to see your pussy just now?
Neither have I. Fucked without a condom, I mean. And I have an IUD, so... I wiped some sweat off his forehead and refused to wonder why we'd both lost our heads. Has there been anyone since the casino?
Of course not.
He leaned his forehead against mine.
I can't even get hard for another woman, let alone fuck her. You have my balls in your fist, mia bella diavoletta.
A flattering thought, but probably bullshit. You didn't get hard during your lap dance at the strip club today? He sighed, like he was reluctant to tell me.
No, limp like a noodle. It was embarrassing.
I couldn't help but laugh. Poor big bad Mafia man. Can't even enjoy a lap dance. He huffed, but his lips were twitching as he stepped back and tucked his cock back in his briefs.
Fix yourself. We are going to the cottage to fuck again.
I started adjusting my skirt, covering my legs. Wait, we haven't even... In a flash, he grabbed my face in both of his palms, his eyes unyielding and serious as he crowded me again.
There is no more waiting, no more excuses. I have been starving for you, but no more. I intend to feast on you until we are both exhausted. Capisce?
Then he kissed me, and I tasted the two of us together on his tongue. Sparks of desire flared low in my belly, my breasts growing heavy once again. Any protests evaporated into the warm air between us. Okay, I said when he pulled back.
Va bene. Get moving.
Vito. I held her hand, partly because I needed to touch her as we walked to the cottage, but also because I worried that she might bolt on me. Hopefully she would set aside our issues for tonight. I was happy to discuss everything, but later, much later, after I had her juices drying on my face and more of my cum seeping out of her pussy. She didn't speak, merely walked beside me, and I was too afraid to ruin the moment with conversation. The cool night sky surrounded us, stars twinkling overhead, and it was peaceful. "Were you planning on sleeping with that bridesmaid tonight?" she asked. "Of course not." I glanced over at her. "Did you not believe me when I said I've been obsessed with fucking you?" "I didn't hear you say obsessed, but that's a relief." The cottage came into view, thank fuck. Just a few more minutes and I would have her naked beneath me once again. "Were you planning on fucking Carlo?" "Vito," she elbowed me. "No, I wasn't, jeez." "No? Because I saw the way you were looking at him, and the way he rubbed your back, holding your hand." My lip curled, the simmering anger rising to the surface once more. "I should send his ass back to Italia." "Hey, it was your brilliant idea to bring him here, don't blame me." That sassy mouth. Even after I fucked her into submission, she still fights with me. So why was I close to cracking a smile? I tugged her closer and wrapped my arm around her shoulders. "I can't believe you cut my tie." I pressed a kiss to the side of her head. "Mia diavoletta." "You called me that earlier, what does it mean?" "My little devil." "That's not very nice," she said primly. I smirked as we went up the stairs of the deck. But accurate. Opening the door, I held it as she went inside. Then I closed us in and turned the lock. The blinds were already shut, so I ordered, "Strip." "Wait, what?" She glanced over her shoulder. "I think you should strip first. You're the one who lied about being married, and who went to a literal strip club today, so show me what you learned, mafioso." Did she think this bothered me, to get naked first? I tore off the mangled piece of tie and dropped it to the ground. Then I shrugged out of my suit jacket, tossed it on a chair, and toed off my shoes. Maggie lowered herself onto the sofa, her eyes locked on my fingers. I could see the rise and fall of her chest, the way she bit her lip. Many women had appreciated my body, but none of them mattered anymore. I only wanted this woman's appreciation. Sono fottuto. Yes, I was fucked. After I removed my cufflinks and slipped them in the pocket of my trousers, I unbuttoned my shirt and let it flutter to the floor. Maggie's eyes examined my torso carefully, the slow appraisal like a caress over my skin. I flexed my stomach muscles and she inhaled sharply. I ran my hands over my upper body, touching the bumps and ridges before unbuckling my belt. I yanked it free of the loops in one motion and tossed it to her. She caught it easily, then chuckled. "Damn! I wish I had some dollar bills." I unfastened my trousers and ever so slowly drew the zipper down, tooth by tooth, easing past the bulge already growing in my briefs. First one leg came off, then the other, until the trousers joined my jacket on the chair. I bent to remove each of my socks. When I straightened, Maggie wasn't amused any longer. She was clutching my belt like a rosary, worrying the leather with her fingers, gaze locked on my briefs. I took them off. "God, Vito," she whispered, shifting in her seat. "It's better than porn." I settled my hands on my hips, letting her look her fill. "Do you want it?" "You know I do. Get over here." "No, bella mia. I need you to show me how much you want my cock." She started to widen her thighs, but I held up my hand. "Prove to me what a good little angel you can be, Diavoletta." She straightened, her lust-filled expression eager and ready to play. "And how would I do that?" "Take off everything, but leave on your heels." Rising, she left my belt on the sofa, then removed her short jacket. Underneath was a long-sleeved, form-fitting black dress that hugged her curves. I rubbed my tongue along the back of my teeth, wanting to peel her out of that garment and bite her everywhere. But I forced myself to remain still, to keep in control. She slid off each sleeve, one at a time, then skimmed the dress down her teats. "No bra. Fuck me." Her nipples were hard and tight, begging for attention from my mouth, and my cock twitched, desperate for stimulation. I gave it a rough stroke. The dress went lower and lower, revealing more and more skin, and a rush of heat went through me. She moved sensuously, deliberately, enticing me with her shy looks and big eyes. I couldn't wait to get my hands on her. She wriggled her hips and the dress fell to her feet. She stepped out of the cloth, then removed the tiny scrap of lace that passed for a pair of panties. When she straightened, a fist-sized ache lodged in my belly. Madonna, what a sight! Long legs, flared hips, slightly rounded stomach. She was a gorgeous creature. I licked my lips, my mouth suddenly dry. "Clench the belt between your teeth, and get on your hands and knees." Her brows drew together. "Why?" I didn't answer, merely waited. A standoff. "You're such a dick," she muttered as she bent her knees and lowered herself to the floor. Then she reached for the belt and slipped it between her lips, biting down. Though she did what I'd asked, defiance emanated from every muscle and pore. I wanted her sweet, my little angel. The only way to do so was to remind her who was in charge. "Hands and knees," I repeated. "And crawl here to me." For a split second, I thought she might argue with me. And then her body curled forward. She placed her hands on the thick rug and shuffled forward, moving her hands and knees, my belt dangling from her mouth. So willing, so obedient. As I watched her approach, it felt like the wires in my brain disconnected. I couldn't move, couldn't blink. Her complacency made me crazy, a man hanging onto the edge of sanity. "That's it," I told her. "Do what I say and I'll reward you, Angelo mio." The room had very little furniture, so I could see everything. The sway of her small breasts and how her thigh muscles shifted. Her long arms, the ass I couldn't wait to bite. And I could fuck her bare. My cock throbbed at the memory of seeing my cum seeping out of her pussy. I'd never forget it as long as I lived. Since the age of 12, I've always wore condoms, never forgot. Yet with Maggie, my only thought in the alley had been to get inside her as quickly as possible, responsibility forgotten. I didn't know why, but that was a worry for later. She stopped in front of me, leather between her teeth, eyes slightly dazed. She likes these. I bent down and took the belt from her mouth, then tilted her face toward me. Va bene. Now, your reward. I pressed a soft kiss to her plump lips. Stand up. When she rose, I faced her away from me. Hands. She put her arms behind her back, and I wrapped the belt around her wrists, securing them together. Allora, bend over the end of the couch. Silently, she crossed the room again, this time on her feet, and draped herself over the sofa. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes briefly, the sight so tempting, so sexy that it was almost too much. When I felt more in control, I walked over behind her and shoved her legs wider, spreading her open for me. Her pussy was swollen, wet, and had my cum in it. Fuck, that was hot. Dropping to my knees, I held her open and tasted her. She jolted, so I grabbed the belt with one hand, pushing it higher to force her forward over the couch, keeping her still as my tongue went to work. Her musky scent filled my nostrils, and I ate her like she was my favorite meal. I shoved my tongue in her entrance, piercing her like a cock, then flicked her clit until Maggie started to shake. I didn't want her coming, so I eased off and gentled my lips, teasing, savoring. After a few moments of this torture, she was squirming, thrashing, moaning at the same time that she cursed my name. God damn it, Vito, please! I groaned into her slickness, not ready to give this up yet. Her pussy was heaven, a blessed paradise, and I'd been afforded far too little joy in my life. If her flesh were an altar, I would worship every fucking day. My cockhead weeped, pre-cum seeping, and I couldn't wait any longer. Pushing to my feet, I lined up at her entrance and pushed inside. She squeezed me so tight that I saw stars. Breathing deep, I clutched her hips and tried not to shoot right then. Oh, God! More! She begged over her shoulder. Give it to me. Hurry, please! I slammed in the rest of the way, and all the air left my lungs in a rush. Santo Madre de Dio. The heat was so intense, the perfect clasp of her cunt feasted around me, that I trembled like a newborn foal. Dio mio, I heard myself rasp. A few seconds later, I was ready. I grabbed the belt and pulled on her wrists. You look so good, wrapped up and helpless, unable to do anything but lie here and take it. Now, she whined. What do you want, Bella? You know what I want. She pressed up on her toes, bringing me deeper. Let's go. That's not being sweet. I curled over her back and dropped kisses along her spine. Ask me very nicely. With a frustrated groan, she tried to twist and grind her hips, but I was stronger. When she realized that wouldn't work, she sagged onto the arm of the couch and whimpered. Please. I spread her cheeks apart and brushed my fingers over the tight pucker of her asshole. A shiver went through her and her pussy contracted. Vito, she breathed. I need to hear it. I circled her hole with my thumb. I need to hear il mio dolce angeletto begging me to fuck her. My sweet little angel. Bending, I spit on her hole, then used the lubrication to slip the tip of my thumb inside her. She moaned, my beautiful dirty girl. Beg me and I'll give you what you need. Her voice softened. Please, Vito. Fuck me, please, please, please. A surge of lust and power stole through my veins. I bared my teeth and began fucking her hard, my hips crashing into hers with so much force that the couch began to slide across the floor. Each time I sank into her felt better than the last. I kept my thumb in her ass and built up a steady, punishing rhythm, stroking in and out, as rivulets of sweat broke out on my brow and ran down to my chest. Her cries built in volume, so I didn't stop. I needed her to come on my dick. I knew from our night at the casino that she liked when I spoke in my language, so I began saying all kinds of things, anything I could think of, like how I loved her fire and spirit, that I was sorry for hurting her with the fake wedding band, how I'd kidnap her and put her in a cage on a yacht if I could. My thumb continued to caress her hole, and soon she tensed and arched her back.
Right there! Don't stop! Oh, God! Right there!
Then she was coming, her walls milking me, the orgasm washing over her, and she shook and trembled against the couch. I fucked her through it, then pulled out as soon as she sagged into the furniture. Gently I pulled her to her feet and released her wrists from the belt. Her dazed expression stared up at me.
Did you?
Not yet. Holding one of her hands, I dropped onto the sofa and brought her with me, positioning her thighs so she straddled me. I slid my palms over her legs, then up to her hips. Do you know what I was thinking about during my lap dance today?
What?
Lifting my hands from her body, I rested my arms on the back of the sofa. That I wished it was you grinding on my dick instead. She peeked at me, her mouth curling into a shy, pleased smile.
Really?
Fuck yes. Now, start moving.
Chapter 12. Maggie. No one had ever asked me to give them a lap dance before. I wasn't sure what to do. But Vito was sprawled on the sofa, his body sweaty and hard, with his thick cock resting on his stomach, and suddenly grinding all up against him sounded like a really, really good idea. I could do this. Adjusting my knees, I moved closer. Should I play music? His dark gaze traveled from my face all the way down to between my legs.
If you need it, but I don't care. All I want is your pussy rubbing on my dick and your tits in my face.
I put my hands on his wide shoulders and started moving, light, unsatisfying brushes. I knew it wasn't what he wanted, but I asked innocently, like this?
Only if you want to get spanked for deliberately teasing me.
I bit my lip to keep from smiling. I didn't know how this man saw through me, deep into my head, but he did. Closing my eyes, I allowed myself to get into it. I undulated my hips and flipped my hair, making sure to drag my center directly over his shaft. It actually felt really good. I hadn't done much dry humping back in the day, but there was something to be said for grinding my clit directly on his cock. Could I come again? There was a very good possibility the answer was yes. I did what felt best for me, riding, swirling, my thigh and butt muscles getting a serious workout. Those dancers must be in shape because this wasn't easy. But Vito was breathing hard, offering up a little grunt every time I swept over his tip. His foreskin and my wetness ensured our bodies slid smoothly, and I quickly lost myself in the rhythm.
Fuck,
he breathed.
You're so sexy. Keep going, Angela.
Vito kept his arms on the sofa, so I let my hands travel over my torso, cupping my breasts and pinching my nipples. A white-hot jolt went through me, like I'd touched an electric fence, and I moaned.
Talk to me.
His breath warmed the skin of my throat.
Tell me what you're feeling.
So good. The way your cock grazes over my clit. You feel amazing.
Keep playing with your breasts and squeezing your nipples. Get yourself off by using me.
Oh, God. Why was that so appealing?
I think about you, about this, all the time. I want to keep you, trap you, chain you to my bed, and never let you leave until you become addicted to this. I want to fill you with so much calm that it trickles out of you while you're outside working on your plants, soaking your panties, and reminding you who you belong to.
Jesus, his dirty mouth. I loved it. My hips picked up speed, chasing, climbing, the orgasm building in my toes. I wrapped my arms around his neck and pressed our foreheads together. His chest rose and fell, his rapid exhalations matching mine. "Are you close?" I whispered.
So fucking close, baby.
The English endearment, one he hadn't used before the alley, caused my toes to curl. "Are you going to make a mess all over me?" He groaned, his head falling back onto the sofa.
Hurry, diavoletta mia.
"Kiss me, Vito." No idea why, but I needed it. I needed his mouth on mine. Without complaint, he adjusted his head, and his lips captured mine, plucking, melding, demanding as we stayed connected. It did the trick. I gasped for breath, my fingers curling into his hair, and then sparks erupted inside me as fireworks exploded behind my eyelids. I cursed to the ceiling, my brain losing all sense of space and time. He was the only thing keeping me grounded as my body flew apart. Suddenly, he held my hips and took over, guiding me down while pressing up, rocking. Then he froze and buried his face in my neck, his low moan rattling through me. Thick, warm jets of fluid filled the space between us. When it was over, we both sagged, drained. "Holy shit," I whispered, my forehead resting on his shoulder as I tried to recover. "Holy shit." His palms smoothed over my thighs, his lungs working like he'd just run a race.
Fuck, Maggie.
We didn't move for several minutes, neither of us speaking, lost in the silence as the sweat dried. I didn't want to think about what any of this meant. For now, I wanted to let my body revel in 3 outstanding orgasms and call it a day. There would be time for recriminations and regrets later. "What does sono fortuito mean?" I heard myself ask.
Why?
I eased back to better see him, but his eyes were closed. "Because you said it about 40 times in the alley." He grimaced.
It means I'm fucked.
In the figurative sense or the literal sense?
In the case of the alley, both.
That didn't make sense. Why both? Because...
Basta, diavoletta.
His hand slid underneath me and he pushed to his feet while still holding me. I yelped and wrapped myself around him. "Where are we going?"
To get clean so I can dirty you up all over again.
As he started for the stairs, my eyes landed on the wet spot left behind on my furniture. Now I need to replace that sofa.
Don't worry, I plan to buy a new one anyway.
There's nothing wrong with the furniture in here. Vito grunted and began going up the steps.
I will make this cottage better, te lo prometo.
As he'd promised to do with the winery. I wasn't sure what to say. We were now in uncharted waters. My instinct was to argue with him, to fight him against change of any kind, but my body couldn't muster the energy. He'd fucked the fight right out of me. Maybe that was his intention, to keep me drunk on orgasm so he could run roughshod over this place. I rested my head on my arm and played with the damp curls at the nape of his neck. This doesn't change anything, you know. He reached the top of the stairs and kept walking in the direction of the bedrooms.
Wrong, Bella. This means you belong to me until I say otherwise.
I chuckled. "Oh, Vito, you're such a delusional, handsome man."
You are the deluded one if you think I'll go on as before. But feel free to test me. In fact, I pray that you do, because nothing gets me harder than fighting with you.
We walked into the bedroom, which was now unusually huge, and there was a king-sized bed that definitely hadn't been here before. "You have a lot of nerve knocking down that wall." He carried me to the master bathroom and set me on my feet. Then he reached into the shower and turned on the water.
You have to admit it's better, no? Not a tiny closet anymore.
I would admit that only under extreme bouts of physical torture. You're lucky you're decent in bed. Otherwise, you'd be too much to put up with.
Decent?
He stalked over to crowd me into the stone countertop with his big, naked frame. I rested my hands on his chest as he dipped in to press hot, open-mouthed kisses to my neck.
Is that why you begged me to fuck you so sweetly, Angelo mio? Because I'm decent?
Yes, I answered instantly. Vito sank his teeth into the sensitive flesh where my neck met my shoulder. It straddled the line between pleasure and pain, and I let out a moan. He pulled back and kissed the abused skin.
Get that smart mouth into the shower before I prove you a liar.
He pulled open the glass door, and I went into the steam. During the construction, we hadn't skimped on the bathroom, and I was very glad for it at the moment. This was far nicer than my shower on the other side of the vineyard. Vito followed me inside and closed us in. I hadn't showered with a man before the casino, but it was strangely easy with Vito. No doubt he'd showered with many women over the years. He turned away to grab the soap, while I leaned against the tile, questions building up in my head. So you've never been married, and you visit strip clubs during the day.
Does this bother you?
A vague answer. I was coming to realize Vito was very good at evading questions. What bothers me is how slippery you are. He faced me, lathering soap between his hands.
A habit of the life I live, I'm afraid. What do you want to know?
Have you ever had a girlfriend?
Not since I was a boy.
I must have looked surprised, because he said,
It's difficult to expect a woman to accept who I am and what I do, to trust her completely without a wedding ring. I know others do, but I can't. And a marriage in my world is for business, not pleasure. It will be strategic, not impulsive or romantic.
You called yourself a monster in the alley. Do you really believe that?
I'm certain of it. You've called me every name you can think of, and you're not wrong. I can't afford to be nice. My world doesn't work that way.
I couldn't explain the sudden sourness in my stomach. Dipping into the spray, I chalked my feelings up to pity. Yes, I felt sorry for him. And that was all.
Come here,
he said, and then his soapy hands were on me, cleaning my skin with a tender thoroughness that should have been impossible from such a violent man. His palms swept my shoulders and arms, then underneath, the sides of my breasts, up my neck. His eyes were lighter blue in the steam, and he paid close attention to what he was doing, like he was enjoying this more than I was. I waited as he retrieved more soap, my limbs heavy and useless, and then he started again, first on my breasts. He swirled and massaged, plucked at my nipples, molded them over and over with his wet hands. I think they're clean, I whispered drunkenly, my eyelids weighted down. Humming in his throat, his thumbs pressed over my ribs, his large hands spanning my waist.
So tiny, yet so strong,
he murmured. Then his touch disappeared, and I waited, too blissed out to move. When he returned, his palms were slick with the soap again.
Open,
he said, gently swiping between my legs. I obeyed, and he brushed his fingers through my folds, cleaning me intimately. No one had ever done this but me, but I couldn't bring myself to complain. I liked having Vito's hands on me.
Turn.
So bossy, so hot. I spun and pressed my face and palms to the wet tile. Vito began rubbing my shoulders, digging his thumbs into the sore muscles there, and I thought I'd died and gone to heaven. Oh my God, that feels so good.
Have you ever had a boyfriend?
Right, our earlier conversation. Once, freshman year of high school, I thought I loved him, until I overheard him bragging to his friends about taking my virginity. Vito's hands stilled, then resumed their massaging.
I hope you made his life miserable.
I punched him in the nose. Vito's bark of laughter echoed off the tile before he kissed the back of my head.
I suppose I should be grateful you only punched me in the stomach, then.
The confession bubbled up out of me. It wasn't the most mature way to handle it. I should have broken up with him and moved on. Instead, I internalized my anger and hurt and slept with his best friend.
You are ruthless, Diavoletta mia.
Men always bring out the worst in me.
I'll remember that.
He stepped back and gathered more body wash in his hands. I rested against the tile and watched as he began washing himself. Wowza, this man's body. The water brought out every ridge and muscle, his olive skin glistening. He could have almost any woman on the planet. Why go to a strip club? I decided to outright ask it. Why visit a strip club if you were so obsessed with fucking me again?
I was checking into something.
His hand went between his legs to clean his balls, then his cock. He lingered there, in no hurry to rinse. I hadn't seen many uncut guys, but Vito's dick was an absolute prize. I would literally get nothing done if I had access to it whenever I liked. Absently, I asked, checking into what?
Do you want to stare at my dick, or do you want to ask questions about my day?
Can't I do both?
No, Bella, you can't. Because your eyes on me gets me hard, and I don't feel like talking anymore.
Sure enough, his cock thickened in his grip, the head emerging from the foreskin as he lengthened. It was mesmerizing. All thoughts flew out of my head. I could only watch and feel. Abruptly, Vito turned the water off.
Andiamo,
he said, pushing open the shower door.
I want to fuck you in my big new bed.
Stepping onto the mat, I frowned at the mention of the new bed. You had to mention the bed and make me mad, didn't you? His large palm smacked my ass, hard.
I like it when you're mad. It's going to make fucking you even hotter.
And a few minutes later, I was ready to agree with him.
Vito. I let her sleep. Once dawn threatened, I edged off the mattress and went to the kitchen. I kept Maggie up late, fucking her again after the shower. She practically passed out when we finished, her body limp and pliant against mine. So soft and sweet, exactly what I needed. I liked her bold fire, but I was coming to crave the other side of her, the woman who followed directions and let me do as I pleased, the submissive side. These glimpses of my good little angel got my dick so fucking hard. I made a cappuccino as quietly as I could manage, then sat at the bar and began to work. The world had no idea how many of us were hiding in plain sight, operating businesses and building up cities, bribing mayors and councilmen, threatening competitors. It was like a game of chess, and I loved it, excelled at it. After all, I'd learned from the best. No one was more devious, more intelligent than my brother Enzo. Sipping my hot drink, I answered emails from my business manager and lawyer, read through the contracts they were handling. I needed to get as much done as possible this morning, seeing as how the rest of the day would be spent hunting down Red Raiders. I was looking forward to slaughtering those motherfuckers. A knock sounded and I glanced up, surprised. Massimo was at the door waving at me to let him in. Sighing, I got up and flipped the deadbolt. "What are you still doing awake?" I asked quietly as he stepped inside. He paused in taking his coat off, his gaze sweeping the living room. I realized then what he was seeing. Clothes strewn all over the floor, a dress, panties, heels, my suit. Fratello," my brother threw his jacket onto a bar stool. "Isn't that what Maggie was wearing last night?" I said nothing. Instead, I retook my seat and sipped my cappuccino. He came around the island, leaned over, and smirked directly in my face. "Is she upstairs?"
I flicked him a disgusted glance. You know I won't answer that. Well, I won't be sitting on that couch ever again, he said dryly. Stai zitto, cazzo, I hissed. He merely laughed and lifted my cappuccino off the counter. You're so easy to irritate, V. Shouldn't you be in a better mood if you got laid last night? Why are you here? I wanted to hear some praise about how fucking amazing I am, but I guess I'm out of luck. I take it that the dinner went well. Like clockwork. Plates cleaned, rave reviews about my food. He sipped my cappuccino. You know, the usual. Congratulations, but I'm not surprised. That's why I brought you here. Maz stretched his arms to the ceiling, working out his back muscles. I'm so tired, but I thought I'd smoke first. Are you interested? It would be like the old days on the yacht. I narrowed my gaze angrily on my brother. Did you bring drugs to her winery? Pot is legal here. Did you bring anything else? No, but it wouldn't be hard to get some Molly or Coke. I have 2 brothers who know people. He winked. Come on, Vito. You need to relax. I rubbed my eyes. Massimo was like a puppy, energetic and sociable, hard to focus. I can't. I have a situation I need to deal with today, and I can't be hungover or high. What situation? One of my men was killed the night before last. Maz's expression went slack. Che cazzo? When were you going to tell me? I wasn't. He pressed his lips together, a storm of emotion brewing in his eyes, so I tried to calm him, saying, I don't want you involved. You're not a part of this anymore. You're my brother, and I'm not going to let anything happen to you while I'm here. I want to help. I rested my elbows on the island and clasped my hands. While I appreciate the offer, I won't bring you back in. You're out, by your request, I might add. So stay out. Who was responsible? A motorcycle club. The Red Raiders. Wasn't that who you were dealing with in Toronto? I hadn't shared that information with him. How do you know this? Enzo, who heard it from Paloma. That was the last time I told Paloma something in confidence. I didn't realize you'd seen him recently. He's still my brother, and we do stay in touch. I had dinner with him and Gia a few weeks ago. He finished the cappuccino. Don't worry, you're still my favorite brother. Maz and I had always been closest, the 2 younger sons who didn't matter, the 2 who would never lead. We heard water running upstairs. Looking at Maz, I said, Do not say anything to her about these. My brother held up his palms. But if you're bringing trouble to town, don't you think she should be warned? Are you taking precautions here at the winery? Half of my men are on their way from Toronto. This will all be resolved quickly. They're not staying here, though. Aren't you worried? Footsteps on the stairs caused us both to glance over. Maggie came down the steps wearing a pair of my grey sweatpants and one of my SSC Napoli t-shirts, and my dick twitched. Fuck, my clothes looked sexy on her. And I knew she wasn't wearing panties, which made it even hotter. I shifted on my stool, wishing we were alone. 2 spots of red dotted her cheeks, but her shoulders were back and she kept her head high. She might be embarrassed, but she wouldn't show it, and my respect for her grew. Hi, she said as she reached the floor. Good morning. Buongiorno, Bella, Maz said, and went over to kiss her cheeks. I'm very glad to see you here. You are? Her gaze bounced between Maz and me. Yes, maybe now my big brother won't be such a dick all the time. Maggie burst out laughing. I wouldn't hold your breath. He's pretty much set to act like a dick mode at all times. Maz found that amusing, and I scowled at them both. Don't you have somewhere to be? Yes, they both answered simultaneously. I mean, Massimo. You, I pointed at her, need to get your sexy ass over here. Still focused on my brother, she gestured to me. See what I mean? Maz noticed my glower and shook his head. He hardly ever lets loose, Signorina. Maybe you will be a good influence on him. I nodded my chin toward the door. Vai via, stronzo. Chuckling, my brother came around the island and collected his coat. Maggie put up her hand. Wait, don't leave. I want to hear how last night went. Maz grinned. Everything went smoothly. Everyone was happy, no complaints, and the bride's parents asked to personally thank me. I hadn't heard that part. I had to admit Maz was better at this chef thing and dealing with a staff than I'd originally given him credit for. I needed to stop busting his balls over it. He clearly had talent and would land on his feet eventually. Getting up, I went to the espresso machine and began making 2 cappuccinos. These put me closer to Maggie, and I was able to brush against her as I moved around the kitchen. She didn't try to get out of my way, which told me all I needed to know about whether this was a one-night thing or not, because I very much wanted to keep her here with me while I was in town. Maggie and my brother continued to chat about the previous evening. Maz had stayed to help clean the kitchen and hang out with the staff, which was why he was still awake at such an early hour. "You should take the night off," Maggie told him. "Rest and relax." "That is a nice offer," he said. "But I'm here to help, so I will help." I finished making her cappuccino, so I carried the cup over and set it down. "Drink." I started to move away, but she grabbed my t-shirt in her fist and held me tight. "Grazie, Vito." Her voice was soft and sweet, the tone that got my dick hard, and I couldn't prevent myself from bending down and kissing her plump lips. I heard the door close behind my brother, who finally had the good sense to follow my earlier order to go away. I forgot about my cappuccino and deepened the kiss, melding my tongue with hers. She tasted like toothpaste and willing woman, and I began considering the height of the island and if I could fuck her right here. Thrusting my hips, I let her feel the semi in my briefs. My brain buzzed with the need for her, responsibilities forgotten. "Get up on the island. I want to eat you out." She swallowed hard, but shook her head. "I can't. I really need to get to work." When I opened my mouth to convince her, she continued, "And I'm sore. You wore me out last night." Instantly, my lust died. I didn't like the idea of her pussy hurting because of me. "What can I do?" Reaching for her cappuccino, she said, "Short of soaking my bits in a hot bath, I just need some recovery time." "How long?" Her fingertips smoothed the wrinkles on my forehead, her lips twitching in apparent amusement. "Don't worry, it won't be long. Te lo prometto." Her pronunciation was shit, but I loved that she was trying to speak my language. "I have pain reliever." She squinted at me, confusion lining her face. "Okay, but I hope you don't think that's enough. Your dick is massive, Vito." I sighed and drummed my fingers on the island. All of this made me unhappy. I was only here for a short time and I needed her with me as much as possible. There had to be a solution. "I'll buy lube." She patted my chest. "Keep working on it, big guy. Meanwhile, I'll be recovering for a few days." "A few days? Che cazzo? Bella, why did you tell Massimo you are bringing half your men from Toronto? What will be resolved quickly?" So she overheard. I shouldn't be surprised, considering how small this place was. Shifting to the espresso machine, I busied myself by finishing my cappuccino. Telling her the truth about the Red Raiders wasn't an option, but I had to be careful. She was in my life, and that brought a small amount of risk with it for anyone. Yet I didn't want to worry her or put her in danger. I carried my cappuccino to my seat and lowered myself down. "Maggie, it's better if you don't know. Most of what I do is contracts and deals, but there is a darker side, an illegal and dangerous side. I'd rather not involve you, especially because I'm only here a short while." She seemed to freeze, as if I'd said something wrong, but I couldn't figure out what that might be. "Right," she said shortly, then drank from her cup. The light in her eyes had dimmed significantly. Getting up, she carried her mug to the sink and set it down. "Thanks for the coffee, and the toothbrush, and the clothes. I'll get these back to you later." I wasn't worried about the goddamn clothes. "There's no need to rush off. I have to get to work." She checked the time on her phone. "I'm already an hour behind." She left the kitchen and went to the living room, her movements stiff like she was irritated. Her arms full of clothing, she shoved her feet into her heels.
See you around. Stop. The word was a sharp crack in the air. She frowned at me over her shoulder. I have to go, Vito. My frown matched hers. It's fucking freezing outside. You are not leaving in heels, no socks, and a t-shirt. It's fine. I'll dash straight home and get dressed. She wasn't listening, even after last night. Come here. I pointed to the floor beside my stool. A spark flared to life in her eyes, her mouth pinching in annoyance. I wasn't fooled, though. This girl liked my bossiness. I could see the struggle, the indecision as we stared at one another. But I would win this battle. With a huff, she strode toward me, her chin high, then stopped beside my chair. What is it? Carefully, I took the armful of clothing from her and set it on the empty stool beside me. Angelo mio, I crooned softly as I swept my knuckles along the soft skin of her jaw. Who do you belong to? She rolled her eyes. Are we really doing this now? Something happened in the last few minutes. Something to upset her. I didn't know what, but she was as prickly as barbed wire now. Instead of the sweet girl who'd thanked me for her cappuccino, I wanted that sweet girl back. We are doing this now. And if you don't want me to take you upstairs and fuck your mouth until you leak tears, you will answer the question. She licked her lips, her eyes going a little glassy. Dio mio, she liked that idea. My groin thickened, blood pulsing in my shaft. She's too sore. Keep it together, D'Agostino. Exhaling, I traced her mouth with the pad of my thumb. Her lips were swollen and soft, the flesh smooth. I thrust my thumb past them and onto her tongue. Wet warmth surrounded my skin and my body turned hot and cold at the same time. Suck. She hollowed her cheeks and used her tongue, applying pressure to my thumb, her lips gripping me tightly. Fuck, that was nice. My cock was almost fully hard now, and I wished I'd had her suck me off last night. She was so fucking sexy. Lift your t-shirt. There was no hesitation this time. She reached for the hem of my shirt and dragged it up to her shoulders, baring her tits to me. With her heels on, my seated position meant my mouth was almost at nipple level, so I pulled my thumb from her lips to grab her hips, my fingertips pressing into the heavy cloth to hold her still. Keep the shirt up. Don't drop it. Leaning in, I licked her nipple, which was already puckered and ready for me. I drew it into my mouth, the taut bud like velvet on my tongue as I suckled. I used my teeth, scraping the sensitive flesh. I lashed and flicked it until she whimpered. Then I switched to the other teat and started all over again. She was weaving on her feet, panting, her hands shaking while I continued to kiss and lick her nipple. Maggie loved having her breasts played with, her nipples thick and sensitive. I bet she would love clamps on them. Your tits make me crazy, I whispered, circling the tip with my tongue. I love that you don't need to wear a bra, that I can suck on these whenever I want. I drew a nipple deep into my mouth. Oh, God, she breathed. Baby, that feels so good. Victory surged through my veins, powerful and addicting. Mio dolce angeletto, I thought as I continued to worship her breasts. She moaned and squirmed, but never dropped the shirt. I was so proud of her. She was perfect. She deserved to be rewarded. Easing back, I patted her hip. Pull these off. Get up on the island. No argument this time. She whipped off the t-shirt and shimmied out of my sweats. In one graceful move, she hopped onto the island completely naked. I positioned my chair between her legs and spread her wide. I'll be gentle, I promised. But I'm going to have a shit day, so I want to smell your pussy on my face every time I take a deep breath. She scooted closer to the edge and leaned back on her hands. That's weirdly sweet.
I rested my forehead on her mound and inhaled, letting the scent of her arousal fill my head and my lungs. It was like a bump of coke and a hit of weed at the same time, both invigorating and relaxing, addicting, but it wasn't enough. Lie back, put your legs over my shoulders. She followed directions without complaint, and I shifted to get comfortable, taking in the sight of her. Fuck, I wished I could start every day like this. I pressed soft kisses to her slick outer lips, avoiding her entrance. I didn't want to hurt her, only to make her feel good. I nibbled over the plump flesh, gently teasing, savoring, needing to draw this out as long as possible. Her back arched when I touched my tongue to her cleat, her body jumping. "Shh," I said, rubbing her legs. "Relax. I'll be gentle with you." I nuzzled the bud with my nose, then licked her a few times before sucking. She gasped, her thighs quivering on either side of my face, and I alternated between light lashes of my tongue and hard suction. Her clit grew hard and swollen, a gorgeous pearl in my mouth. Her sex was slick, coated with her juices, and I lapped them up like a starving man. The kitchen filled with the sounds we made, the smell of her surrounding me, and my length pulsed in my briefs, desperate for friction. I ignored it for now. Making a woman come was like nothing else on earth. I'd heard men complain it was too hard or not worth the effort, but they were idiots. Bringing a woman to orgasm, controlling her pleasure, was incredibly satisfying. I craved the trembles, the twitches, the way her pussy would contract. Moans and screams she couldn't hold back because the sensation was too much. And with Maggie, I also craved her compliance. I liked to remind her who was in charge. Her muscles tightened and I knew she was close. Easing back, I asked, "Who do you belong to?" "You," she rasped. I kissed her clit lightly, then let her feel my breath. "Say, I belong to Vito D'Agostino, and no one else." "I belong to Vito D'Agostino, and no one else." Madre di Dio. My skin went up in flames. Surging forward, I lashed her clit, wishing I could fuck her right now. Later, I would feed my cock deep inside her and make her say those words again. She grabbed the top of my head, fingers twisting in my hair as her body broke. Her clit swelled and tightened in my mouth as her limbs convulsed, her thighs squeezing around my head. I didn't fight it. I hoped she suffocated me, murdered me, right here with her pussy. When it finally ended, she sagged onto the counter, limp. This was when she was sweetest, just after she came. She remained motionless, a boneless heap, while I cleaned up her juices and used my tongue to get every last drop from her pussy. I knew she was sensitive and sore, so I was careful. My eyes nearly rolled back in my head, she was so fucking delicious. Satisfied, I rose and gathered up my sweatpants and t-shirt. Then I went by the door and found my running shoes as well as a jacket. When I returned to the island, she was breathing heavily, her lashes resting on her cheeks, skin flushed in the morning light. I stared at her for a moment, my chest expanding with an unfamiliar emotion. If I had the ability to freeze a moment in time, to never forget one single detail of a memory, it would be this. I'd lived an unremarkable, violent life up to now, and had earned a fuckload of money from it. Maggie felt like something I didn't deserve, something I hadn't planned for, but something I was unwilling to give up. Sono fottuto. Allora, Bella. I kissed her clit one last time, then eased the sweatpants over each foot, sliding them up for her. She let me, her eyes still closed, limbs sprawled out like a doll. "I can't move," she murmured. "I don't think I've ever come this much in my life." Another burst of satisfaction went through me as I patted her thigh. Lift. Once she raised her hips, I adjusted the sweatpants to cover her lower half. I slipped my running shoes on her feet one at a time, tying them tight to compensate for the larger feet. I took her wrist and helped her sit up. Blinking, she waited patiently while I dragged the t-shirt over her head and fed her arms through each hole. Dressing her, taking care of her. Fuck. It got me even harder. I will set you on your feet. Hold on to me. She placed her hands on my shoulders and I lifted her off the island. Her arms wrapped around my waist and she rested on my chest. I smoothed her hair off her face and pressed my lips to the top of her head. You will stay with me again tonight. Okay. Like a cat, she rubbed her cheek against my pectoral muscle. I might still be sore, though. Thinking, I stared out at the deck. After she left, I would order a few things. I don't care. Even if I can't fuck you, I can sleep next to you. But just for a short while, right? I frowned at the vineyards outside the window. What was she talking about? I meant the whole night. Did she think I was going to let her walk across the property in the dead of night? Even if I killed every single red railer today, I wouldn't allow Maggie to traipse around here after dark, not anymore. Before I could say anything, she eased away from me and plucked the jacket from my hands. Thanks for that, she said, easing into the warm coat. Then she grabbed her phone off the island and gave me a quick kiss. See you later. I let her go and she disappeared outside. Yet I couldn't move. I was missing something, I was certain of it. But I wasn't sure what it could be.
Chapter 13. Maggie. It stung, even though it shouldn't. I'd rather not involve you, especially because I'm only here a short while. It wasn't anything I didn't already know, and at least he wasn't lying to me. Anymore. So why had my mood taken a sudden turn as soon as he'd said it? I shook myself as I walked. I wasn't the type to get attached when I had sex with someone. I could separate the physical act from messy emotions. We both knew this was a temporary fling, just while he was here. After a few weeks, he'd return to his mansion or compound or whatever and resume his mobster ways, wearing a wedding ring and taking it off whenever he wanted to get laid. I had to remember this, because even though he was sweet, he didn't mean anything by it. And I obviously felt the same. Which was cool. Everyone was on the same page. I rubbed my chest and shoved away all those hormones and endorphins and attachment vibes. They had no business here. I climbed the steps to my porch, then threw open the front door. As soon as I walked into my house, a distinct smell reached my nose. I looked around, disoriented. What in the hell? Massimo. I'd forgotten for half a beat that I now had a guest. A noise from the kitchen drew me back there, and I spotted a male torso bent over the kitchen island, his mouth covering the opening of a glass bong. Glad to see you're making yourself at home. I went to the fridge and got out a bottle of water. Lifting his head, he blew out a long stream of smoke. His eyes were rimmed red, his smile sheepish.
Perdona Maggie. I'm having trouble sleeping without my ragazza, and this helps.
What is a ragazza?
Girlfriend.
I cracked open my water and took a long swallow. Oh, I thought it was maybe your security blanket or something. He held up his middle finger.
Did you have a nice morning with my brother? You look very...
He gestured to his face.
Relaxed.
We had a nice time, I said primly, which caused Maz to chuckle.
You two are cute.
Bending, he put his mouth to the glass and flicked the lighter to heat the bong water. After he took another long hit, he blew out the smoke slowly.
Fuck, that's nice. You want some?
No, thank you. I have a lot to do today. Can't let anything slow me down. Maz licked his lips and tilted his neck from side to side, cracking it. I was about to leave when he said,
He likes you, in case you couldn't tell.
My feet grew heavy and I stopped. I both did and didn't wish to discuss Vito. I tried to sound casual. That's nice, considering we've been at each other's throats for a few days. And I like him too. Mostly.
You don't understand.
He started laughing and rubbed his head.
I can't think of the word in English. What is like love, but not quite love?
I changed my mind. Suddenly, I did not want to have this conversation. Pretty sure that doesn't apply.
Infatuation.
Maz tried to snap his fingers, but couldn't manage it. He grinned a stoner grin.
He's infatuated with you.
Vito had said obsessed, so I could see where his brother might pick up on this. But no one needed to make more of this than two people blowing off steam together. Well, I'm sure it'll pass soon.
No, Signorina. I know my brother. We've been close from the time we were boys, and I've seen him with many, many women over the years, and he's never acted like this. He doesn't even let them spend the night. Vito is too responsible for that. He plans everything out to perfection.
Well, that's nice, but
Allora, we had lots of parties on the yacht. Each of us with 2, 3, 4 gorgeous models at a time. Fuck, those were fun times. We flew these beautiful women in from Paris or Nice. Hey, where are you going?
I was already out of the kitchen. I really didn't need to hear about all the glamorous and gorgeous women Vito had been with, especially when I was wearing baggy sweatpants, a borrowed shirt, and no panties. Duty calls, Maz. I need to change and get outside. Hope you have a nice sleep. I took the stairs 2 at a time, desperate to put this conversation in my rearview mirror. Vito could fuck whoever he wanted once he went back to Toronto. I mean, I had a threesome once in high school. It wasn't a big deal. Turned out it was double the work for me, though, so I didn't quite see the appeal. I put on a sports bra, even though I technically didn't need it, a long-sleeved thermal, then pulled Vito's shirt back over on top. The t-shirt was comfortable, so I couldn't see a reason to change. The fact that it was Vito's didn't factor into that decision at all. Lastly, I dragged on jeans and socks, then went downstairs. Massimo was sprawled on the living room couch, asleep, so I drew a blanket over him. At the front door, I shoved my feet into my work boots and collected my winter gear. Today was colder than yesterday, so I needed to be prepared. I opened the door and closed it softly. There were fences to repair today. The supplies were in the... A large figure materialized, and I nearly stumbled, my hand flying to cover my heart. A grumpy-looking, olive-skinned man was lurking on my front stoop. He dipped his chin respectfully.
Signorina?
Edging back toward my house, I asked, "Do we know each other?"
Don D'Agostino. He sent me to stay with you today.
Stay with me? What?
I'm your guard, Beppe.
I must have still looked confused, because he said,
It's short for Giuseppe.
Okay, I said slowly, but I don't need a guard. He held up his palms and lifted his shoulders.
The Don's orders.
I reached for my phone. Then I realized I didn't have that asshole's number. Smothering a curse, I started for the back of the property. Beppe was a step behind me, and I felt my irritation double. Over my shoulder, I said, "Can you call him, please?"
Don D'Agostino warned me that you would be pissed and said to tell you he saved his number in your contacts.
Of course he had. I unlocked my phone and began scrolling my contacts. It wasn't under D'Agostino or Vito. It also wasn't under asshole. Then I saw Bello under the B's, which I knew meant handsome man. Jesus, arrogant much? I punched the contact to connect and kept walking. He answered after 2 rings.
Diavolina mia,
he said softly, his deep voice like warm butter.
Already missing me?
A guard, Vito? Really?
It's for your own safety.
I'm not in any danger on my property.
My property, and as I said, it's for your own safety.
The conversation I overheard earlier played through my head, the one about his men arriving from Toronto. I clutched the cell tighter in my grasp. What aren't you telling me? Is there something going on?
We discussed this earlier,
was his calm reply. Fury shot through me like a rocket, an explosion of flames. God, he was infuriating. I wanted to punch him in his "I have frequent orgies with models" face. Oh, right, don't ask questions, go along to get along, do everything you say, keep sleeping with you, got it. Holding the speaker right up to my mouth, I shouted, "Fuck off, Vito!" Then I disconnected, turned off my cell, and put it in my pocket. After a few steps, I noticed Beppe wasn't with me anymore. Looking over my shoulder, I saw that he was frozen in surprise. His jaw dropped open. I kept going. He could follow me or not, but I wasn't waiting. Eventually, around the Merlot vines, he caught up to me.
It's not wise to yell at Don D'Agostino.
I clenched my molars together and stopped abruptly. Beppe, no offense, but I don't need advice from you on how to act. If he gets mad, that's too fucking bad. See how that works? Beppe stared at me as if I were a brand new species, some wild animal he hadn't encountered before.
I'm only trying to help you.
Well, don't, I snapped. Then I softened my tone slightly. Please. I kept going toward the equipment shed. Now I wished I'd taken Maz up on his offer of a bong hit. I could use a mellow high to counter my anger right about now. From then on, Beppe kept his distance, watching but not interacting with me. I loaded tools and new wood into the golf cart I sometimes used, the exercise distracting me from bossy Mafia men who harbored secrets. When I got behind the wheel, I motioned to my new shadow. Let's go. If you're really following me, get in. Beppe folded his large frame into the passenger seat, and I pressed on the pedal. The cart surged forward. I worked on the fence while Beppe sat in the cart. He offered to help, but I didn't want it. Normally, I passed off this sort of labor to one of my team, the landscaping crew on staff. But today, I wanted to be alone, and I wanted to sweat. Too bad I only got one of those two things. By the time I drove back to the supply shed and put everything away, it was midday. Let's go get lunch, I told Beppe. I wasn't particularly hungry, but he probably was, and at least I could get away from him once I was in the main building. Celeste, bless her, had warmed up all the leftovers from the engagement dinner for the staff lunch. I told Beppe to help himself, that I'd join him in a minute. Then I went to the bathroom. When I was washing my hands, I stared at myself in the mirror. I hardly recognized myself. My skin was pale, and there were dark smudges under my eyes. I looked defeated. My property, my property, my property. His arrogant voice repeated in my head as I continued to study my reflection. Vito had taken everything from me, and yet I hopped into bed with him like a needy bitch in heat. Every time he touched me, I turned to jelly, willing to do whatever he wanted. His sperm was practically still leaking out of me this morning when he told me I was a temporary fuck, one who shouldn't ask any questions while gratefully receiving his dick. Yet he'd assigned me a guard. And why order me to return later, even when I said I was too sore to sleep with him? Why be so tender, so caring? Why compliment me and make me feel precious? I belong to Vito D'Agostino and no one else. Why make me say things like this? Yet I had, eagerly. This man was a cold-hearted criminal and an asshole. He stole my winery from me, and I'd given him everything he wanted. For what? A few orgasms? And now he was messing with my head. I hated myself at that moment. I hated him too, but I hated me more. Because I knew better. My eyes grew hot. Dragging in a few deep breaths, I tried to pull it together. I splashed cold water on my face. It didn't help, and I realized that I couldn't do this. I couldn't sit out in the dining room, eating and smiling over lunch with everyone while my thoughts were so tangled up, while my emotions were so bleak. I needed to be alone. Horrifyingly, I thought I might need to cry. There was a place I went when I craved solitude, and thankfully only Mikey knew about it. I went there to grieve my parents, or when it seemed like everything was falling apart. Like now. With escape in mind, I left the restroom and avoided the main rooms. I snuck into Mikey's office and grabbed an old bottle of our dad's favorite whiskey. Then I went outside and took the long way to the other building. At the metal door, I punched in the code and the lock disengaged. Once inside, I went down the stairs and into the rear of the wine cellar. My granddad built lots of storage rooms and caverns down here. He must have thought we'd eventually become the biggest winery in the country and would have thousands of barrels to store. But we'd remained relatively small, so a lot of these underground spaces weren't used. Except by me and the spiders. The air was musty and stale, the cellar deathly quiet but familiar. The rough stone floor stretched out in front of me, rows of empty barrels on both sides. I headed toward the darkness. A stiff drink, an hour or two to myself, a few tears, maybe, and I'd be ready to kick ass again. The opening appeared, a tiny room with brick walls and dark beams across the ceiling. Iron sconces hung on the walls, though they hadn't worked in a long time, and an oak bar took up one side of the room. Years ago, Mikey and I dragged a leather couch in here, which we put against the back wall. Now the cave reminded me of a Prohibition speakeasy, one that required a password to get in. I flopped down on the leather and opened the whiskey bottle. The first swallow was always the worst, and this was no exception. "Motherfucker," I hissed when I got my breath back. Laying down, I stared at the ceiling. My entire body was sore from last night, not to mention my heart. "We fucked everything up, Dad," I whispered to the brick. "I hope you and Granddad aren't too disappointed in me and Mikey." And with that, I finally let myself cry.
Vito. They weren't hard to find. Clyde at Sparkles told us their names, where they lived. All three bikers were young, in their 20s, and two of them still lived at home. We grabbed them as they left for their construction jobs, and we found the third in bed with his girlfriend. All three were restrained and gagged. Then we drove them to an abandoned warehouse Tommaso found last night. More than 20 of my men had arrived from Toronto this morning, and every single one of them was pissed over Gaetano's murder and eager for retribution. Now we held the three men responsible, and each would die a horrible, painful death. I folded my arms and stared down at our captives. All three had tattoos covering their arms and neck, signs of racism and fascism, along with meaningless words and women's names. "Look at you. Pigs in the dirt, where you belong," I taunted. "Not one of you will walk out of here alive today. You took something from me, and I mean to see that all three of you suffer greatly for it." Their eyes burned with hatred in response. I tilted my chin at Cesare. "Get them tied to the chairs, and let's start. Leave me the one on the end." I wanted to personally work on Jimmy, the biker who'd been in the cottage on Maggie's property. It went on for a long time. I watched as my men worked out their anger and hurt over the loss of our cousin by hitting and slicing the two bikers, while the third watched helplessly. Blood coated the cement floor. Cesare and Tommaso were especially ruthless, cutting off fingers and toes, even an ear at one point. Every time one of the men passed out, someone was ready with smelling salts to revive him. Once they had to use an adrenaline shot. There was no break, no mercy. The third man, the one I was saving for myself, began to sweat when the first of his biker brethren had his tongue removed. Va bene. I wanted this man to suffer most of all. I drank water as I waited, read emails. The realtor had come through with an immediate rental house for my men, so I signed the contract. When we finished here, I'd see them settled. Finally, the two bikers were dead, their limp bodies sprawled on the floor, lifeless eyes staring at nothing. Now, it was my turn. I removed my overcoat and sweater, tossing them onto a metal cabinet, which left me in only a plain white t-shirt. I removed my watch, set my phone down. A cold purpose settled into my bones. Not everyone could stomach torture, but I happened to excel at it. Massimo and I had overseen most of the interrogating for Enzo over the years. On top of a wooden table were the bloody instruments my men had used today. A bone saw, a drill, 3 knives of various shapes and sizes. There was also my favorite, a pair of pliers. These inflicted more pain than people expected, especially when used to remove teeth. Folding my arms, I leaned against the cabinet and regarded the last man. I thought of Gaetano's body, sprawled in the woods like trash. Part of my family, my brotherhood. Hi, Tater. His eyes widened in surprise, but he said nothing. Dai. I drew out the Italian word. Did you think we didn't know who you were? Did you think I didn't recognize you as one of the men who worked in my bedroom? Reaching behind me, I grabbed the pliers and turned them over in my hand reverently. I think I'll save these. They are my favorite, but you won't be able to talk much once I start removing your teeth. Let's start with the drill. After I put on latex gloves, I picked up the power tool and set to work on his right hand. My mind retreated to a dark place, detached from my emotions, where I could inflict as much pain as possible. The biker tried to remain stoic, but when the drill bit hit bone, he lost the battle. His agony-filled yells echoed off the dank cellar walls, and blood spattered my hands and forearms. Then I switched to his other hand, more drilling, more screaming. When I finally stopped, the biker's skin was deathly white, his chest rising and falling with the harsh force of his breaths. Each hand had a hole through it. Standing, I dragged the drill bit along the symbols of hatred on his arm. A small, hateful man. I sneered to my men in our language. He probably has a small dick to match. To the biker, I said, You stupid fox. You think to take me on, to take on centuries of family and honor. You think you can kill my man, and I won't make you suffer 1,000-fold? His head hung down, spit dangling from his mouth. So I found a knife and sliced into his arm. Blood streamed over the tattoos. You came into the house where I'm staying, on the winery grounds where people I care about live. You came there because of your club brother, the one I beat the shit out of. So, what did you do while you were there? He spit on me. Rather, he tried to spit on me, but couldn't work up enough strength. Inhaling, I forced myself to remain calm. Tell me, or I will drill a hole in your skull. I should warn you, it'll hurt like hell, and you'll be able to smell the bone burning before the drill bit hits your brain. Nothing, he gasped, his body limp. I swear. That was a lie. I shook my head. This is your last chance. I don't know what you were talking about. Of course you do. You didn't plant a camera or a bug, we checked. So, what did you do? Don D'Agostino. I turned and watched as Tommaso approached me, the lines of his face deeper than usual. Quietly he spoke in my ear. Beppe can't find Maggie. He's turned the whole place upside down. Fear gripped me, my body turning cold. The fuck? Is it these assholes? I gestured to the bikers. I don't think so. He said when they went in for lunch, she went to the bathroom and disappeared. I shoved down my panic. Get over there. Review the camera footage. Talk to her brother. Check the woods too. If something... I couldn't say it. "Fucking find her," I snarled at him. "I will. Don't worry, Don D'Agostino." "Regular updates, Tommaso." I faced Tater. My patience evaporated. I needed answers quickly. Then I had to hurry over to the winery. I tossed a plastic retractor to Cesare and told the biker, "This will keep your mouth open." In a blink, Cesare shoved the insert past the biker's lips to spread open his mouth, to reveal his teeth. I drew on a fresh pair of latex gloves, grabbed the pliers, and went over. I usually leave the molars for last because they hurt the worst, but we're under a time crunch, so... Cesare tilted the biker's head back, holding him still so I could see all his teeth, which were in bad shape. "Someone doesn't floss," I murmured. I had to work to get the first molar out, pulling and twisting while the man screamed and struggled against his restraints. Finally, the roots slipped free of the jawbone, and the tooth came loose. I held it up for him to see. "Let's take another and see if you're ready to talk." Fear and pain were all I saw in his expression, his throat making pitiful little noises. This was when I knew the man was about to break, when the pain was too much and he craved death. The next molar was easier. I tossed it on the floor. After I removed the third tooth, I received my answer. As I suspected, the Red Raiders were pissed I beat the shit out of their man. Tater had accepted the winery job in the hopes of learning who I was, where I lived. Then they planned to come back later that night and kill me, but instead found Gaetano at the strip club. Before I killed him, I needed one more thing. "Who is the head of your MC?" "Baron." "What is his real name?" "Pete Mercer." Taking Tater's mobile, I held it up to his face and unlocked it. Then I slit his throat. Quickly I stripped off my gloves, found the contact I was looking for, and placed the call. As the boys began cleanup and disposal, I moved away and waited for Baron to pick up. "Where the fuck are you? You've been gone all day." A smoke-hardened voice growled into my ear. "Tater is dead," I said without preamble. "Who is this?" "I've just killed 3 bikers who shot my cousin in the woods. It's my understanding they belong to you." A beat of silence. "You're that Italian who's staying at the winery." I wouldn't confirm or deny it. "I'm ringing you to let you know that I now consider this matter settled." "If you killed 3 of my brothers, this is far from settled, motherfucker." "That would be unwise of you. I ran the Red Raiders out of Toronto, and I'm more than happy to take you on here." "You think we're scared of your kind? You don't fucking belong here, you or that other asshole." I assumed he meant Benetti. "Your men earned this the second they killed my man. So I suggest you stand down and keep quiet." "Fuck off, I don't take orders from your dumbass." "Don't be stupid. I'm telling you, this matter is settled. If I were you, I'd consider myself lucky that I only took out the 3 who were involved." "Well, you're not me, so I'd watch my back." "You can't take me on, dumb fuck. Go away, and be grateful I didn't do worse." Disconnecting, I tossed the mobile onto Tater's body, then whipped off my bloody shirt. "All of it in the ocean, deep." "Si certo, Don D'Agostino," Cesare said. I used 2 bottles of water to wash the blood off my chest and arms. Once I was reasonably presentable, I found my clean shirt and pulled it on, then pointed to 3 of my men. "With me, the rest of you help Cesare." Trailed by my guards, I left the warehouse and unlocked the SUV. Tommaso hadn't checked in yet, so I needed to get to the winery and find out what the fuck happened there. Because if she was hurt or worse, I was going to lose my goddamn mind. I climbed into the back and let one of the men drive. Maggie didn't pick up when I rang, and neither did Tommaso, which raised my level of panic a few more notches. I reached into my pocket and dug out my pack of cigarettes. I tapped my phone on my knee, thinking as I smoked. I hadn't expected to go to war with a motorcycle club while visiting here. Maybe Baron was full of shit. but I couldn't risk Maggie's safety. If it escalated, I would need help. Or I could go back to Toronto. Immediately I discounted the idea. I wasn't scared of the Red Raiders. I had plenty of men here, and could bring more if necessary. Benetti could be tapped as well. His crew was living out by the river, but I needed to increase security at the winery, fast. A text came in. Tommaso. Michael found her. She's okay. My entire body sagged into the leather seats. Thank fuck. I took a long drag off my cigarette and tried to calm down. I needed to touch her, to hold her, to order her never to fucking scare me like that again. Exhaling a plume of white smoke, I said, "Drive faster." Nothing was going to plan since I arrived in Paisano. It was times like these that I wished that Maz hadn't left the family. Yes, he was often unpredictable, but he was my brother. Someone who could tell it to me straight. Someone who could offer advice. Without him, I had no one I could trust, not implicitly. Fucking Massimo. Wait. I did have more family. Not a brother. My baby sister, Paloma. When the shit went down with Ravanzani, Enzo sent Paloma as well as his 2 children to England to keep them all safe. Paloma decided to stay in England once the trouble ended instead of coming home to Napoli, though I never understood why. While she was raised a Mafia princess, Paloma was no weak, timid woman. When we were younger, she gave the 3 of us boys so much shit we told Papa he should induct her as a soldata. And she was the smartest of all of us, with an IQ higher than even Enzo's. Having Maz around these past few days made me realize how much I missed my family, how much stronger we are together than apart. And Paloma always understood me better than either of my brothers. She usually knew what I was thinking before I even said it. The decision, though impulsive, felt right in my bones. I unlocked my phone and tapped to find her contact. We hadn't spoken in over a month, but we texted every few days. Like me, she had an obsession with SSC Napoli, so we often talked about the team. Pronto? She rasped into the phone. Had she been asleep? I blew out a lungful of smoke. Sorellina, come stai? What's wrong? Do you have a minute? Hold on. I heard her whisper to someone, and then the rustling of sheets. She softly closed the door. What's going on? You never called in the middle of a work day? Who is he? My voice was sharp. Have you asked Enzo to... No, I haven't told Enzo. I don't need him crawling up my ass about someone I'm fucking, and you'd better keep your mouth shut, or I'll tell him about the time you came to visit me when you were supposed to be hiding on the yacht. I hissed through my teeth. That was the trouble with siblings. They had long memories and the best ammunition for blackmail. Fine, I won't. But is it serious? She snorted. Vito, please. Our family is very, very dysfunctional. I need to work on myself before I can expect to have a healthy relationship. Or so my therapist says. Therapist? Cristo Santo, I wasn't telling Enzo that. Good, so you can come here. Thanks, but no. I'm not coming to Toronto in January. I have a weather app, bro. Bro? I shook my head, though a grin tugged at my lips. Not Toronto. I'm in New York at the moment, and I need your help. You know I wouldn't ask if it weren't serious. The irritation died from her tone. Of course I'll come. Whatever you need. That was the other thing about siblings. They had your back no matter what. I'll explain when you get here. Bring all your shit. Wait a minute. I thought you meant to visit. Are you asking me to move over there? I want you with me permanently. I could hear her breathing as she considered these. Vito, I have a life here, friends, a job. I can't just up and move to another country. And what would I do there? Sit around in the freezing cold all the time? I didn't want to ask it over the phone. I preferred to have the conversation face to face when I could let her see how serious I was. Just come and hear me out. That's all I ask. Should I be worried? Are you okay? Ma said some winery owner there has your balls in a twist,
Do you need me to kick this girl's ass? Is that what this is, V? Dai, Paloma. I rubbed my eyes tiredly. She kept talking like she didn't hear me. I haven't fought in 3 or 4 years, so I'm a little rusty, but if she's giving you trouble, I'll more than happily take her out. This isn't about her, I promise. I'm sending you a ticket to come tomorrow, and I'll explain everything when you arrive. Va bene, va bene. But it better be first class, fratello. I grinned. This was almost word for word what Massimo said when I asked for his help. After we disconnected, I had one of the men arrange a ticket for her. I also let my brother know and suggested Paloma stay at Maggie's house with him. He sent back a scream emoji, which I ignored. That done, I continued to smoke. Why had Maggie disappeared today? I didn't know, but I meant to find out. Chapter 14. Vito. Once the SUV stopped in a gravel lot, I climbed out. Michael, Beppe, and Tommaso were waiting for me. I'd calmed down considerably on the ride, but I was still anxious to see Maggie for myself. I had to know what happened today. Tommaso was the first to approach me. "Where?" I barked. "In the cellar," he said. "Way in the back. Did anyone go down to talk to her? I told them not to. Figured you'd want to do that yourself, and you'd want privacy, for groveling. You think I have something to apologize for?" A rueful smile broke out on Tommaso's weathered face. "When it comes to women, we always have something to apologize for. The trick is finding out what specifically at any given moment." I mulled this over, but it still didn't make sense. Maggie had been pissed about having Beppe trail her all day. But was that enough to send her hiding from everyone? Before I left to get answers, I had one more question. "Did the workmen finish at the cottage?" "Yes," Tommaso confirmed. "About an hour ago. You're all set." "Va bene. Now take Beppe out of my sight. I'll deal with him later." Looking over at the other Fiorentino sibling, I shouted, "Michael, with me." Beppe took a step forward, his expression nervous. "Don D'Agostino, I beg your forgiveness." "We'll talk later," I said in our language. "But you fucked up today." "Mi dispiace," he said, strangling the cap in his hands. Tommaso clapped a hand on Beppe's shoulder and steered him in the direction of the cottages. Michael drew closer, saying, "Don't be too mad at him. Maggie knows this place a lot better than Beppe does. That's no excuse for not doing his job. What's the quickest way to the cellar?" He pointed to the right side of the building. "This way, follow me." As we set off together, I asked, "Tell me why. You know her. Why did she disappear to the cellar?" "There are rooms down there to hide in. She goes there when she's upset." "Hide? Upset?" I didn't understand. She was fine earlier, angry over having a guard, but she wouldn't disappear over that. I assumed that matter was settled when she told me to fuck off. True, I hadn't answered her questions about what was going on, but she already knew that I couldn't. I'd been very explicit about it. She needed plausible deniability if I was ever arrested. No, I was still missing something when it came to this woman, and I never missed anything. I was good at reading people, good at solving puzzles. I knew her, yet I was struggling to keep up. "I belong to Vito D'Agostino, and no one else." Fuck yes, she did. So why was I always one step behind with her? Michael and I reached the locked door. Instead of punching in the security code, he paused. "Listen, Vito. She won't like you finding her down here. It's an unspoken rule that I don't give a shit about unspoken rules, Michael. You're not stopping me from going down to her." Michael held up his hands, palms out. "I figured you might say that, but she'll be pissed at me for telling you where she went." "Who would you rather have pissed at you? Me or your sister?" "Fair, but try to keep my name out of it, okay? I don't want her mad at me again." "I won't tell her." As Michael punched in the security code, I thought of something. It was late in the day, and Maggie had been down there a long time. Is my brother in the kitchen? Yeah, he arrived about 30 minutes ago. Tell him I'd like food brought out to my cottage, as soon as he can. Doesn't matter what. I nearly smacked my forehead as I suddenly remembered. Ask Maz if he can make a meatball sub. Okay, I'll ask. You'll find her way in the back, in one of the old rooms off to the right. Michael flicked on the lights, then stepped back outside as I descended the cellar steps. It was quiet, not a sound. The light illuminated only the main tasting area, so I turned on the flashlight on my mobile and went deeper into the cellar, toward the darkness. Cobwebs draped the unlit sconces on the walls and casks lined each side of the old stone floor. I shined my light in every doorway. On my fourth try, I saw a lump curled up on a leather couch. Angelo mio. The tight band around my heart eased. There she was, breathing softly as she slept, her eyes closed, still wearing her coat. She was okay, unharmed, at least physically, thank Christ. I saw a bottle of spirits on the table and frowned. I didn't like her drinking alone down here. What if she fell? Coming closer, I shined the light on the wall above her, so it wasn't directly in her face. She looked so peaceful, so fucking beautiful. Then I noticed tracks on her face. Had she been crying? My stomach dropped. I hated the idea of her down here drinking and crying. If she was still mad at me, why not yell and scream at me? Why go off and hide? Fuck these. I turned off the light and put my phone away. Then I slid my arms underneath her and lifted her up gently, holding her close. The movement roused her. Startled, she sucked in a breath and jerked. What the fuck? Vito, is that you? I kissed her forehead. It's me. Don't worry, I've got you. She settled into me, wrapping her arms around my neck as I carried her toward the exit. You weren't supposed to find me here, she said, her voice groggy. No? I just wanted to be alone for a few minutes. You've been missing for 4 hours. She shook her head against her arm. No, that can't be right. The corridor was dark, so I followed the light from the tasting room. You disappeared at lunchtime. It's almost 5. Well, someone wore me out last night. You had everyone worried about you. Were you worried? How could she even ask such a ridiculous question? I don't like you drinking and crying alone. It's not safe down here. It's perfectly safe, and that's my own private breakdown room. You're not supposed to know about it. Breakdown. I decided not to press her. Not here, not now. Later, when she was relaxed with food in her stomach. I could smell the spirits on her breath. Did you eat lunch or just drink whiskey? Just whiskey. Good thing I asked for Moss to send food. We entered the main room, and she shielded her eyes from the overhead light. You can put me down. I'm awake and I can walk. No chance, I said, and started up the steps. I went to the cellar door, the one Michael had opened earlier, but there was a sign about an alarm sounding if I tried to leave. How do I disable the alarm? There's no alarm. That sign is just for show. Cristo Santo, did she and Michael not prioritize their safety at all? I'm fixing that tomorrow, I promised, and pushed through the metal door. Now we were outside, the waning daylight casting shadows on the ground. When I went to the right, toward my cottage, she said, Seriously, Vito, I'm perfectly capable of walking home. I'm not some weak Victorian heroine who needs a man to carry her around, and I'm not having sex with you tonight. You are not going home. We are going to the cottage. And no one thinks you are weak because you cry. You are one of the strongest people I know. I couldn't see her expression, but I could feel her wrestling with this information. Do you mean that? Was she used to men lying to her? I never say things I don't mean. In response,